Epic of Ice Dragon, reborn as an ice dragon with a system. Chapter 51, Boss Battle, against the Mold Legion, and an Ice Giant Girl. Chapter 51, Boss Battle, against the Mold Legion, and an Ice Giant Girl. Sudden plot twist. The one behind all of this zombie mold madness is a young ice giant girl, and she is also reincarnated like me. How do I know that? It is as simple as watching her name. In brackets it says Miranda. And then there are the two unique skills out of nowhere, mold and charm. I got my own through the wishes I got when I died. What says that she wasn't the same? But maybe in this world people can get unique skills in other ways? But what about the name in brackets? Maybe I am assuming things too much. And the interesting thing is that I finally found a person, and it is an ice giant molded. Ice giant, and the giant tree. If I make a few assumptions here and there. Is this world based on Norse mythology? Whack. But cool. Now, it pretty much got confirmed that she is a reincarnation when I checked her unique skill. Mold. The unique skill was requested by the user when it died, desiring to keep the powers of its past life in the second life. Carrying the secret bioweapon cataloged as mold within her body, the user can do a variety of things and possess all kinds of supernatural abilities. However, the power comes with great drawbacks as well. See? It literally says there that she died wishing this thing to be in her second life. Wait, she had this in her first life? Maybe we are not from similar planets then. Maybe she comes from a dystopian Resident Evil-like world. Or maybe this actually happened back on Earth, but it was hidden from my very eyes? Who knows? Anyways, I don't think this is the time to meditate or think things through, although thanks to fast speed thought processing and parallel minds I was able to do this more or less quite swiftly. Grrr. The Mold Legion roars. I will call her like this for now, as it begins to pounce towards me. I was in midair by the way. It just jumped right towards me. It jumped, around 30 meters. Yup. Q. Yuki cries in horror as I swiftly evade in time. Slash. The giant mold claws slash the air as the beast falls over the ground again, generating a loud tremor. Now, how do I defeat this thing? It has a lot of vitality and strength. Let's try out with the usual, shall we? I quickly slash open a wound and spray blood all over it while it rests over the ground. Like a miracle, it takes effect immediately. Grrr. Suddenly, the mold groans in pain, as I can see the face of a young girl groaning in pain before she is covered by the massive slime again. Shit. I guess it wasn't as effective. Nonetheless, she seems tired. And she begins to pant around. However, the mold is angered at me and shapes as tentacles, beginning to chase me down in midair. I evade around and fly with all I have, while Yuki is giving me her mana through our mana connection technique to cultivate. It ended helping her learn the ability to transfer mana. While she is tightly grasping my back and giving me some extra mana, I fly and evade the sharp-tipped tentacles, as I open my mouth and shower them with my ice breath. Although the mold seems fairly resistant to ice, my breath is even more potent now because it is boosted by my magic stat, which is high as hell, and I manage to freeze the tentacles. With a slash of my claws, I slice through the tentacles, as they shatter into pieces and I catch them with my jaws, eating them and recovering some mana and stamina while evading even more tentacles. However, the thing won't continue like this. I have been boiling up a new spell, which is just more wind, pure wind. I quickly release the large mass of turbulent winds right over the Mold Legion, which quickly slices into pieces its tentacles and hits it directly. Boom. Grrjaya. It once more groans in pain, and I use this opportunity to fly towards it and spray more of my blood all over it. The crimson-red liquid impacts the mold greatly, making it groan in pain as it suddenly begins to move away from the real body, the blue-skinned girl inside. Ugh, it hurts. It hurts. She begins to cry in pain as tears started to come out of her eyes. It broke my heart to see such a young girl suffering so much, and she somewhat reminded me of my crybaby sister. Oh man, are we going to do this? Sigh. Alright. Let's not take the edgy route yet and let's save a person. I quickly fly towards her as I try to spray more blood over the mold and hopefully her too. If her mouth manages to drink some, she could get the parasite immunity and free herself from her own parasite power. Grrrr. But the mold manages to fight back, and it extends a giant tentacle, which I cannot evade in time. Boom. It hits me right into the stomach and blows me into the air. Yuki quickly jumps into my neck and tightly grabs it. I try to stabilize a bit but end up falling to the ground. Boom. I quickly stand up as I see a wave of black mold running towards me. Fuck. Storm. I waste a whopping 300 mana into conjuring my strong spell, Storm, and there are about 200 mana left before I am completely empty. I am going all out too. Flayosh. An enormous wave of slicing winds hit the wave of black mold, slicing through it constantly. Grrrr. However, the mold groans monstrously as it tries to overpower my winds. But there's another trick. Blood spray. I spray more of my blood from my very mouth, by biting my tongue. Splash. A large amount of blood sprays all over the mold, and I continue spraying it until my tongue gets completely dry. It hurts like hell, but immortal body makes a new tongue right away, which I cut once more to spray more blood. Grrrr. The mold groans in pain, as I continue to shower it with my blood, and also pour some more winds to keep it at bay. Come on. Come out. Ag. Suddenly, the mold begins to move, and the head of the little girl appears again. Aha, I got you. I quickly flew towards her and sprayed blood right into her open mouth. She forcefully gulps it down and begins to cough. Grr. Suddenly, the large mass of mold realizes something is wrong as it begins to lose power. The girl keeps coughing but the mold withers and groans until it suddenly stops moving. Man. Is it over already? Yuki is completely paralyzed. No, I think she just passed out by pure fear. I drop her into the ground gently as I walk towards the mold. I keep showering it with blood until it stops moving completely, and then begins tearing it apart. Where is she? Come on. Please, be alive. She even knew English. Slash. Suddenly, I manage to slash a large chunk of the mold, and then, I see blue skin. Damn, my claws are way too sharp to grab her, and so is my jaw. I quickly wake up Yuki and she helps me take her out. She's fine. Her heart is pounding, and her breath is stable. And she's big, around 3 meters tall, pale blue skin, long silvery white hair, but she seems weak. Her muscles are very thin. How long has she been like this? I decide to move her to the cave she was in. After spraying my blood around and eating the mold inside, we put her over a pile of leather she had there. I inspect her status and she didn't lose any ability, but the parasite immunity ability seemingly sealed the mold-related ones. That's good. I sit at her side and wait for her to wake up. Why am I doing this? I really thought I was going to be an edgelord, but look at me. I pitted a stranger that tried to kill me and saved her life. I am really the worst type of the main character, and the most cliché to ever exist too. Maybe I should stop talking like that. This is real life. Who cares about all of that? I am not interested in fulfilling anyone's self-fulfillment fantasies. I am just me. And I want to think that there's still something human in my inhumane nature. I guess I am really an idiot. But maybe it would be fun to finally be able to talk with someone. No, Yuki, you don't count. You can't talk back with words. Chapter 52, I won't let you control me anymore. Ben Laden POV. It was as if I had been drowning in an endless sea of darkness. Everything felt dull. There was nothing but the void, emptiness. Nothing but me. And so, I slept. And slept. And slept more. I don't know how long I slept. My body seemed to no longer belong to me, and it was as if I was devoid of anything. I slept within the darkness, despair and fear faded away, and there was simply nothing. I had become empty. For I don't know how long, it continued to be like this. Sometimes, fragments, strange memories of blue-skinned people would flash through my mind. Who were these people? I don't know. I only know that whenever I remembered them, I felt a warmth within my empty heart. There was something that I needed to remember. There were people I wanted to remember. Aside from Miranda, I was someone else. But no matter how hard I searched, no matter how hard I had dived into the sea of darkness, I could not find the answers I looked for. But there was something not right. I continued to look for it. I wanted to know, but the darkness continued to block my path. I had begun to despair once more, but every time I remembered those fragments of memories I saw, some strange new strength surged into my heart. What was this sensation? This warmth? This comfort? Who were these people to me? I wish I could remember. I want to remember. I want to remember who were these people. Why do I love them so much? I continued to delve into the darkness. I continued for God knows how long, but it always blocked my path. I despaired and despaired, but the memories brought strength into my heart. My mind was filled with twisted memories and emotions bubbling in and out, but there was something that always made me felt calm, them. But it began to hurt. The darkness became envious and angered, and it began to pierce me with needles. It was so painful. Hundreds, no, thousands of needles were constantly piercing my very spirit, trying to wear me down. The piercing pain was so horrendous I wished I could die many times. Just kill me already. Why must you keep me here, trapped and despaired? Only to make you feel better? What do you want from me? Family. Don't you remember? We wanted a family, and we are here, both of us. You don't need any other people than me. We are twins, we are family, and we don't need anyone else. My same voice spoke to me, with a different tone. She said, we were family. But I don't want to be your family. Let me go. What did you said? Let me go? I have a family. I know I have a family. Let me go. I don't want to be the family of a horrible mold. I hate you. I hate you. How can you say that? After all we had gone through. Why you dare raise your voice against me? Yes, I am sick of you. I am sick of being controlled by you. I am sick of all of you. I am sick of pretending that I like you. I hate you. Go away. No, Miranda, you're such an ungrateful sister. After all I have helped you. Do you treat me like this? This. Okay then, I will have to just cage you down again. What? No, let me go. Sorry, but this is how things are. Until you learn to respect your sister. Stop. Stoop. As I was caged into even deeper darkness, a sudden flash of bright light came out of nowhere. It was as if fate itself had intervened, as if the heavens had pitied me, something like a miracle. Such light. I wanted to escape this. I didn't want to be with her anymore. She only thinks of herself, she's selfish, and only wants me for herself. She is even locking the memories that make me happy. How can she be a good sister? I quickly dived through the darkness and tried to grasp the light. But every time I tried to do so, the darkness grasped my feet and pulled me down. You're not going anywhere. No, shut up. You're not even my sister. What? You're just an alien thing? A mold? You just copied my mind? I already remember everything, you're not even real. I don't even have a sister? How can you say that, Miranda? Let me go? I quickly move through the darkness and punch the reflection of my own self, as she flies away. Ag? How can you? How dare you hit me? I ignore her cries as I keep diving, extending my hand into the light. Please, someone, save me, please? However, I am once more grasped by the tentacles of darkness, as she pulls me down once more. Unyag Harayag, Miranda, you are mine. Mine, mine, mine. My reflection suddenly twists and shapeshifts, as it becomes a grotesque monster made of black mold, roaring with many mouths and eyes, trying to eat me. No, 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 you're just an illusion. You're not real. Gray. I quickly kick, punch, and attack the monster. It is enormous, and it could eat me, but when I brace myself and try to fight, it somehow works. Yug, ag, wwhyyyy. I keep remembering that warmth, those people that always made me happy, and it brings me strength, a surging, overflowing strength like anything I have ever felt. I grab the light, and then I use it to hit her. Flosh, unger. Stop, it burns, it burns. I am sorry, but this is what I had to do. In fact, I should have done this, long ago. You're but a reflection of my past. I am not Miranda anymore. Wait, don't say that. My name is, wait. My name is Ben Laden. Flash, suddenly, I am covered in pure and white light, and I dissipate and burn the darkness. My reflection turns into dust and disappears, as I am dragged into the sky. And from the sky, a little claw emerges and grasps my hand. The claw had blue, crystal-like scales. Chapter 53, A Meeting Between an Ice Dragon and an Ice Giant. It has been over a month since I was reincarnated in this new world, but this is the first time I find someone else, a person. Another person, at last? Ugh, she's still sleeping. I am a bit worried. I don't want her to sleep so much. She has to eat something else than just drinking my blood back then in the middle of the battle. I already got her some food, a pile of pears, and 3 ice crows, flying monsters I just found. They're literally crows whose feathers are azure-colored, and whose beaks are made of ice. I bet they could make a nice soup. But I don't know how to cook with these big claws. I ate my fill already, so this is for her. Should I simply abandon her and mind my own business now? I contemplate this for a while, but I simply can't bring myself to do this. I simply can't. She has a charm skill, but it is not active as of now, so she is not encroaching my mind or something. I don't feel that it is right to do. I don't want to be alone. Just being with pets that can't talk to me is not the right thing to aim for. And I also want to find about this world. I bet she knows a lot of stuff. I want to ask her about the world, about the wonders she has seen, if there are more people, and other things. I want to talk, god damn it. I am a dragon with the mind and soul of a human, and as a social animal, I want to socialize. What's so wrong with that? Yeah, there's nothing wrong with what I am doing. I am tired of pretending that I am regretting it or something. In fact, I am glad to have saved someone. Yeah, what about it? I will be myself, and arrogantly do as I please, just like a dragon would do. Who am I even talking with anyways? Just my own delusions. I am really turning insane. Please, Ben Laden, be okay. Day 33. Another day of staying in the cave. Yuki brought more pears, and I hunted more crows and even found a rabbit. We have been cleaning up the molded zombies lately until there is probably not many remaining. And something interesting to note is that after she was freed from the molded monsters seem duller and less alive in a way, so they're way easier to kill. I suppose she might have been something of a hive queen. When the hive queen got incapacitated, they don't know what to do, I suppose. As I am eating a pear, I suddenly see something. The girl's finger, her left hand's index finger, it moved. Suddenly, her hand begins to move, and it grips. And then, she opens her eyes, slowly and sleepily. How long has this girl been sleeping, I wonder? She stares at the ceiling with sleepy eyes, her irises are yellow gold, quite beautiful. Should I speak to her? Wouldn't I scare her? Ugh. I saved her life so she has to bear with it anyways. Are you okay? I asked through telepathy, using English. She is suddenly startled, as she quickly glances at me. Her eyes widen as her eyebrows raise in surprise. She glances at my figure as if she were glaring at something fantastical she had never seen before. I guess dragons are not common. A dragon? What? Haha. Yeah, I am a dragon. An ice dragon? And a very proud one at that? I saved your life, no need to thank me, I said, trying to pull out more personality than I actually have. Silence takes hold of the cave. Okay, this is awkward. Was I too cringy? She begins looking at her hands, the ceiling, the outside, and then back at me. You saved me? A dragon saved me? From the mold? Why is not acting? What happened? I feel so healthy. That's because you drank the blood of a dragon? And it has special properties such as immunity to parasites? That's how I also defeated all the molded, and you. I sprayed my blood all over you and forced you to drink it. Haha, sorry about that, but it was the only thing I could really do to help you, I said. Your blood? I can't believe it. Your blood is a natural neutralizer of the mold, she asked. Yes, anyone that drinks it gains immunity to it, and a few other perks. Like, do you feel your skin harder than usual? I asked. I do. Ugh. How much have I been sleeping? My body has grown up. I used to be a 7-year-old girl. Now, it seems I am already far over 20. By Amir. Sighed Ben Laden. She seemed very affected over this. You were a mindless monster for over 10 years? Damn. I said. It seems so. But now, that dream I had. I think I managed to defeat the mold. And that claw that helped me crawl away from the darkness. She said, glancing at my claws. You. It was really, you. She said, slowly moving towards me. Me? I was in your dream. I asked her. I think so. Thank you. Thank you so much. Sniff. Sniff. Ben Laden began to cry, as she hugged my large front limb. I don't know what to do. No, I know. I should comfort her. I use my other claw and gently pet her, as gentle as I can. It seems to work, and she feels comfortable. It's okay. I just did what I could do, nothing much. Now, stop crying. I bet you're hungry. How about some pears? I tried to cheer up the girl as I showed her a pile of fruits. She glanced at them while wiping her tears. Her mouth immediately began to drool. Food. Food. She jumped over the pears and began to eat them as if there was no tomorrow. I guess she was hungry. Name, Drake. Race, adolescent ice dragon. Titles, merciless, savior. Monocore cultivation, rank 2, initial stage. Status, satiated. Vitality, 862/862. Mana, 1242/1242. Strength, 533. Dexterity, 362. Magic, 955. Abilities. Unique skill, immortal body. Unique skill, winter magic. Unique skill, system. Unique skill, ice absorption. Unique skill, god, sealed. Camouflage, level 4. High-speed thought processing, level 5. Parallel thought processing, level 4. Wind magic, level 5. Mana control, level 5. Telepathy, level 4. Berserk mode, level 4. Fear-inducing aura, level 3. Naming, level 2. Kin control, level 2. Ice dragon natural skills. Ice dragon bloodline. Ice dragon breath, level 7. Ice dragon scales, level 7. Lesser self-regeneration, level 8. Freezing slash, level 6. Freezing bite, level 6. Freezing tail whip, level 3. Ore body, level 6. Resistance. Cold immunity. Hunger resistance, level 4. Fear resistance, level 4. Pain resistance, level 5. Ice dragon natural resistances. Physical attack damage resistance, level 6. Fire resistance, level 3. Wind resistance, level 5. Thunder resistance, level 3. Chapter 54, A Talk Between Two Reincarnated Souls. Ben Laden continued to eat pears. Her size was big, she was a young giant woman after all, and her stomach was particularly big, and empty. So she ate almost the entire pile without stopping. Nom, nom, nom. Oh, so sweet. She muttered. For how long you have not eaten? I asked. She suddenly felt stiff, as if paralyzed. She slowly began to glance at the ground. I noticed that her golden eyes seemed to have lost some light all out of a sudden. Perhaps I should have not asked that? How would I have known? I don't know, perhaps years. The mold kept me somehow alive. I don't know how it does it. I was just drowning into the darkness for so long. She muttered, her hands gripping tightly, as her shoulders started to tremble. I noticed that her eyes became unstable as she started to stare everywhere. Her eyes couldn't stay focused. What was happening? Is this the response against some kind of traumatic experience? I suppose if what she is telling is real, I would probably have gone insane by then. She's really strong for having gone through all of that. I needed to do something. I gently patted her shoulder with my tail. I see. Well, it is good that you can eat again. Make sure to fill your belly, I said, bringing her back from whatever she was thinking. Ben Laden's focus came back to her eyes, as she was startled back to reality. Yes, she said. Are you okay? I asked. Ben Laden glanced at the pear in her hands for some time. I have a lot to think about. My mind is dizzy and, I don't want to bother you anymore. Thank you for helping me, but you don't have to take care of me. I don't want to bother you with my problems, she sighed. I guess she is worried about what I might think about her thoughts or something. Perhaps she might think that I will find her weird? But I am the weird one here. Look at me. I am a giant ass ice dragon talking through telepathy? Well, whatever. I suppose she's having a hard time opening to me, and I kind of get it. I wouldn't do the same in her situation. And bothersome? I don't think she's bothersome at all. I am just. I don't. Sigh. You're not bothersome. Don't worry. I am actually happy to have found someone I can talk to. Being in here feels very lonely, even though I have a pet. Did that sound weird? Sorry, I sighed. Ben Laden opened her eyes wide as she heard me. Is there something wrong? She slowly glanced back at me. Her face was quite beautiful. And she smiled. There was a smile. So beautiful. Something. I don't know what it was but. No, it must be her charm. Charm is equals ineffective equals in equals the equals user equals thanks equals to equals immortal equals body equals slash charm. So that's just her natural beauty? Am I so weak? What? I asked. No, it's just. It makes me happy that you think that. If you want to, I can keep you company then. It's not like I even know where I am, she said, approaching me once more. Our size difference was still quite big. I was almost 5 meters after all, while she was around 3 and a few more centimeters. I averted my gaze from her beautiful golden eyes. I felt instinctively embarrassed, but I suppose that in the stiff face of an ugly dragon like me, she can't really tell. I see. Well, that makes me happy as well, I said. Ben Laden began to caress my scales as she glanced at her reflection through them. I have grown so much. I used to be a little girl. I was really, so much with the mold. She sighed. Well, you're still quite little to me, I said. Ben Laden glanced at me as she began to chuckle a bit. Haha, you're right. Her laugh was cute. And her smile even more. I want to see her smile more. Ugh, what are these thoughts? No, stop. Cold, calm down. I am an ice dragon, I have to be cold. Cool down. Okay, You are not wondering how I can talk? I asked. Ben Laden glanced at me with a curious expression. The truth is, I didn't want to ask because it might sound impolite. I don't know much about this world, so I didn't know if talking dragons were common or not. She said. So that's it. To be honest, I don't know either because I redash. Wait, no, stop right there. I can't reveal my secrets. Even if I know she is a reincarnation, she doesn't know I know. I can't just blatantly tell her right away. I might tell her someday, but not right away. Let's keep some things for me for now. You're what? She asked. I was just born some years ago. I have been living through this place for a while. I just one day ate a bunch of monsters and evolved, and now I can kind of speak this language. I said. Is this believable enough? You can speak English? Sorry, maybe I assumed wrong. Or not, she asked while rubbing her chin. What did you thought? I asked. Well, that I am speaking English is because it's from my original world. I should have told you that. She sighed. Original world. So she just said it. All right then. Well, you see, this language we are speaking is not exactly the one spoken here. I think people here speak some kind of modified English language similar to ancient Norse, that we both talk the same type of English. I thought you were from another world as well. Wouldn't that make sense seeing all the powers you have? She asked. Oh shit, so she just figured out. All right then. Norse? And that big tree, so that's Yggdrasil then. I wondered out loud. If you know that you're surely from Earth too then, she said happily, smiling as her golden eyes shined brightly. I guess my secret is no secret anymore. Yes, I sighed. So, we are both reincarnated, she said. Chapter 55, Breaking Tropes from Left and Right? I messed up big time, she figured it out anyway. Damn, she's a smart girl. Oh no, my secret? I have broken once more one of the stupid tropes, never reveal you are a reincarnated person? But now, boo-hoo, she knows? Everyone would hate me so much now if this were a stupid web novel. Anyways, enough insane mental ramblings that lead nowhere. Now that I have someone to talk to, I better stop talking to myself so much. I might literally go insane. I guess you figured it out. I am really from Earth. Now that you also kind of revealed it, I guess it is fair for both of us to know, I said, as I sat down over the floor. Ben Laden smiled back at me once more. I see. This is quite the unique encounter, she said, sitting at my side, and resting her head over my chest. She was warm. I suppose so, I said. But why? If you are from Earth, I bet you have your own interest, like going back home or something, right? Why did you help me, when you could have simply gone past me, said Ben Laden. She really hit me with the big question. Why did I help her? Select an option. Option A, I just thought it was the right thing to do. Option B, because you're the most beautiful girl I've ever seen. Option C, I was actually going to eat you, but I discovered that you were not really a monster and stopped midway through. Option D, I don't know, I just did it. Option E, tisk. I didn't want to help you or anything, I just didn't want to eat such an ugly girl. Now go away, my life needs no company. I walk alone on this land. The path of the strong is filled with loneliness. I don't know, I just did it, I said. You just did it, she asked. Yeah, I was fighting and eating the molded zombies. And then I found you as the big boss. I defeated the mold entrapping you with my blood, ate it, and then I decided to help you, I said. No particular purpose, she asked. Well, there are always purposes. I kind of wanted someone to talk to. And maybe to introduce me to this world, I asked. Ben Laden glances at me as she feels somewhat relieved. What did you think I would want? So that's it, Mr. Dragon. You're a good person, you know? It's rare to find good people, she said, giving me back another of her killer smiles. Good person? Me? I suddenly get a flashback of all the times I mercilessly slaughtered the local wildlife. Me? A good person? No, I don't think so, I said. But you helped me out of goodwill. And you're nice to me even now, you even feed me when you didn't need to, and took care of me, she said. It was just a day and a night, nothing much. Don't overthink it. I don't want to trouble you by making you think you need to repay the favor, I said. Ben Laden glanced at me once more, her golden eyes shining brightly as little tears began to flow out of them. Sniff. Really? Why are you so nice? Sniff. Sniff, she said, as she began to cry, hugging me tightly. Don't hug me, my scales are hard as steel, you might get hurt. And I am not nice, I am just being a normal person. I used to be your average Joe back then, you know, I said. Average Joe? Was your name Joe? She asked. No, it is just a saying that I used to be an average person, so I just act like an average person would do, nothing much than that. Now, stop crying, you look prettier when you smile. I said. What did I just say? I cleansed Ben Laden's tears with the tip of my claws, as she glanced at me. Why you think I am pretty? She asked while blushing. Please forget what I said. I muttered while averting my gaze. Ben Laden glanced at me as her eyebrows raised. Hee. She began to chuckle. Ugh, how embarrassing, she's even laughing at it. Well, it is better to make her laugh than to see her cry again. You're funny, she said. I am a dragon, you know, not a clown, I said. Sorry, I didn't mean to sound rude, she said. Anyways, what did you used to be back then? I asked. I was curious about how she had these powers back then. What the heck was she? Ben Laden's eyes suddenly become devoid of light once more, as she stares at the floor. What? I used to be. She muttered, as her fists began to grip tightly. It's better to not ask her. Don't worry, you don't have to tell me. Save it for another time. When you feel better, I said, patting her. Ben Laden glances back at me as she nods. I will one day tell you, Mr. Dragon. Sorry for not wanting now, she sighed. It's fine. No rush here. Anyways, why don't we eat something else? I feel like I want some meat. I said. Meat? Is there meat? Asked Ben Laden while drooling once more. Yeah, I just caught another pair of ice crows, the birds there. I said, as I walk over the pile, and eat one of the ones I caught yesterday with a single bite. However, Ben Laden glares at me with a strange expression, as if she were a bit disgusted. Is it because I am eating it raw with feathers and everything? I guess she wouldn't eat this that way. You're not eating? I asked. Sorry but I like it a bit less raw, she said. Oh, well, I don't know what to do over it. I can't cook. Look at my claws. I am made to kill, not to do the complicated stuff I used to do as a human. Sadly, I sighed. Am made to kill? That's quite the way of putting it. But I think maybe I could do something, she said. Really? Can you cook? Are you feeling well enough to do that? I asked. I don't really know, but making some fire and roasting them shouldn't be hard. Papa taught me that when I was 6 years old, said Ben Laden. No way, cooked food? Really? Can you really make cooked food? I asked. I see that you want to eat some. And yeah, I can, I think. But you never know until you don't try, right? She asked while gently smiling. Ben Laden then asked me for wood, which I brought by slicing off an entire pine tree and cutting it into pieces with winds. Quite easy. Why you're really amazing, with magic, she said. Really? It's nothing much, I said. Haha, you're so humble for being a dragon, she said. Right, dragons are prideful? I guess I already killed the act, huh. After this, Ben Laden gathered the wood inside the cave and began to use the branches, rubbing them against each other to generate friction. It took her almost an hour, but she managed to make a tiny flame, which slowly began to blaze more, consuming the other wood. So warm. In the end, she stuck some stick into the ice crows after taking out their feathers, guts, and head, and we began to roast them. There was no salt but, this tasted a bit like chicken, real chicken I ate back then, cooked chicken. So nice. Chapter 56, What's Wrong with Her Stomach? Day 34. Yesterday we ate a lot of roasted meat and fruit and then went to sleep. I think Ben Laden is slowly recovering, but her muscles are still very thin, and you can still see her bones easily. I want her to fatten up a bit before we start going somewhere, I guess. Today I had woken up in high spirits and went hunting some more animals, bringing back 2 wolves to eat, wanting to surprise the young ice giant with something nice to eat in the morning. However, when I returned I found Yuki screaming at me. Kuu. What? Did something happen? I asked as I began to run back to the cave, finding Ben Laden groaning on the floor. Her face was incredibly red and she was tightly gripping her stomach. There was something wrong going on. Ben Laden, are you okay? I asked, running towards her, and leaving the wolf corpses away. Mr. Dragon, you know my name, she asked. I just said it. Yeah, I can see some info about the people I see with my eyes. But that's not important now. What's going on? Do you have a fever? I asked, as I simply decided to check her status. Name, Ben Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Monocore cultivation, rank 1, initial stage. Status, fever, stomachache, intestine infection. Average estimated vitality, 344/420. Average estimated mana, 123/200. Average estimated strength, 266. Average estimated dexterity, 90. Average estimated magic, 150. Abilities. Unique skill, mold, suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Ymir's descendant. Cold immunity. Ice resistance. Hasten self-recovery, weakened. Parasite immunity. Status effect resistance, weakened. Ice Dragon's skin. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. Status, fever equals stomachache equals intestine equals infection equals, / status. Why? How? What happened? Is it because of what she ate yesterday? But she should be able to digest meat, she even roasted it. And I made sure it wasn't anything poisonous, the pears are also fine to eat and don't have any poison either. Then why? What is going on? Is this the mold? Her resistance to status effect and her self-regeneration is weakened too. Ben Laden, did you eat anything weird? I asked. No, I don't think so, she said. Really? Tell me the truth. I said. I am telling you the truth. I ate what we ate together. I don't know why it hurts so much. Ben Laden groaned as she gripped her stomach. Little tears began to come out of her tightly closed eyes. What could have happened to her? Wait, didn't she say she didn't eat for years? This means, her digestive tract has been completely inactive all this time. It probably lacks the necessary acidic juices, bacteria, and enzymes cultivated through eating and digesting stuff. The one that babies produce when they drink milk from their mothers, and which they constantly make up over the years. When she didn't eat for so long, they obviously died down and her stomach and intestines are most likely completely empty, making it incredibly difficult for her to digest anything. The infection is most likely the food itself. Anything we eat always has bacteria, but the bacteria, enzymes, and gastric acids are what tears them down, so we don't get infections. Only the most resilient of these critters usually cause anything. But she is having an infection of completely normal average bacteria due to not having anything at all. If there could be some milk is excellent to build up enzymes and digestive bacteria. I also need something for her stomachache. The herbs I saw the other day. Could there be some of those around here? And more importantly, I need to give her water? She hasn't drunk water all these years, and didn't drink any yesterday either. I thought that she was like me, who didn't particularly need to drink water like a monster, but she is clearly more human-like and is not as superhuman as a monster. Ben Laden, do you trust me? I asked her. Ben Laden glanced at me weakly. You saved my life again, do you really want to bother so much with me? She asked while containing her tears. I don't care anymore over such stuff. Of course, why wouldn't I? Please, be strong, and resist the pain. I will prepare you some water, I said. Mr. Dragon, she muttered, giving me a glance that seemed to be filled with various emotions. First of all, water. I quickly began to create a large and thick cooking pot, as large as 1 meter. I made it incredibly resistant, like the knife I gave Ben Laden yesterday to cut the meat. By pouring a lot of mana, and I mean hundreds, I can more or less maintain my ice creations materialized for days or even weeks, so I created this cooking pot with pure and incredibly hard to melt ice. As I did that, Yuki brought me piles of snow, which she began to throw inside the pot, until we had it almost filled. Afterward, I told Yuki to try and do as Ben Laden did yesterday, rubbing the branches together with her dexterous monkey-like hands until she finally managed to get a fire going after a few minutes of trying. After that, I quickly put the pot over the fire. It was not even melting, but the snow inside did melt. As I left that as it was, I left Yuki giving Ben Laden some company while using her fluffy hair to warm her up. I will be right back, I said, running into the forest. I felt my footsteps hitting the snow as I felt my heart beating incredibly fast, even faster than when I fought for my life. I couldn't possibly lose her, not now, not after finally meeting someone I could talk to and that, well, I like to talk with her. It would be way too depressing if she dies. I don't want the tragedy tag in my life. I begin to concentrate, and use my snout to sniff the snow around. Where? There should be some goddamn grass around. I walk around for a while, until finally, a patch of blue and azure grass appears in front of me, growing right below a large pine tree. Snow hard equals herb equals / snow. An ice attribute herb often eaten by ice attribute monsters to remove pain, also has a good effect on the digestive system, helping those that have a hard time doing the deed. It can also be used as a cultivation material for ice path. Snow clover equals flower equals / snow. An ice attribute flower is often eaten by ice attribute monsters to increase their wounds' regeneration speed. It also tastes good and has a nice aroma, often drink as tea. It can also be used as a cultivation material for ice path. I quickly run towards it and begin to grab it with my jaws, taking out as much as I can. All of this herb was the same I found the other day, which I analyzed through Analyze. These two herbs are perfect. I knew they would come useful for some crap, but never for something like this. I suppose this is how the locals deal with all this stuff? With a large patch of grass in my jaws, I run back to the cave, but find some unexpected company before me. A large group of wolves led by an upper stage ice wolf grand leader. Alright, if you want to paint the snow with your blood so badly, then come at me. Chapter 57, Taming a Whole Pack of Ice Wolves. It's actually extremely convenient that you idiots came all the way here. Now I can easily harvest you all for some food. Wait, I also wanted milk. Are any of you having pups right now? I might spare all of you if you just happily give me some milk, I said through telepathy. The wolves, of course, didn't understand a thing, growled, and ran towards me. Are you guys for real? I am rank 2. I will just sweep the floor with you, yet you come to attack me anyways? Such boldness? Oi, leader, stop telling them to do something so reckless, you dumbass. I quickly jump into the air and evade the two wolves running towards me, and then, in the air, I target the wolf grand leader with wind magic, catching it up with a net of winds as it struggles to escape. The other wolves are left watching in complete disbelief. Yeah, did you really think I was going to actually fight? I can just do this instead. The Ice Wolf Grand Leader constantly fires icicle spears at me as I absorb them all easily, thanks for the mana bud. After that, he is left tired, as he glares at me. He keeps struggling for another half a second, and I can clearly see in his eyes that the more I raise him into the air, the more despair grows on his eyes. I see, you're a bit clever than the rest, but not enough to comprehend who the heck you're trying to mess with, don't you? I asked as the wolf's eyes seemed to be sinking in their sockets. His snout was falling off his face as if he had even lost the will to fight back. The higher I carried him into the air, the more despair grew on his head. This was, for a lack of a better term, intimidation. And I enhanced it by using my fear-inducing aura too, so he was literally pissing himself. Yes, piss was falling over the face of the other wolves down below. Alright bud, now listen to me, and listen well, you're going to become my tamed pet, get it? It obviously doesn't understand me, but the intention is there, and the wolf groans while nodding. Oh, I guess he gets it somehow. Good boy, I knew we were going to become nice friends. See? Pretty easy. And for being such a good wolf, I am going to give you a name. Yes, a name. How about Frost? I said. Ding, you have named the Ice Wolf Grand Leader, rank 1 upper stage, as Frost. Due to its submission and given name, Frost has been tamed as a monster pet. Nice? See? That's what I was talking about. I quickly fly down below, and I order Frost to calm down the other wolves, which obey him rather quickly. Really, they would obey anything I guess, it's kind of like brainwashing, but not. Now that all the wolves are tamed due to Frost's authority, I order Frost to bring me a female who might have recently have pups. Even if it doesn't understand my language, tamed monsters naturally understand the intention of their masters through this system. Though I don't know if it works elsewhere without it, or maybe I am just bullshitting my way through. Anyways, Frost leads me to their lair which was very close by, in another large cave, and I quickly find the mother of 4 pups. Alright girl comes with me, don't worry, you can go back to them in a few minutes, I said, although she didn't understand anything and simply mindlessly obeyed Frost. With a milk-making machine and a strong ice wolf at each side, I ran back to Ben Laden, finding her still struggling, and the water was already beginning to boil. I quickly threw the herbs over the water to make an herbal tea with them, leaving it to boil slowly while I began the milk extraction routine. I made a bucket of ice and asked Yuki to do with her nimble and small humanoid hands. She was kind of against the idea, but the female wolf submissively sat down over the floor with her hind limbs to let the deed be done. Come on, just do it already. I don't have hands, you know, be more useful. I said mercilessly. I think I broke Yuki's heart, but this was what I call tough love, you know? Kyu, groaned Yuki, quite mad, but still obeyed. In the end, Yuki sighed as she began to milk the tits of the ice wolf mother. White milk began to fall in small rivers over the bucket slowly. After around half an hour, the bucket was mostly full, but the mother was now almost empty of milk, so I gave her an ice crow to eat for herself as a prize, and let her go back with Frost protecting her back. She is a precious milk maker, so she has to be well guarded. Now, wolf milk. Yay, I wouldn't want to taste that. But I did anyway, extending my tongue and taking a little wee sip. Gwah, it tastes like. Wait, it is not so bad. It is just a bit more acidic than cow milk I remember from my previous life. But the acidic part is good, it can help Ben Laden form up gastric acids faster. Maybe we could even make some yogurt out of this so it can produce lactic bacteria which helps even better at this. I left the bucket boiling though, as warm milk is always better for the belly, and this will kill unnecessary bacteria in the milk too. After the milk extraction, the herbal tea was done. I made an ice cup that Yuki filled with the sup using a large ice scoop, and then we finally gave it to Ben Laden. I can't believe it. Is this herbal tea? You made it for me? Thank you so much. She muttered, drinking it slowly. Gwah, so bitter. She sighed. Drink it all. I groaned. Okay, muttered Ben Laden, as she drank more of the herbal tea until there was nothing left. After that, I gave her another cup and then let her rest. Some minutes passed, and she seemed to be stabilizing a bit, the stomachache became lesser, and the fever was dissipating. Chapter 58, Pack Leader. Ben Laden took a nap after the pain became lesser. After around 2 hours and a half of sleeping, she slowly woke up. She wasn't feeling too bad this time. Through these 2 hours, we ground some pears and made pulp with it, which we mixed with some more herbal tea and made into a fruit puree with herbal tea to fill up her belly a bit with something a bit more solid. Is this fruit puree? Ah, the bitter flavor is not as bad as the sweetness of the fruit. Tea, thank you so much for being so gentle with me. I really don't deserve this kindness, sighed Ben Laden as she was about to break and cry again. Come on, don't cry again. If you want to repay me, repay it by not crying and accepting the things I give you, alright? I asked. Mr. Dragon. Tea, thanks, she said shyly, as she blushed a bit. Why is she blushing at me? I am an ugly dragon? Anyways, I gave her a pet because she is rather cute, and I couldn't resist it. After that, she finished the puree slowly and then rested over the fur and leather bed again. Mr. Dragon. Thank you again, she said. It's nothing, don't worry about it, I said. I am very fortunate to have found someone so gentle like you. I will make sure to repay all these favors and held your kindness deep within my heart, she said. She's really grateful, I guess. It's nothing, it was super easy to do everything, so I didn't even break a sweat. There was literally no effort put. So it didn't bother me, I said. Is that so? I am so sorry. I never asked you your name, said Bin Laden. Oh, my name. I don't want to be called by my previous life name, so call me Drake now, I said. Drake, did you name yourself like that? She asked. Yeah, it fits, right? But it is also a bit dumb. But I don't care either way about such trivial stuff like names, I said. Bin Laden chuckled a bit. Hehe. I see, she said. I think she is smiling, but I am actually preparing her milk now, so I wasn't looking at her. I mean, Yuki was preparing it. My claws are too big to do this stuff. You should also thank Yuki. She is doing a lot for you. Her hands are useful, I said, giving some credit to my chinchilla. Kuo, said Yuki, puffing her chest as she walked towards Bin Laden and gave her a cup of warm milk. Tea thanks to you too, Yuki. You're a very nice girl, said Bin Laden, petting Yuki as she received the cup. Milk? How did you find milk in the wilderness? Asked Bin Laden. I tamed a wolf leader and got his whole pack to obey me. A mother wolf was feeding her pups with milk. I called her here and Yuki milked her a bit. So yeah, it's ice wolf milk. It is not as bad as cow milk, just a bit more acidic, I said. Wolf milk? That's something new, she said. Drink it, I said. Oh okay, I was doing it either way, she said while nodding. She braced herself with a bit of courage and drank a good sip. It's not really that bad, she said. What did I told you? Make sure to drink the whole cup, I said. Oh okay, said Bin Laden. After that, she went to sleep for the rest of the night, while I went hunting some rabbits and crows to eat for dinner with Yuki. Now that Yuki learned how to put a fire, we roasted them, and they tasted way better. If Bin Laden gets better she could even make stuff like rabbit soup. Oh man, that would be so good. Day 35. Ding. You acquired equals the equals pack equals leader equals title equals slash u. Ding. You learned equals the equals crafting equals level equals 1 equals skill equals slash u. Ding. You learned equals the equals apothecary equals level equals 1 equals skill equals slash u. So today in the morning I began to practice more of my item creation through the use of my ice magic. By putting a lot of mana, I can more or less make hard ice that never melts and is probably way better than steel utensils. Usually, ice created through magic dissipates after some time, going back to become magic and just dissipating into the world. But when I put a lot of intent, imagination, and more importantly, mana, I can create ice that doesn't disappear. And as long as I shape them well, they will appear in all kinds of shapes and forms. I already had made knives of large sizes for Bin Laden when she butchered those animals before, but now I began to make all sorts of utensils. Forks, spoon, chairs, a table, more knives, and even a mattress for Bin Laden. It takes around 300 to 500 mana per item, but I just recover mana and then make more, and as my mana keeps growing bigger and bigger each day, spending this much is not becoming too much of a hassle. And when I was making this stuff, I got the crafting skill out of nowhere. A dragon crafter? No way. What if I make weapons and armor a crap ton? Will I get blacksmith skill? Will my weapons and armor made of pure ice gain stats and new effects? Wait, that sounds pretty awesome, but let's calm down. Also when I got the crafting skill I gained a lot of sudden insights. It was as if I suddenly had gained a lot of inspiration. I now even considered making a breastplate for Bin Laden using my own scales, and a shield too, maybe. There was also the apothecary skill for some weird reason. Maybe because I made some tea? Wait, really? That's it? Well, whatever. This skill gave me a sudden inner understanding and insight into plants. And lastly, I got a new title named Pack Leader. Pack Leader. As the leader of your pack, you gain control over their actions. Any order you give them will be obeyed promptly, even if it might go against their common sense. This title only included the wolves and Yuki, but not Bin Laden, and it was fairly useful, so I welcomed it with open arms. When Bin Laden woke up, she found herself inside a room filled with ice furniture. Chapter 59, This girl is quite sharp. When Bin Laden woke up she found herself surrounded by ice furniture. What can I do? I was bored, and I found the perfect way to pass time, creating stuff with super hard ice. I didn't know I was so talented at shapes, but I guess when you grasp the knife, you grasp everything else? Or maybe it is just a mere combination of all my skills put together, which had made me great at making up shapes through the manipulation of mana. I suppose the days of having difficulties learning how to use magic are in the past. Look at me. Well, not really. I don't think I can get past a certain wall of progress magic-wise. I would need to keep getting higher ranks of mana core to unlock stronger and more imaginative spells. Nonetheless, what I got now is more than enough. I also pretty much didn't sleep at all because I was making this stuff up, while also cultivating mana passively with Yuki sleeping at my side. She is getting closer to peak stage. Amazing. Drake, did you made all of this yourself? You're so good at ice magic. I am baffled, said Bin Laden. This is just practice. I was just playing around, nothing much, I said. Playing around? I wonder what you can do if you get serious then, said Bin Laden. Well, these things are nice and all but are just there, they won't help in battle or something, I said. But even then, I am above ice? Mattress-shaped ice, asked Ben Laden, realizing the truth. Indeed, you're sleeping over there. It is made of ice, but it is barely cold to the touch, it is like dry and super hardened ice, I said. Oh, this is really amazing. Thank you so much, Drake, said Ben Laden. Come on, no need to thank me all the time. Anyways, how's your belly? I asked. I am feeling quite fine. I think muttered Ben Laden. What's going on? Are you okay? I asked. No way, I hope it didn't come back. I am fine. I just need to go to the bathroom for a few minutes. Oof, cried Ben Laden, getting up and rushing out of the cave, getting into the woods, and, well, going to do the deed. I suppose the herbal tea and the milk cleansed her belly and let her intestines finally digest things properly, so she went to the bathroom. Anyways, after around 10 minutes, Ben Laden came back, feeling incredibly light and even refreshed. She was sighing in relief a lot. Phew, I feel so good now, like, I released a lot of tension, she said. Well, you really did release more than that, but anyways. Even though you might feel better now, you're still going to keep drinking the tea and eating fruit pulp and milk, no meat for at least 3 more days, I said. And no meat, she asked, giving me puppy eyes. Oh god, she is very good at this. Those golden beady eyes are rather beautiful. But you're not fooling me? No, I said. Ben Laden sighed again, but then she smiled back at me. Okay then. I know you do it for me. Thanks a lot, Drake. When the time comes, I will make sure to repay you, she said. There is nothing you need to repay me for. Now sit in the bed and drink this herbal tea to start the morning. We also did you a nice amount of fruit puree. I quickly gave Ben Laden her breakfast for today, as she thanked me and began to dig in while I and Yuki ate fruit and raw rabbit and crows. We decided to not eat roasted meat in front of her as this would be way too cruel. Raw meat is different, she doesn't see it as appetizing, so it doesn't affect her. After that, she got pretty talkative, and began to speak more and open up a bit more too. Drake, how are you so good at magic? She asked. I have been practicing it a lot. I said. Really? How long? You're a dragon, maybe thousands of years, she asked rather innocently. Thousands of years? No, I am not that old. Actually, it has been a bit over a month since I was reborn in this world as an ice dragon. I said. A bit over a month. I was reincarnated here years ago, said Ben Laden. I can clearly see that, ahaha, I said while chuckling a bit. Her body was indeed that of a young adult woman now. And in just a month, you became this good, she asked. Well, I worked pretty hard. But it was a combination of a bunch of stuff. I don't really know if I should tell her more about my cheat abilities yet. Oh, is it abilities? Maybe you got some too as I did? Such as the one that bought the mold with me. And something named Charm, said Ben Laden. I guess she guessed it already. Should I try to deny it? I don't know what you're talking about, I said while averting my gaze. Come on, you said something about you having the power to see info, right? Then that means that's already some kind of ability, right? Did you heard a mechanical voice when you died? Asked Ben Laden. With such a clever girl like you, I guess there's no point in hiding the obvious. And yes, I did hear it. The way I died is how I am what I am now. I simply used to be a loser before all of this, I said. So you heard it, Drake. Wait, why a loser? She asked. You don't want to know that? Sighed. No, tell me. I am going to also tell you a bit of my past if you do. I want to open up to you so we can trust more. I want to stay at your side, said Ben Laden. What kind of tender words are those? You're, like, total melting my cold heart. Okay, calm down. Should I tell her? Ugh, cliché incoming. Never make the main character tell their secrets of their previous life to anyone. Make the most interesting thing about them never known to anyone. Sigh. Chapter 60. It's fine if it is you. You want to be with me? But it has only been a few days and I am an ugly dragon. I mean, I am a monster. Why do you want to be with me? I asked. I just want to. Why you not a monster? You're a dragon? It's different. And you're not wild either, you're a gentle person. You reminded me of family, said Ben Laden. Family? I asked. Family. It is what makes me happy, said Ben Laden. By the gods, this girl is way too much for me to handle. I thank my race to have a stiff and expressionless face, or I would be blushing right now. You don't want to be with me? I felt like sticking with you, said Ben Laden. Really? Are you being sincere? I asked her. Yeah, why not? You're even taking care of me. Why would I even not be sincere? She asked. Oh, well. I guess it is okay if you want it so badly. I can't help it, I said. Really? Are you okay with me? Even if I am a crazy girl with weird mold, she asked. Crazy girl? I asked. Forget about that, sighed Ben Laden. Why does she consider herself crazy? That must be some big mental trauma there. But well, let's go one step at a time, shall we? Yeah, I am fine too. That's what you wanted to hear? I said it. I said. I never thought I would have a dragon friend before. Thank you, Drake, said Ben Laden. Friend. A friend. I made a friend. Don't mind it, I said, averting my gaze from her hypnotizing golden eyes. So, why did you consider yourself a loser, Drake? I don't think you're a loser. I think you're pretty awesome, said Bin Laden. Well, I was a loser. I never went out, I didn't like to interact with people outside my house, and I worked at home doing programming and stuff. I just didn't like to be in the outside world, people called me a loser due to that, I said. I noticed as Bin Laden glare intensified. That's not really bad. They are just bad people, she said, as I noticed a few tears surging on her eyes. Okay, I got over that already, calm down, I said, petting her a bit. I don't think you're a loser, not now, nor before. I wish I could have a life like that. Normal people often are not aware that there are always worse cases. She sighed. Okay, don't get too much over it. And I know, I am actually a pretty big winner now. Look at me and my size. I am just a big ice dragon? Who would even find me a loser anymore? I said. I tried to look prideful so she would stop pitying me. I don't really like that. Bin Laden glanced at the floor, her hands, and then back at me. I see. I can tell that you didn't have an easy first life either, she said. Girl, do you need to always hit in just the weakest spots? That's how things are, I guess, I said, shrugging it off. It wasn't a particularly bad life, I was kind of fine. But how come you became an ice dragon if you were a person before? She asked. Well. This might sound stupid, so bear with me. I died in an avalanche, I said. That's horrible? How would that sound stupid? She asked. Oh, well, it is stupid because when the voice spoke I wished all kinds of stupid stuff like ice immunity, and then a fitting body ended on this, a dragon. An ice dragon to be specific, I said. I see. So you also were granted wishes based on what you were desiring at that moment. But when we are about to die our minds are not really quite clear about everything. It is very hard to actually wish for things that could benefit us. Through that, I ended bringing the mold here, which is more like a curse than an ability that can help me, sighed Bin Laden. I could feel that the moment she mentioned that, her eyes seemed to become devoid of light. The traumas weighing this girl's mind are enormous, more than even I could bear. Whatever has she gone through, it is not something normal, not something that a normal person would be able to bear. And even now, after seeing her getting so well, I can tell that she is trying to strive forward even after everything. She is strong. You're strong, Bin Laden, I said. Strong. Me, she asked. I can tell it, just by looking directly at your eyes. You have gone through a lot, haven't you? I asked. Bin Laden's eyes suddenly became teary, as her lips started to tremble. She glanced at the floor, at her hands, as they began to tremble. How can you tell? I am that easy to read, she wondered. No, I just have a thing for this, I said. Oh, well, I have gone through some things, I suppose, she sighed. That's why you're strong, I said, glancing at her eyes. Because even after everything you've gone through, you're still here now. You're still trying to survive. I can see within your eyes. There's still a spark of life, a spark of hope. I wish I could be that strong, I said. Don't say such things, she sighed. Sorry. Maybe it was discomforting. I apologize. I got carried away. I shouldn't treat you like that, I sighed. And no, I didn't mean. I like it. It's just makes me embarrassed, sighed Bin Laden. Embarrassed? From me? I am just a dragon, I said. So what? Why you're still a man, praising me so much. It is embarrassing, she said, as she blushed like a tomato and averted her gaze from me. A man. Well, I guess I am a man. I know already that I am a male dragon. But I never saw myself as a man by itself, a person. I just saw myself as a dragon. But I guess I am a man too. Sorry about that then. I will try to not embarrass you anymore, I said. And no, it is fine. If it is you, I guess it is fine, she said timidly approaching me and hugging my dragon arm. It is fine if it's you, she said again. I think I skipped a beat. Chapter 61, The World's Lore, Day 36. Day 36 and we are still kicking butts? Now, don't get me wrong, I love some butt kicking once in a while, but this is not what I am about to talk about. Bin Laden today seems to feel way better now, although I am still forcing her to rest some more and eat the little diet I made her. The tea made of these herbs is perfect for her digestive function, and the ice wolf milk she has been drinking is helping her regenerate her gastric acids better. Today, however, she wanted me to teach her how to use magic. But can she even use magic? Bin Laden, can you use magic? I asked her. Yeah, I think I should be able to. But when I tried the first time a few years ago, the mold awakened and I wasn't able to use anything, she sighed. I see. Well, why don't you tell me more about that village and any magic knowledge they taught to you? If you do I might try to help you conjure magic, I said. Okay then, said Bin Laden rather happily. I was glad she was willing to at least talk about this place where she came from and anything else she learned about this world both of us was thrown at. From what I was taught by the elders, this world is named Yggdrasil, said Bin Laden. Yggdrasil? Wait, so it is like Norse mythology? I asked. Norse? Sorry but I also got confused a bit. I think I have heard something like that when I was on Earth, but my knowledge about that is very dim. After all, I was mostly running away. I had no time to know about that, said Bin Laden. Oh, I understand. Please go on, I said. Bin Laden talked for a lot of time. There was a lot she was taught about this world and the religion the ice giants believed. To start, the world's name is Yggdrasil, and, yeah, it is not like Norse mythology. It is as if you took Norse mythology and twisted it all around until it barely makes any sense, so I guess it is not really the same thing, but the names and entities seemed rather similar, and there were other various similarities. Well, here we go. It was said that the world came to be when Yggdrasil, the great tree of the world, began to grow out of a cosmic seed planted into Ginnungagap, the vast emptiness. As the tree grew larger and more beautiful, it continued to absorb the cosmic light around it, and that's why the world is dark by night when the sun is nowhere, because the tree absorbed the light to grow stronger and bigger. The sun is believed to be the creation of the tree too. It was the first fruit it bears, a beautiful and red fruit that illuminated the world that would come soon after. As with the sun came light, darkness seeped into the deepest areas of the roots of the world tree, and through the fusion with chaos, the first realm was formed, Helheim, the abyssal realm of darkness where the dead would soon come to rest. It was said that after the sun was born, Ymir, the father of all giants, the Titan god, was born from the tree's bark and sap. He became the protector of the tree, as he slowly took care of it and feed it with energy. After that came the era of the gods, as the tree one day bears a special fruit, and from within this fruit, the gods of Asgard came to be. The gods were innocent at first but were corrupted by their greed, something that Ymir lacked. The most notable god was Odin, who called himself the father of the gods. Some other gods were born separately from this fruit, and many others came to be when the gods mated with each other. After the gods were born, the tree gave birth to 8 more fruits, the realms of Yggdrasil. Each fruit shined brightly and held elements within them. Many beings came to be in each realm. Niflheim, the realm of fog and mist, was the coldest place in the world, but this is not where ice giants truly was. Muspelheim, the realm of fire, home of the fire giants, fire demons, and it was governed by the fire giant Surtur, a sworn enemy of the Aesir, the gods. Asgard, the realm of the gods, a brilliant world atop the skies, was constantly showered by the light of the sun as it was near it. This world is where the arrogant gods made their home, watching over creation. Midgard, the realm of the humans, where the weakest race of beings, humans, who had inherited the gods' greed and cunningness existed. Jotunheim, the realm of the giants, a vast landscape governed by snowy mountains and large forest, where the giants, children of Ymir, came to be. Ice giants and fire giants born here would later travel to Muspelheim and Niflheim. Vanaheim, the realm of the Vanir, a mysterious world where 3 Vanir gods came to be. These gods were different than the Aesir, and called themselves Vanir and held humility within their hearts. They were the father of the elves. Alfheim, the realm of the elves, a beautiful world filled with natural beauty, fertile lands, and fairies, elves, and other fantastical creatures. The Vanir left their children to prosper in this realm. And lastly, Svartalfheim, the realm of the dwarves, a world filled with mountains and subterranean caves, where the dwarves, gnomes, and other beings came into existence. However, here it is where everything changes even more. After Ymir was satisfied by seeing his children prosper, Odin grew angered and envious of Ymir's strength and vast family, and how the giants were vastly superior to his creation, the humans. Due to this, Ymir and his siblings fought Odin and managed to kill him after an enormous war against the giants. However, many gods died in such a battle, and so did Odin himself, who was struck down by Ymir the last fist before he was to die as well. This battle shook the worlds of Yggdrasil, and the fruits fell off the tree, splattering over the roots and merging together with the countless corpses of gods and giants, and Ymir. By the grace of the survivors and the Yggdrasil tree will, a new and reformed world came to be, where all realms were merged together alongside the corpses of all the gods and giants that died. And so came to be this world, Yggdrasil, a world that contained all realms unified into immense landscapes. The world is not spherical, as it is a gigantic plain mass, made of many continents unified together by rainbow bridges named Bifrost. Around the world, there are large walls of ice and flames, and then the abyssal emptiness of Ginnungagap. Due to this story, the giants despise the Aesir and don't like humans due to their conflicting natures depicted in religion and history, and see their father Ymir as their god, which they pray to every day, thanking him for his sacrifice to protect his children from the raging and greedy gods and to make up their new world through his enormous corpse. Damn. This world is not at all like Norse mythology, but at the same time, it is. So weird. Yet this only makes me want to explore its secrets even more. Chapter 62. Are info dumps boring? That was a big-ass info dump. If this were a novel, I would have dropped it. So boring? Where are the constant, never-ending action I crave for my self-fulfillment fantasies? Actually, not really. It was interesting as hell for me. So this world is like Norse mythology, but at the same time, it isn't. Damn, what the hell? Where the fuck am I? This is some twisted fanfic crap. Okay, maybe I am being too harsh. We could consider this as a very original version of the Norse mythology instead. Yay, let's see this through the brighter side of things. D. Drake, asked Ben Laden, who glanced at me while I was thinking stuff. She had told me a big info dump after all. I am okay. That was a lot. And they teach this to all the kids? I asked. Yeah, I am from the descendants of Ymir, of the ice giants. And this place where we are living is named Jotunheim? I don't have any idea how big is, but if it was made of the entire realm fused with others, it is most likely immense, said Ben Laden. I see. I muttered. Still shocked, she asked. Kind of. Have you met other giants? What about other tribes or towns? I asked. No, sadly I have not. But I have heard that there were other towns and tribes of ice giants. This place where we are is named the Ice Peak Mountains. It is an enormous and extensive mountain range that seems almost endless. Many ice giants live in here alongside all types of ice monsters. I have heard that there is a large nation with things named sex, said Ben Laden. Sex, huh? Wait, is there any explanation on why we all have monochores inside our bodies? I asked. Oh, it is said that it was the divine gift of Ymir who gave us monochores to develop magic and abilities, said Ben Laden. But monsters also have them, and I am pretty sure humans, elves, dwarves, and so on will have them too, I said. Yeah, religion is never completely accurate, chuckled Ben Laden. Actually, religion can be many things and they are never necessarily how the world actually came to be, but mere beliefs of the people living within it. As someone from another world, you shouldn't believe everything that religion tells you. Or are you just going to harbor hate against humans irrational just because Ymir hated the Aesir? I asked. Oh, no, I would never hate people just because religion says so, but I still like to be a bit religious. It is a good belief to be thankful for the world, nature, and Ymir for the things we have. I think religion has soothed my pained heart when I was born in this world. I would ask you to respect these beliefs. If possible. I won't force you to believe anything, said Ben Laden, glancing at her feet. I think I fucked up. Was I too harsh? Shit, I shouldn't have been such an asshole over it. I wasn't particularly a neckbeard atheist in my world. In fact, I believe in God. But I wasn't too religious either, and I always believed that the Bible was filled with a lot of fantastical things that shouldn't be believed to be real. I guess this is a heavy topic to talk about, but in the end, I didn't intend to hurt her feelings like this. I understand that religion is a way for people to find a path to their lives, a new purpose. Simply telling them to believe in yourself would not always work. Many people lack self-confidence. After all, telling them to just gain it out of nowhere will never work. They need guidance, and someone to believe in, someone to lead their path to somewhere. We all seek a purpose in our lives, and not all of us can easily find one. Many of us lose ourselves midway through. I suppose religion offers an opportunity to unify people, to bring them together, and to give them a purpose to our empty lives. In a magical world, I suppose it might be even stronger than in a world without magic like Earth. And if I take into consideration all the shit Ben Laden went through as Miranda, seeking guidance, a place to belong to, and a belief that could move her heart somewhere else was natural, religion was the best thing at the time, and well, her parents too, which seemed to be just as religious. At the very least, this religion doesn't seem too oppressive in most aspects except into the never trust humans stuff. But it is not like such teaching is bad either. Never trusting strangers is something we are all taught. No, sorry, Ben Laden. I believe the religion of Ymir is a beautiful way to unify his children together. It makes me happy that religion is being used to unify people. I said. Really? Asked Ben Laden. Of course. And I respect your religion too. I might even begin to believe in Ymir's existence as well. If he really sacrificed himself to create the world then he's a pretty nice guy, I said. Drake. I am so glad you believe that. I know that it sounds a bit dumb, but when I think about my parents and their teachings, about being grateful for the world, and about being grateful for nature and Ymir, my heart is soothed from the anguish I often feel, said Ben Laden. That's good. I have always thought that it is better to believe in something than in nothing, I said. You believe in a god? Asked Ben Laden. Well, kind of. Before this, yeah, but now, I have kind of forgotten about all of this crap. But I will try to have an open mind about the religions and cultures of this world. I will ask you to guide me through them, of course, I said, petting her. Sure, she said, giving me a gentle smile. Now, drink your herb tea, I said. Yug, she muttered, as she began to drink it. Yeah, little girl, you were not going to deceive me. Drink it all. Chapter 63, Time to Practice Magic? Day 37. Today Ben Laden felt so good she began to walk around and even run around the cave. I had asked her how she felt with her stomach, and she said she was now going 2 times a day to the bathroom, so her digestive tract was back in motion. But even then, no meat for at least a few more days. Even if she has recovered, I don't want to provoke anything too soon, so until she truly stabilizes, we won't be going anywhere. However, I have given her the privilege to do more active stuff. And one of them is practicing magic, of course. She told me everything she knew about this world, so I did as I promised and began to teach her magic. To think that I would have such a young Padawan at my side. I really wonder what affinity she has, maybe just ice? Can monochores have multiple affinities like mine? Incidentally, she knew about this stuff because she was taught by the elders of her tribe years ago. Monochores can only have a single affinity, and it is innate to the person when they are born, said Ben Laden. Oh, I see, I said. I haven't told her that my wind magic is not part of my ice magic, so maybe she won't notice this. But you're weird, you can use 2 types of magic, can't you? Asked Ben Laden. No, I said, trying to convince her that her hypothesis was completely wrong. I have heard that there are people with 2 monochores. Do you have 2? You can't lie to me. We promised to trust each other, Drake, asked Ben Laden. No, it is not like that. Let's just say that it is just popped out of nowhere when I practiced ice magic. I don't even know why I have it, but it is just there, and it has helped me a lot, I said. Okay then, said Ben Laden while squinting her eyes. Humph, now tell me more about the monochores, I said while petting her head and getting all her silvery white hair messy. Oh, yeah. Monochores come in different colors depending on the affinity, but there are many elements. Fire, ice, water, wind, thunder, earth, darkness, light, poison, nature, life, death, and there are some weird ones like space and time. I think there might be even more, but those are the ones I was taught, said Ben Laden. I see. So I have a natural affinity with ice because I am an ice dragon. I sighed. Yeah, most people in my tribe had an ice affinity because we are all ice giant, it is the element we represent after all. But Ymir also represented life, nature, and earth, so there are usually some earth and life element mages, said Ben Laden. I see, and there was an awakening ceremony. I asked. Oh, yeah, that's where the mold awakened. When I tried to use my magic, only the mold answered. But now that it is suppressed by the power of your blood, maybe I can finally get out my true magic, said Ben Laden. That would be sweet. Getting the ability to use some other kind of element that is not the mold would be better if you really want some independence from it, I said. Yeah, that's the plan. So, can you help me get out my magic? They said I had an A-rank talent, so it should be fairly easy for me to conjure it, said Ben Laden. She quickly sat down near me. I was sitting with my hind legs resting by the side, and my belly was exposed. She was around 3 meters, but I was around 6, so I was obviously bigger than her. Nonetheless, the little giant rested near my belly, putting her shoulders and face over it. Damn, I got quite the belly there, never noticed it was so fat. Now I am a bit embarrassed. Am I a fat dragon? Now I am ready, said Ben Laden. Ben Laden. I asked. She asked. Am I a fatty? I asked. I couldn't bear with the truth. Ben Laden glanced at my belly, as she patted it. Hehe, you're chunky, she said. Don't say that. I am a proud dragon. My entire body looks slim but when I rest like this, my belly gets out. I said. Come on, you're not fat, you're enormous? This belly size is well proportional to your size, I believe. I am making a belly myself too, she said, showing me her blue-skinned belly. It was cute. Oh okay. I guess it is nothing too much. I sighed in relief. Now do as you said and help me conjure magic, she said while pouting. Very well. I will pour Ma into your monocore. I want you to concentrate your will into your hands and direct it to the ice wall I made there, I said. Okay. Ben Laden closed her eyes for a better focus of her mind, as she began to imagine her magic coming out of her body through her hands. Meanwhile, I began to pour a small little river of my vast mana into her body. I moved the river of mana around her body, reaching her chest, where the mana core was. After a bit of looking around, I finally found it, and I began to infuse the crystal with my mana. However, the moment I did so, a sudden feeling of dread took hold of me. It was terrifying. My skin literally began to tremble as I felt chills run through my body, and I was an ice dragon so that shouldn't even be possible. Just what was that? My mind, for a split of a second, saw something within it, a black sludge. It was a slimy substance, gibbering around. When it noticed me, it tried to latch on me viciously, and then the vision cut off. Wait, don't tell me. Ben Laden began to concentrate as she suddenly felt some strange discomfort. NNNGH? Splash. And from her hands, magically formed, but what came out of it was not an element we had ever seen before. Or more like, not anything natural of this world. What came out was a mass of black sludge. This was mold. Chapter 64, Her magic is what? What came out of Ben Laden's hands as magic was nothing normal. This thing was not an element of magic? So why did she conjure this thing when she tried to use magic? Wasn't she immune to this? How did it manage to sneak in? Or, is it as I fear? Ben Laden doesn't lack magic. The mold can't transfer through worlds after all. It all makes sense now. The mold is not the same as her previous life. This is her magic. The mold is her magic affinity, and her monocore is where it is concentrated. Of course. The only magic she possesses is the mold itself. I check her status and the mold skill is still suppressed. But she can still conjure it as magic. This only means that what is suppressed is the mold from taking over her body. But because this is actually magic, she can more or less create it by using mana. And we had already seen how terrifyingly powerful the mold is. Well, not so much against me, but for anything else. It can parasitize and enhance its zombies, give super regeneration, speed, abilities of all kinds, and it is vicious and near immortal. It could be said that its kryptonite is my own blood. Ben Laden begins to tremble as she glares at the mass of ooze that falls over the ground with a loud splash. Splash. It begins to move around, glaring at Ben Laden and trying to approach her. I can see in her eyes that she is not okay. The light on them is gone, and her entire body is as stiff as a rock. No, get away from me, she cried, as she began to run towards my chest. This damn thing is her magic. She won't be able to run away from it if she wants to grow stronger. She has to confront it and tame it, and use it for her own power. But, she seems too mentally affected by it. What can I do to comfort her? Telling her to bear with it now will be way too bad. Ben Laden, calm yourself. Remember, we are immune to it, I said, as I extended one of my claws towards the small ooze moving towards me. It was gross, but it quickly latched into my claw. It tried to parasitize me, but it never worked. See? It can't harm us, even if it is trying to do that, I said. No, I don't want to see that. No, please, she cried, moving away as tears began to flow out of her eyes. Okay then. I quickly eat the mold, munch it, and swallow it, and it's gone. It's gone. I ate it, relax, I said. Why you ate it? She asked. I ate most of the molded monsters. They are a nice snack, I said, trying to give her a bit of confidence that they are not bad for her anymore, as she is immune after drinking my blood. So you ate it all? She muttered. Yeah, that's how they're all gone. They're all gone inside my belly. Long ago already. Completely digested and down the toilet, I said. That's, muttered Ben Laden. It seems that she had never thought that someone capable of eating it would exist. Can you trust me a little bit? I asked her, glaring at her eyes. Ben Laden slowly moved her face upwards, as tears began to flow out of her eyes again. Sniff. Sniff. Drake. She muttered, walking towards me again as she hugged my chest, and started to cry again. Yuki quickly came from outside while bringing a sack of fruit. Q, she asked. Come here too, help me comfort the girl, will you? I asked. Q. Yuki immediately jumped towards us, using her fluffy fur to caress Ben Laden. I gently caressed her head with my paw and gently touched her with my snout. Calm down. It is okay. Everything is okay now. I won't force you to use it. We can get through it together. I tried to comfort her and to give her words which she could rely on, but she continued to cry. This breaks my heart. Will you stay at my side? Drake? Sniff. She asked out of nowhere, glaring at my eyes. Snout was coming out of her nostrils as the tears covered her entire face. Of course. I already told you I would. Calm down now, Ben Laden. It wasn't anything too much. I understand how you feel about that thing, but calm down, I said. Ben Laden suddenly began to cleanse her face as she smiled weakly at me. Okay, I will be strong. Just as you said. You said I was strong. She said. Yes, you're strong, Ben Laden. I said, caressing her a bit more. Sigh. Q. Yuki tried to cheer up Ben Laden. Yuki says that she is also your friend, so rely on her too, I said. Oh, Yuki. Sure, said Ben Laden, hugging Yuki, who was way warmer and softer than me. After the whole thing ended, we decided to talk things out a bit. I tried to be as meticulous as possible to not trigger anything bad within her memories. Ben Laden, I believe that you do have a magic affinity, I said. Aside from the mold, she asked, her eyes filled with hope. No, the mold is your magic affinity, I said. Silence took hold of the cave again. It all made sense when I figured it out. Such a creature couldn't possibly come to this world, only our souls came here, and a physical entity as the mold couldn't possibly latch to you and become a unique skill. No, this unique skill was made differently. It was created by copying this, but its nature by itself is different than the original from your world. This thing is a purely magic-based element, a new element, I said. A new element? Asked Ben Laden. Her eyes showed confusion and a bit of frustration. Sadly. Yes, that's what I believe. Your mana core harbors this element, the mold, won't go away, I sighed. It won't go away, she asked. Fear not. Now that you're immune to it, it can't take over your mind. I am not asking you to do anything. But one day, you will have to master this power and tame the mold, using it as your power. If you ever want to become stronger and survive in this harsh world. I said. Is that so? She wondered, glaring at her hands. I wish I could see what she is thinking about. After all of this time, after everything I have gone through, I finally thought I could get rid of this thing. Of this thing. This monster. This abyssal darkness always dwelled within me. When the ice dragon, Drake, freed me from this, I truly felt blessed. I have been slowly healing bit by bit with his help. Drake is probably the most amazing person I have ever met, and probably the nicest after my parents. I was trying to finally build a new life. Perhaps with him at my side. Everything was going so well, and then, it is still there. The mold. And he said that it won't go away. It is my magic. The mold is my magic. I will never go away from it. I feel despair, utter despair. For a moment, I really just wanted to die. But Drake keeps comforting me. And it feels so weird, this warmth within my heart. He makes me so comfortable and happy. I can't help but want to try. If even by a little bit, I want to trust him and tame the mold. Even if it not for me, I want to do it for him because he has hopes for me. If he is at my side, perhaps I can do it. Okay, I said. He asked. Okay, Drake. I will try, I said. Ben Laden, thanks for trusting me. I will teach you everything I know about mana manipulation. You won't tame it alone, we'll tame it together, he said. His words are always so perfectly said. He always knows what to say, and always knows the right thing to say. I often wonder if he's really real or I am just hallucinating again. With him, I feel safe, and when I hear his voice through his telepathy, my heart beats faster. When I am with him, I want to live. Chapter 65, The Will of the World. POV equals. The world changes and the threads of fate keep entangling with each other. New threads emerge as some disappear. The world is stable, but for how long? I see the creation, the leftovers of the Great War that we painstakingly reformed as a world, and I can't help but love it all. A world created by corpses of gods and titans, and the fragmented realms. But I fear that whatever is bringing these new threads to the world might not have good intentions. Ymir. I wonder what you would do if you were here. I had long forgotten about my wrath. Odin is dead alongside you, and there is no point in raging over it anymore. But you don't know how much I miss you. A sudden spark enters the world once more. Another of them, it seems. It has become a dragon. An ice dragon within the Jotunheim region. How many have they been now? I must use the power of fate to exert balance in the world. Although since the creation of the new world that many have tried, none of them had achieved the ability to change fate. It is the strongest power I possess, the power to control everything. Rank 9 immortals can refine the attributes they govern and even dominate the world completely. But in the end, they cannot destroy it as they know they would fall into the vast emptiness. No matter how far you reach, my children, you always end up learning that you cannot possibly conquer fate. But, those new beings, the invaders from other worlds are strange. Only half of the fate affects them, as their souls are brought from another world. They are dangerous. I cannot possibly let this new era of cultivators go on as it is, or these entities, with the powers they were bestowed, will change everything. If one of them reaches rank 9, or various, and if they manage to grasp rank 10 and refine the greater heavens, then everything will be gone. Such a theory cannot happen. I will not let it happen. I am sorry, but this is how I must protect my world. All of you need to be gone. Whoever is sending them here. I will not let it do as it pleases. Ymir, give me strength. Day 38. After what happened yesterday, I asked Ben Laden to rest. I didn't want to force her into anything. But no matter how much I told her to sleep in her bed, she stuck to my chest and ended sleeping at my side. I am worried she might take a cold if she sticks too much with me. No, wait, she is an ice giant. I don't think those get colds. I try to wake her up. Mwah. She does a weird sound, but it is very cute. Ben Laden, wake up, it is already morning. I sigh. Drake. I love you, she said. What did she just say? Ben Laden. I asked, as she suddenly startled and wakes up. What hour is it? She asked. She most likely was dreaming something weird. What were you dreaming? I asked her. Dream, she asked timidly. Yeah, you were, murmuring something strange, I said. And nothing. Nothing at all, she said while averting her gaze. She most likely remembers. But for her own privacy, I will not pursue the situation. Anyways, time to wake up, girl. Don't stick too much to me. My scales are very hard and uncomfortable. I don't think you should sleep over them. I said. Hehe, but I like to sleep with you at my side. You're so big and strong, it makes me feel protected, said Ben Laden. Don't say such things to me, I am glad you like it, but still. I murmured. Oh, okay then, don't worry, I will sleep in my bed, said Ben Laden, standing up and stretching a bit. I checked her body some more, and she seemed to have gained more meat. Before these last days, she was quite skinny, but now her arms, thighs, legs, and belly are all a bit meatier. Her chest too has grown a bit more. Wait, don't get me wrong. I am checking her purely for her health. I am not a degenerate. Do you like to see me stretch? She asked. No, I was just checking your build. I mean, you were a bit skinny before. I am only glad you are healthier, I said. Yeah, I feel so good now, I can even spin around and run. I think I have completely recovered now, Drake, she said, as her beautiful golden eyes began to shine with hope. This hope. I know what it is. So you want to finally eat meat again, that's what you're looking me at like this for? I asked. Well, maybe, she said. I quickly stand up and begin to walk around the cave, until I get out and stretch a bit. Tomorrow, I said. Yeah. Ben Laden began to jump around. She was not eating meat today but tomorrow. I wanted to check if she had gotten completely healthy. Another day of insurance should be more than enough. Ben Laden begins to jump around with her bare feet, and then jumps right into the snow, jumping some more. Okay, calm down a bit. What if you fall off and break an ankle? Your body as a giant is very heavy, be more careful, I said. It's okay, I am perfect now, she said, with a cute smile. I can't help but feel happy when I see her like this. I guess you've been too much time in bed, so you really wanted to walk around. How about we go explore the place around some more? I can take you to the wolves I tamed, they are a big group, I said. Oh, really? She asked, as she rushed towards me. Yeah, why not? A little trip won't be a bad thing, I said. She quickly ran towards me and tried to climb over my body. I thought we were going to go walking. She wants to mount me. She managed to climb despite my groans, and she sits right over my neck. Let's go, she said, with the cutest smile. Ugh, fine, but don't make it a habit. I am not your pet, Ben Laden. Nor your mount, I said. Oh, I didn't mean it by this. I just thought you meant that you were going to carry me, said Ben Laden, as I began to walk through the snow, through a clear path in the middle of the forest. Well, seeing it as I am so big, I guess it is natural I would want to carry smaller people, right? I guess it is fine. But don't make it a habit. I won't be carrying anyone else than you, and maybe Yuki, I said. Hehe, so I am the only one for you then, she asked. Yeah. No, wait, that sounded weird, I said. Ben Laden hugged me with her arms. Well, she hugged my long neck. I am glad you think that, and it is not weird at all. You're the only one for me too, Drake, she said. Is that so? Anyways, let's go see Frost, I said. Chapter 66, Adorable Ice Wolf Pups. We quickly walked around the forest. It was mostly empty of monsters, and I was pretty sure that nothing strong was around because I have been exploring the place constantly and hunting creatures. It seems that my sole presence scare any threatening beast like gorillas or bears to come here, which is good. Stay away from my home. But the wolves are the exception. They are dumb or something, so they stayed around anyways. Well, now that they're tamed they have no point in going away. And so we went to meet them, after going around some piles of wood I had left when the whole fight against molded Ben Laden occurred. A lot of trees were destroyed, and all this wood is just lying there. I had planned to move them somewhere, but I don't really know where. If I could use my wind magic a bit better, perhaps I could slowly shape them into a nice wooden house? But how could I even hold it? Wait, maybe I can make the wooden house fly in the sky with us? Wait, that's amazing, isn't it? Wait, what if we make a floating castle? Wait, what if? Okay, let's calm down. I first need to practice wind magic some more. Don't get me wrong, I have not been slacking at all. I am practicing magic literally every single second now. Using parallel mind thought processing and high-speed thought processing, I leave several parts of my mind practicing magic. This way, I learn proficiency while learning how to do stuff a bit more. I am slowly getting better, but to reach the point where I can shape wood with slicing winds and create perfect shapes, that might take some more time. And making a building permanently float in the sky above me might also take a lot of time to reach that point. I have been eating mana cores steadily, so I am stockpiling stats, but not as many as it would bring eating something of rank 2, which there aren't any around. These are my stats as of now. Name, Drake. Race, young adult ice dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader. Mana core cultivation, rank 2, initial stage. Status, satiated. Vitality, 1524/1524. Mana, 3173/3173. Strength, 1308. Dexterity, 832. Magic, 2661. Abilities. Unique skill, Immortal Body. Unique skill, Winter Magic. Unique skill, System. Unique skill, Ice Absorption. Unique skill, God, Sealed. Camouflage, Level 4. High-speed thought processing, Level 6. Parallel thought processing, Level 5. Wind magic, Level 6. Mana control, Level 6. Telepathy, Level 5. Berserk mode, Level 4. Fear-inducing aura, Level 3. Naming, Level 3. Kin control, Level 2. Crafting, Level 2. Apothecary, Level 2. Ice Dragon natural skills. Ice Dragon bloodline. Ice Dragon breath, Level 8. Ice Dragon scales, Level 8. Lesser self-regeneration, Level 9. Freezing slash, Level 7. Freezing bite, Level 7. Freezing tail whip, Level 4. Ore body, Level 7. Resistance. Cold immunity. Hunger resistance, Level 4. Fear resistance, Level 4. Pain resistance, Level 5. Ice Dragon natural resistances. Physical attack damage resistance, Level 7. Fire resistance, Level 3. Wind resistance, Level 5. Thunder resistance, Level 3. Several skills have leveled up, and, well, my mana and magic stats are shining brightly, aren't they? I guess I have become stronger than all the beasts I fought against. I suppose I am finally beginning to show off the might of an actual fucking dragon. About time? Look at that strength, oh baby? I am packed up with muscles. I can literally steamroll this entire forest if I want to, ha. And my mana is a shit ton because the more I keep using it every single second while also cultivating with it, the more it increases exponentially. I think I am already becoming stronger than whatever my rank says about me. Well, I was already stronger before this. I remember being initial stage when I killed a middle stage wolf. Anyways, we are here. We finally reached the cave, as Ben Laden points at it with her index finger. There's a lot of wolves there, she said. The wolves quickly recognize my presence, as they howl and call Frost, who was inside. Frost's rush here hurriedly, while a few little ice wolf pups who were immensely adorable run at his side. He barks at them to move away, but they keep chasing him until he reaches up to me with them at his side. Ah, so cute, said Ben Laden, as she jumps to the floor and rushes to the puppies, who seem afraid of her and evade her hands. Frost, are these your pups? I asked through telepathy. Growl. Frost nods. I can see that his face is incredibly tired. I guess it is harsh to be the father of so many goddamn kids. You're doing good work, keep striving forward, I said. My words, which I don't know if he really understood them or not, make Frost nod again as his tail waves around. Maybe he understood that I was trying to cheer him up. Frost had already seen Ben Laden before, but she was often sleeping at those times, so he glares at her again. So cute, is this big boy Frost? Asked Ben Laden. She was clearly bigger than Frost, around 1 meter and a half taller, so she had to squat to pet him. Yep, he's Frost, the pack leader. He is upper stage, so he packs a punch despite being smaller than you, I said. Oh, you're a strong boy, aren't you? Asked Ben Laden, petting Frost as he couldn't help but wave his tail. He likes attention. Woof, woof, barked Frost, answering Ben Laden's question happily. He's so cute, said Ben Laden. Well, he could have eaten you before being tamed, you know, I asked. But he's such a good boy, said Ben Laden. Yay, let's forget that thought. Anyways, let's get inside the cave, so you can see all the wolves, I said. We quickly were led by Frost and his adorable pups, which were barely growing tiny ice fangs. As we were greeted by dozens of other wolves, they seemed well fed compared to before, because I have been helping them hunt more efficiently, and now they fill their bellies every day. We spent a good amount of time here, just talking with each other while letting Ben Laden relax her mind a bit. It seemed to work, and she loved this little trip. I'm glad. Chapter 67, Reincarnation of the Not So Unfortunate, but Still Unfortunate. POV 1/2. Well yeah, my luck sucks. Who would have thought that I would die by participating in this shady organization as a biologist? Haha, not at all, I would have never thought that. Sigh. I mean, I knew that there were risks, but perhaps I simply didn't give a fuck. Why? Well, let me tell you that money makes you not think well. I guess it lowered my IQ and I became a retard. It was obvious that I would end up dying one way or another by participating in these shady organizations, for fuck's sake. But I had to take the risk. It was good money after all. I have lived my entire life as a complete loser. My father was nowhere to be seen and my mother was depressive and abusive, so, as a kid with a lack of self-esteem, I feed into my anxiety by eating like a pig. Until I turned into a literal land whale, I guess. At the very least I had a knack for computers and biology because I liked to browse that stuff as a kid and was always on the internet, so I was kind of knowledgeable. I graduated from the university after earning money online by investing early on bitcoins. I knew those crappy things no one bought would end up costing a fortune. That's why I bought around 100,000 and just got kind of millionaires after it became so pricey. I graduated from university and looped around working on stuff. Being a millionaire is not exactly that much, you sometimes want more money. As some say, you never have enough money. Well, I wanted to buy myself an island and also probably a small country, so I had to get some more money. And this guy, the damn Yvonne Wesker, came to me one day. Shady guy, blonde, crimson red eyes, pale white skin, he literally fits all the criteria of a vampire. But he was not a vampire, of course, that shit is not real. He was perhaps even worse than an actual vampire though. But man, he was rich. He offered me billions. I only had like, about a few million. But he offered me billions. I had to do it, even if it was shady as fuck. And here I am. I am about to get killed. More like I am just dead right now. I worked in this organization as a biologist. We were doing pretty secret stuff. For example, experimenting with a strange type of fungus named mold. And a certain girl. Well, the clone of a girl. She was named Miranda, and it was Ivan's previous fascination. She got killed after running away by, well, the guys that are chasing Yvonne down. You see, he kind of stole a dangerous virus of his own, and he is quite literally a monster. And he wants to reach godhood, somehow by becoming an ugly monster. Okay, I know he's nuts, but he got the money to make me work for someone as crazy as him. So, I was minding my own business watching over the new Miranda's cells and how she was slowly growing, and then shit hit the fan, guys with shotguns and stuff appeared, even helicopters and more. It was like an FBI raid. A guy that goes by the name of Chris Bluefield entered the facility with a team of professional soldiers and began to stop everything. In a flash, Yvonne was gone with Miranda's clone, and we were left here to just be captured. I tried to run away but I was so goddamn fat it was a pain. Some specimens we were working on were freed by Yvonne to distract Chris and his team, and well, they predated on us, of course. I somehow managed to hide and escape a lot, but in the end, the other scientists I was working with caught me, and here I am. I am using the gun I always was with to shot them down, but even shooting at their heads doesn't work. This mold literally makes you immortal, but you go zombie mode and become an undead-like creature, of course. No emotions, and probably constant pain. No, thanks. I quickly try to shoot them, until one of their heads explode. I killed one after he took 5 shots in the head. I guess he wasn't as immortal, but god lord you're tough. There were other 2 following me, trying to catch me with their black and slimy tentacles. I saw an entrance and I thought I was going to be able to get through there, but then Chris and his group enter. Fuck. Well, at the very least they won't shoot me down. I prefer to go to prison than to fucking die. Or so I thought. Fire. The stoic man said as he and his group pointed their shotguns at us. You're fucking with me, right? I thought you were a righteous man. Bang, 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 yoig. My entire fat body is filled with bullets, the pain is unbearable. My lungs got penetrated, and so my heart, stomach, ribs, and my neck. I am bleeding all over, fall to the ground, and can't move another inch. I am dying. As a disgusting fat pig, I guess it is a fitting end. At the very least I would have liked to be in my room when I died, surrounded by my figures of anime girls. Of SYLPHY-chan. Ugh. The only thing that comes to my head as I am about to die is my anime waifu. Just how pathetic am I? SYLPHY-chan was an adorable elf Naysan. She was the perfect girl. She had big tits, a beautiful and mature body, and a sweet smile. Ugh. Oh, he's not infected. Yeah, we just realized. Well, he looked so fat and disgusting I really thought it was infected. Ha ha ha. Chris, you're always so funny in the most unexpected moments. Well, he was just another scientist here. He probably killed a bunch of innocent people through his work. No one will miss him. Right, let's secure the area. Of course. Not even some pity. Go fuck yourself, Chris Bluefield. Ugh. Now that I am in my last sparks of consciousness, I guess this is it. There's no God, obviously, so I am just going to die here, and my consciousness will disappear into the void, and just be gone of existence. For some moment, I wish all these Ice Guy novels I consumed so much were all real. Man, I want to reincarnate in another world, not die here and just disappear. So depressing. What's the point of life then? Just dying. Request confirmed equals the equals user equals will equals reincarnate equals in equals another equals world equals slash request. Holy shit, are these the hallucinations they always talk about when people are about to die? Seriously? A mechanical voice. Yuck. I hope this hallucination is real then. I wish I could really reincarnate, and, be with SYLPHY-chan, to be WH, her. Request confirmed equals the equals user equals will equals take equals the equals form equals of equals the equals image equals it equals desires equals on equals its equals next equals life equals slash request. What? I didn't, said to be her. Wait, is this real? If this is like the slime ice guy, then. Give me something up? All you got? Give me. Infinite magic? And, all affinities and stuff? Everything? Request confirmed equals acquiring equals continuous equals casting, equals success equals slash request. Request confirmed equals acquiring equals endless equals mana, equals success equals slash request. Request confirmed equals acquiring equals main equals character, equals success equals slash request. Wish limit equals reached equals slash wish. The user equals will equals be equals reincarnated equals into equals a equals scenario equals favorable equals to equals him equals slash the. Ahaha, it worked? I feel like I am drifting. Where am I even going? Ugh. It feels as if I am disintegrating into tiny pieces, and then being sucked into somewhere. I am, going through some kind of river, it is so freaking cold though. Ugh. Flash. Suddenly, a strong pain hit my chest. UAGH? What is that? It is as if, someone just pierced my entire being with a spear. Your abilities, they are too strong. I won't let you reincarnate as you please, invader. Suddenly, the voice of a mature woman roars at me. You have equals been equals cursed equals by equals Yggdrasil equals slash you. And with a curse into my soul, I drifted somewhere else. Chapter 68, I was reborn as an elf baby girl. POV 2 halves. When I woke up after dying so bitterly, I realized I wasn't a gigantic fat fuck anymore. I was, air. I glanced at my little hands, these are the hands of a baby. Then I glanced at my tiny body, my legs. I am a baby. I found myself resting over a glorious golden cradle, resting over a comfortable white cushion. My skin is pale white and smooth. And I think I might be bald. But damn, it feels weird to have such a small body. I try to analyze my surroundings, but my eyes feel sleepy. But from what I can tell, I am inside a big room. The ceiling is covered in golden decorations depicting trees and fruits. And there is also a large painting of people. They are people, blonde-haired. With green and blue eyes. Pointy ears. Ugh. I can't help but fall asleep before I could even figure out what it was. And as I was pondering this, an elven man came to me and said, "From now on, your name shall be Alma, a maiden garland with good fortune," he said. So, it was true, I reincarnated. Since I woke up here that a lot of time has gone by, I think several days. Only 3 people come to see me through, and they're all elves? Yeah, the elves from fantasy media. They were pale white, with pointy ears, long blonde hair, and green eyes or sometimes blue, and they were all beautiful. Even my father looked hot. Okay, I should keep that for myself. Yeah, now I got a dad. He looks like some young prince of fairy tales. His face is charming and perfect, his eyes flashing with emerald light, pointy ears, refined and slim body, and always wears a tunic filled with decorations. I think we are filthy rich based on this. Hehe. Not bad. I think I have a brother, or I don't know what else is this elf kid that comes to see me. If it weren't because his voice is a little manly, I would think he's a girl, but he's a boy, it seems. He always looks at me with a smile and touches my nose all the time. The other day he pulled my cheeks and it really hurt. Seriously, what an annoying little brat. Go annoy someone else? Ugh, it will be a pain to have this kid as my older brother. I tried to bite him, but I lack teeth. But there's one saving grace. I got a mommy elf. And she's perfect. She looks kind of like SYLPHY-chan, but she has short bobby-styled hair, and her eyes are aquamarine instead of emerald. I am sure as hell she's my mama because she feeds me delicious warm milk every day through those massive hunkers. Man, I am living the dream. She's literally the ideal elf MILF. Oof. I have been blessed indeed. Well, for some reason, and because I am an idiot, I didn't realize it. Yeah, I should have thought that the lack of a penis meant I wasn't a man anymore. But what do you know? I thought that as a baby I simply had that area dulled out or something. I mean, babies' penises must be the size of a tiny peanut. How would you want me to think that I could actually sense that I had it? I really thought I had it, but it was resting, and I simply couldn't feel it because I wasn't mature. But yeah, once they named me Alma and began to put me cute little dresses at the age of 1, I realized that, indeed, I am a girl. And an elf girl. So because of a misunderstanding, instead of wishing to have SYLPHY-chan with me after reincarnating, I will become her. Gods, why? What sins have I committed to deserve this fate? Maybe working for an evil organization was a sin. But not to become a girl? Where's my manliness? My penis? Now, I will keep growing up and become more and more cute and feminine, and all the men will be eyeing me. I mean, it doesn't take long to see my mother and then see that I might end up like her when I grow up. I might indeed become like Sylphy-chan. No, I wanted a waifu, but not to become the waifu? This is fucked up. Stop. Stop the game. I want to be a fat fuck again. Anything but this. But my little cries of internal help were nowhere to be heard in my little girl's voice, which I was still learning to say words. This world is named Yggdrasil or something, and everyone speaks some kind of ancient Norse language. It was similar to English, so I slowly learned it more or less. Actually, my parents are surprised that I am developing so fast. I already learned how to read again, and I can talk pretty fluently at the age of 1. And well, there's the whole thing of who I am and what is this. Well, let's go with a short resume. First of all, I am a princess. Indeed. I was born in the royal Oberon family. We are the descendants of the ancient fairy king that once reigned Niflheim. Yep, this whole nation is named Niflheim, just like the realm of light elves of Norse mythology. And yet, the world being named Yggdrasil was also kind of a good clue. Also, my mother brought me out to see the immense forest we live in. Our castle is immense and beautiful, stuck right into the enormous Yggdrasil branch, a gigantic, gargantuan branch growing from an even bigger tree far away from here. We reign a large piece of the land, and we are like the supreme sovereign of all other elves. They kneel before us. Ha? Filthy peasants, you better not make the little royal princess angry. Okay, enough of this. There's another thing to discuss. My parents are pretty overpowered. There's a thing named monocores in this world, with ranks that represent the level of magic power. The higher it is, the more overpowered you are. And my parents are rank 6, which means they're already experts among experts. This world is also governed by strength, and our kingdom could also be called something of a sect, I guess. Everyone has any expectations of the little princess Alma, me. And if I recall correctly, I got some amazing cheats. I think I got something about infinite mana, and more talent, I think. The thing is, whenever I can use magic, I should blow everyone away with my infinite mana. Ha 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 ha. Ugh, but I am still not digging the whole sex change stuff. Well, maybe after many years I will get used to it. My brother has grown up a bit, and he's as annoying as ever. Hopefully, he won't continue being this annoying. But maybe that's just wishful thinking. Alma, time for your milk. Mama calls me with her sweet voice. At the very least she still feeds me milk with her massive breasts even after being a year old. How nice of her. I may have the best mother in the world, but I feel like I am forgetting something. When I got these cheats, there was something that happened afterward. Ugh. Well, I am feeling sleepy. Chapter 69, Looking for More Delicious Things. Day 39. Day 39 and I am still somehow kicking. Okay, let's stop saying that word ever again. Anyways, after yesterday's visit to the wolves' lair, we ended up sleeping over there. Ben Laden loved to be snuggled by all the wolves and the adorable pups, which were all warm and soft, although I could clearly see many fleas jumping around them. I wonder if fleas have monocores? I ate some, and no, they don't. Perhaps only monsters have them, and normal animals, such as a mere flea, lack it. How mysterious. From where did monsters originate then? Perhaps animals come from the realm of humans where everything was plain and simple while all the other realms were more fantastical and filled with magic, so maybe monsters emerged from there. Ice wolves still act and are quite like wolves, they just have greater abilities. Perhaps normal animals have been pushed into near extinction due to the monsters taking over the new and reformed world. Though I do remember Ben Laden saying that her tribe had something similar to cows and pigs, they were, well, gigantic, to fit the size and needs of the ice giants. She also said there were giant hens with sharp beaks that could tear down flesh easily, so people had to handle them with gauntlets made of hardened leather. I guess they are just using monsters that they had been slowly making into cattle. I can't deny that I would like to taste a nice fried egg from those giant hens. Anyways, I decided to stand up and go outside for a bit, as duty called, and I needed to go to the bathroom. After I came back, I used this opportunity to catch 3 ice rabbits I saw eating grass and walked back to the pack. Ben Laden had woken up already and she was playing around with the young wolf pups. Alright Ben Laden, time to go home, I said. Already? She asked. You can come back later, let's go have breakfast. I caught some meat, I said, showing her the 3 corpses of the ice rabbits. Any normal person would feel pity for them, but Ben Laden was not a normal person. She began to drool immediately, perhaps based on the thought of eating juicy meat once more. Okay, she said, petting and kissing the little wolf pups the last time as she ran towards me. Ad quickly climbed my back, sitting near my neck and hugging it. Let's go, she commanded. Sigh. Who are you commanding here? I sighed, as we began to walk away. The little pups had become rather attached to Ben Laden, as they barked at her and tried to follow us. However, Frost barked at them, and they quickly obeyed their father, running back to the pack. Maybe I should let Ben Laden pick one as a pet. Would she like one? No, I think she would like all of them. Ugh. Well, the whole pack is mine too, so I guess all of these could be her pets. There's no need to force her to pick one. We will also eventually move out of here. After all, we want to explore this new world. She had been living here for years, but had barely explored it. And I am pretty sure she wants to go back to her tribe, now that she is free from the mold parasitizing her, but she needs to first learn how to tame the one she can produce through magic, which is also her true mold to an extent. I fear that if she doesn't master it enough, if she ever uses it near people, the vicious black ooze might try to parasitize people, and that would be a pain in the ass to deal with. For now, I will work around with her. I have to teach her how to use her mana, how to cultivate with it, and we'll learn together how to control the mold. Maybe soon enough she might even be able to create spells with it. The mold seems to be a powerful type of magic, it has many possibilities and capabilities, but it is incredibly hard to tame, and its sole wielder is also mentally unstable. However, I cannot imagine how strong Ben Laden could become if she were to truly master the mold. When we finally reached the cave, we found Yuki inside, sleeping over Ben Laden's bed, cozily resting below the warm leather bedsheets. Well, I suppose she had a good night. We ignored her, letting her sleep as much as she wanted, as Ben Laden quickly decided to cook something. I have been waiting for this day. How about we make a hot pot? Though, with only rabbit it will just be rabbit soup, said Ben Laden, as she used the ice knives I had created some days ago, butchering the rabbits and leaving the mana cores aside. I would also like it if it had something else, like mushrooms or potatoes, or salt, but all those things are hard to find. I am pretty sure we could find salt inside a mountain maybe if we look hard enough, I thought. Ben Laden glanced at the snow which had already melted inside the special ice pot, and it had become water, which had begun to slowly boil by the warmth produced by the fire set below the ice pot. I think I remember that there were mushrooms that mother always prepared with food. They looked brown with a sparkle of blue, said Ben Laden, putting the butchered pieces of the ice rabbits into the water and closing the pot. Mushrooms? I am pretty observative, I haven't found any around, I said. Oh, that's because they don't grow in the bark of trees, they actually grow over their roots, below the snow? Mommy always went with me, and we dug a bunch of mushrooms together, said Ben Laden, remembering her mother made her happy. Wait, so there can be mushrooms? And in which trees they grew? I asked. Oh, the only there is, the pine trees. These mushrooms are pretty aromatic, Drake. Ben Laden saw me rush like a storm towards the forest, reaching to the nearest pine tree and using my gigantic claws to dig into it. Clash, clash, clash. A pile of snow flew away, as I found the dirt below. The dirt below the snow had a strange smell, something I wasn't able to discern before. Wait, this is... I used my claws with greater speed and energy, unleashing all of my strength to move the dirt away. A pile of dirt and snow piled up at my side quite quickly, as I suddenly found something hard down below. I cleaned the dirt and snow with my tail, and found roots down below. It's true. And there they were, dozens of brown-colored mushroom caps with blue dots growing all around. It was a massive colony, all growing in the roots of this pine tree. And this is only in one? Imagine all these all around. Drayok? You ran away before I could finish talking, sighed Ben Laden, as she ran towards me. Look, I found them, I said. So fast? It takes some time to dig so deep. You're fast, said Ben Laden, smiling adorably as she began to pick up the mushrooms with her large and dexterous hands. Chapter 70, Is this Minecraft now? After we picked up the mushrooms, we rushed back to the cave. Well, Ben Laden did, because I continued to keep digging, wondering what else could I find. My smelling sense detected something else deep below. Maybe there are ice potatoes deep below? Though she said they never ate potatoes, but did have bread somehow. While Ben Laden cleaned the mushrooms from dirt, cut them down, and added them to the hot pot, I continued digging as if I were a dog, until I reached around 1 meter, and suddenly found some strange thingies. Can these be called potatoes? They looked like little balls, but were squishy. They were all interconnected into roots, and their size was around the fist of Ben Laden. I decided to try one and it was crunchy. It was also quite salty. Yuck, way too salty, in fact. I checked it with the analyze system function. Analyzing. Mineral root equals colony equals / mineral. Roots that absorb the minerals within the dirt and the mana around to grow and expand through the underground, absorb large quantities of minerals within their roots, which form large tumors where the refined minerals from salty juices and even salt crystals, used by most common people as a cheap replacement for salt, can be used as ice attribute cultivation material, used to create special concoctions to enhance one's body. Wah. I guess this is not a replacement for potatoes, but it is for salt. Oh, and the whole cultivation thing, I guess. I don't have any recipes to make concoctions, so there's no use for that. I quickly call Ben Laden, as she rushes back at me. Why you dig a lot, she said, glaring at the hole. Come down here, look what I found, I said, as Ben Laden slowly walked down, and then I gave her a description that was just reading the system window in front of me, which she was unable to see. Oh, this is really the root salt, said Ben Laden. So you knew? I asked. I did know that the salt we used was named root salt, but I never imagined it would grow like potatoes from earth, said Ben Laden. All right, let's extract as many as we can, I said. Sure. Leave it to my hands, said Ben Laden, as I used my claws to open the dirt and destroy any rocks around, making the hole where we were bigger. Ben Laden used her large hands as a 3-meter-tall giant and grabbed a ton of roots with these tubers stuck to them. After a bit of mining, she quickly walked back to our lair, as she began to cut the roots into tiny pieces, and sparkled a few over the hot pot. Alongside that, She added dried snow-heart herb which I had left inside the cave. After drying up, they became aromatic, similar to oregano. It was an interesting find. Before I was to walk back to 8, I had continued to dig around. I wanted to see if this was like Minecraft, and I could find some ores around or something. But as much as I dug, I couldn't find much, but maybe I might come here to dig later. Maybe I am getting addicted to it. Ding! You learned equals the equals mining equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash u. I even got this after digging for a while. The mining skill seems to enhance my ability to dig through any ore or dirt, and the skill description even says that my chance to encounter precious materials is enhanced by 5% with each level. What? Why would you give me something so overpowered, system? Is this because I wish this was like Minecraft? Are you on something, system? Is this okay? First of all, how can you manipulate probabilities like this? Or does it simply enhances the way I can find them, and not just generate them? Well, whatever. Why would I have to ask questions to the almighty system? Let there be plot armor, I guess. Can I get a plot armor skill next? No? Okay. However, the mining activities shall wait for another time, as I have decided to go back to the cave with Ben Laden, who was waiting for me with a pot of rabbit hot pot. 3 big ice rabbits were inside, alongside mushrooms, and seasoned with root salt and dried ice heart herb. She served me in a large pot I made with ice. The soup was so aromatic it made me go numb. Oh man, it felt like an eternity since I last felt the scent of something so good. Oh what, it has been years, sighed Ben Laden. I suppose the smell of the hot pot gave her some nostalgia. Unlike me, she had been in this place for years, and I only been here for just a bit over a month. I suppose I shouldn't be so nostalgic if only a month ago I was still on Earth enjoying all the commodities there. Thanks for cooking this, Ben Laden, I said. D. Drake. No problem, I just made it because I wanted to eat hot pot. But I am glad you like it, she said. I don't know if it was my idea, but I think she blushed a bit. The warm soup was delicious and the taste of salt on it just made it even better. The meat was tender and juicy, and the mushrooms were even more tender, with a nice chewy texture. Ben Laden made sure to cook a lot of soup, so I had a lot to drink even with my giant head and body which can drink a whole pot in seconds. After everything was over, I wasn't completely stuffed, but I filled up my belly a bit with some fruit. Bwah, that was good, sighed Ben Laden in relief, as she rested over the bed. Yuki had already woken up and shared the food with us too. All right, rest for a little bit, because today you are not escaping it, young lady, I said. Yeah, asked Ben Laden. I am going to teach you how to cultivate your mana and also, we'll tame your mold. Oh, that. Okay, said Ben Laden. What? Did you thought I was going to eat you or something? I said rather teasingly. Haha, no, said Ben Laden. Now that I look at you, you look very tender, I said, as my eyes began to glow eerily. Yeah, I guess if you already guessed it, I will show you my true intentions, I roared, as I opened my jaws and directed them towards Ben Laden. Haha, I am going to eat her? What did you think I was going to do? To make friends? Do you really think I am such a fool? Ha, Gaia? Ha ha ha, ha 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 ha, stop, stoop, ha ha ha, I will devour this little belly, it has grown quite a lot, I roared, as I rubbed my snout over Ben Laden's squishy stomach. She began to laugh a lot. She was rather sensitive to tickles. Did you really thought I was going to eat you? I asked curiously. Not really, that's why it surprised me, it was all out of nowhere. But it was just a joke, said Ben Laden while pouting. Don't get mad. What would I know that you had such a sensitive belly? It was very soft too. Anything could pierce through it, I said. I am not that squishy, said Ben Laden, as she glanced at her belly, and squeezed it. See, that's a squishy belly right there, I said, touching it with my snout. Ben Laden stopped me as she hugged my large dragon face. Thanks for being with me, she said, kissing my nose. Is she a Medusa? That kiss completely left me paralyzed like a stone. Drake. It's nothing. Don't worry about it, I said. Chapter 71, Intense Physical Training, Day 40. The sky above seemed to have cleared up, the snowstorm had fully stopped now, and the sky had turned clear blue. The sun was shining brightly above us, and there was a small amount of heat produced by it. But, it was still cold for normal beings. Well, good thing we are all ice-related living beings, so we don't care about the cold. But anyone that wasn't an ice giant or an ice monster like me would have a hard time in here. They would most likely freeze to death after the first night unless they got a lot of fur and clothes. Talking about clothes, today Ben Laden began to sew herself a new dress made up of wolf and rabbit leather. Yeah, she even knew how to sew. And it was very easy to make her an ice needle that could get through the hard leather. The problem was getting thread. And what would you know? When I tried to make a thread out of my ice, it worked. I made a thin, flexible, and incredibly resilient ice thread. It is made of even smaller thin threads of ice connected and entangled together. I would have never been able to do this because a single comb cost like 2,000 mana and a ton of concentration, but Ben Laden helped me by extending it as I produced it out of thin air. We tested it for a bit, and it showed to be able to resist a lot, her entire weight, and it would perhaps resist even more than that. And now she was making herself an improvised dress with it because the one she was wearing was her previous one that was all tattered and torn apart. And because she used it when she was a little girl, it didn't fit her as well and felt uncomfortable with it. What do you think, Drake? She asked, as she showed me the dress. It wasn't particularly beautiful or anything, but it was enough for her to cover herself quite well. The fur of wolves was soft and resistant, and made her fur dress look blue-colored, with white stripes. She also was beginning to make herself some improvised boots to cover her feet, which were always bare. We are immune to cold, but her feet could still receive some damage if she steps on some hard rock or a root, so it is better if she gets some boots. I made the surface of the boots that touch the ground with my super hardened ice as well, and she used the ice threads too. Wait, can't I make a whole set of clothes using ice thread? But it would be pretty cold. Oh yeah, we are immune to cold. Maybe, but Bin Laden still likes the warmth that fur can create. Even if we are immune to cold, it feels comfortable to be warmed up for some strange reason. As I saw her wear her new blue furred dress, I nodded. It looks good on you. You're very pretty, Bin Laden. I believe anything would fit you, I said. Fui, don't say such embarrassing things. But I am glad you like it, said Bin Laden while blushing. Wait, I just tried to praise her. Did it sound awkward? I thought that being more direct was a good thing. And these boots also will be fine, I guess. But these clothes are only for now. I kind of want to wear normal clothes when we find some tribe or town. In my town people wore pretty standard clothes you would see in medieval settings, not just fur strapped around our bodies, said Bin Laden. I see, so giants are not really like they show them on Earth's fantasy stories here. They are actually just another civilization of people that don't wear leather and act like they are cavemen. Well, that was a given seeing how Bin Laden is such a polite and gentle girl. Her parents taught her well. Yesterday after the hot pot, we trained magic for the rest of the day until the night. It was very normal and basic training. I helped Bin Laden feel the mana I infused into her, as she felt the rivers of mana around her body. It made her feel weird because I had to firstly open her mana veins, something that every living being has to open first before using magic. It seems that her mana veins were very rusty, and whenever she used magic she forced her mana out of her body very roughly, making her spend a lot without care. Oh, and about mana veins, they're a concept I have just discovered. I never realized it on my own body because it seems that monsters like me have our mana veins already activated since birth, but it seems that those days I spent becoming capable of using ice and wind were the days I also opened several mana veins. The more mana veins you open inside your body, the more mana room you have, so you can enhance your maximum mana capacity through this method of cultivation too. Although your mana core is also a storage for mana, your body can also help on the storage of mana. The stronger your body becomes, the more mana you can store inside and the more your physical body is enhanced, so I guess it is also kind of like body cultivation sprinkled into the mix. But I only let Bin Laden cultivate through this simple method of slowly opening her mana veins. I didn't want to force anything else for the moment, as she was, as I said previously, quite rusty. Now, after we had breakfast and she finished her clothes, we decided to do some physical training exercises. Alright girl, 100 push-ups, 100 sit UPS, and 100 squats. And after that, we'll run 1 kilometer. I said. Why Yuri, for real? Asked Bin Laden. Yes, the best way to recover your physical strength and make your body feel healthy for your mana veins to open easily is to exercise. You're a giant, the blood of Ymir is within your veins. I am sure that you can grow exponentially stronger if you train your physical strength. I said. I see. And so, Bin Laden started her physical training. Yeah, I wasn't going to let her slack off. Chapter 72, Body Strengthening Magic, Day 41. We spent most of yesterday training physically. I made Bin Laden push her body to her very limits until her muscles were all burning. For a giant, she had a very slim and thin build, so if she doesn't build up more muscles, her heavy skeleton will end up giving her all types of health problems. The first thing she did was squat. Her gluteus, her legs, and even her biceps worked up a lot there. All those muscles were burning, and I was able to kind of see how they worked up through analyze. Bin Laden's face was twisting around as she gritted her teeth while exercising. I can see that she wasn't used to this at all. I felt a bit sorry, but this is what I call tough love. So after squatting came sit UPS, push UPS, and then we ran 1 kilometer. I wasn't tired at all, but she got super tired. After that, we had dinner and she went straight to bed, but she had a lot of cramps, so I had to teach her to stretch out after and before exercising. Today, she woke up quite tired. She was sitting in the chair before the ice table, eyeing the warm wolf milk. Drink it, it is pretty creamy, I said. Ugh, I feel like I am about to die. She sighed. Maybe the training was a bit too much. I wondered out loud. A bit, she asked while glaring at me with a bit of anger. I mean, you have to train your body even if you don't want it, Bin Laden. This world is harsh, you must grow stronger both physically and magically. And through mana veins growing healthier the more you develop your physical body, both magic strength and physical strength are connected together. You can't ignore neither of the two, I said. Okay, I get it. She sighed. I am sorry for forcing you, but I believe it is what is needed, I said. Bin Laden sighed again as she glanced directly at my eyes. I understand, Drake. I am just being too conceited I guess. I will try my best, she said, giving me a mild smile. She's really a devoted girl? Good girl, I said, petting her head. After Bin Laden drank her milk and ate a roasted wolf steak, not from our pack, she asked me to train mana once more. Alright, let's see if your mana veins are any loosened today. I began to pour small rivers of blue-colored essence, mana, which entered her body and flowed through her being. Ben Laden was sitting in front of me while closing her eyes. She was trying to concentrate on the task. Flash. Suddenly, I perceive that one of her mana veins opens up. It seems that the exercise we did yesterday made her body a bit better than before. I pour mana into this mana vein, which begins to open up like a flower, blossoming inside of her body beautifully. The rivers of ethereal blue essence grow longer and denser. Flash. Another mana vein suddenly opened, and I made sure to pour more mana into it. The more it grew, the more the other closed-up mana veins began to slowly open. It seems that the first one that opened up created a chain reaction, and many are opening at the same time. Owa. Ben Laden was surprised, as her entire body began to exude an aura of pure mana. Good. Relax and try to gather it inside once more. I said. Yes. It is so heavy. She muttered. The mana quantity inside of her mana veins was incredibly dense, feeling heavy for her to control. Use your will. You can do it. The mana is made for us to use it. Bend it to you will, I said. To my will, muttered Ben Laden, as her eyebrows furrowed. Suddenly, the aura of mana exploding out of her body began to lower down, little by little, until it was finally all the way back to her body, flowing through it. What a talented girl. Excellent work. Let's continue meditating for a few hours, I said. Very well, said Ben Laden cheerfully. It seems that she had grasped something about mana manipulation. Day 42. Today we woke up rather well. After yesterday's mana cultivation training, Ben Laden's body felt healthier than before. It was mostly because she had finally managed to make her mana flow through her body naturally like all living beings in this world. It seems that she felt so tired after doing exercise because her body was completely emptied of mana. All her mana was simply inside of her mana core. But after opening various mana veins, she constantly nourished her body with mana and was able to do all exercises without breaking a sweat. So I intensified it up to X4. And even then, she wasn't that tired either. Amazing. Mana is really what's up in here, huh? So today she woke up all cheerful, so happy that she resembled a morning sun. She is my morning sun, I guess. What did I think? No, forget that. Drake, let's cultivate again, she said. Haha, I see that you're cheerful. Did you had a good sleep? I asked. Yeah, I dreamed that I met with Mama and Papa again. And you were there. After that, we all traveled the world above your back, said Ben Laden. I see. Let's make sure that it doesn't stay as a dream, alright? I asked. Really? Would you let them mount your back? Asked Ben Laden. Well, if they're your parents, it is fine, I said. You're so nice. Thank you, Drake. Now I know that I have to grow strong so I can one day met with them. So we can get through the forest and the dangers we might one day face, said Ben Laden. Well said. That's the spirit, Ben Laden. Very well then, time to cultivate some more, I said. Alright. We began to meditate once more, while our mana flowed everywhere. Yuki had now joined us in the training as well. She was pretty good at cultivating mana and sharing it too as I taught her well. She was probably soon to become peak stage. Chapter 73, Yuki evolves? And Ben Laden's progress? Day 43. Today Yuki evolved? It was surprising because I thought she would take a bit longer, but here she was, all evolved. Kuu. Yuki, you're even fluffier now, said Ben Laden. Yuki's appearance didn't change much, she simply became around 30 centimeters taller, but she still looked like a snow-white chinchilla. Her poisonous claws, however, grew incredibly sharp and had a metallic luster, which she could use to tear down whole rocks apart. She even sued them as blades, finally slicing an entire tree into pieces. Name, Yuki. Race, giant venomous snow chinchilla monkey, female. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, peak stage. Status, happy. Average estimated vitality, 767/767, up. Average estimated mana, 830/830, up. Average estimated strength, 606, up. Average estimated dexterity, 1100, up. Average estimated magic, 770, up. Abilities, acrobatics, precise throwing, ice wind, icicle spear, snowball roll, impact dampening for armor, venomous metallic claws, hastened self-recovery, parasite immunity, status effect resistance, ice dragon's skin, cooking, butcher, gathering, keen senses, mana manipulation, blade claws. She has progressed quite a lot. Yuki has also been training on her own while cultivating mana passively with me. Her stats are pretty decent, and her dexterity is the highest. Well, she doesn't really have stats. This status I am seeing is just the system showing me an estimate of her capabilities. But every time she evolved, her capabilities increased, so she's looking fine. She has a few new abilities too, which most likely are learned skills not from the system but merely through experience. They are cooking and butcher, which she always does while helping Ben Laden. She also helped me cook for Ben Laden when the girl was sick of her stomach, so she had gained some valuable experience. Though, I still think that my system is somehow affecting the people around me. Perhaps their abilities are developing quicker? Well, maybe not. She also got mana manipulation for obvious reasons, such as cultivating mana all the time with me. keen senses which appeared after evolving. I guess she became keener, and she got the blade claws 1, which is most likely how her claws can slice through things like actual blades. And this blade claws combined with her incredible speed and dexterity make her a deadly combatant. If she were my enemy, I would have a hard time resisting her slicing attacks, which can actually penetrate through my scales to an extent. And about Ben Laden, she also progressed a lot yesterday. Indeed, we spent several hours cultivating until she suddenly ranked up her mana core cultivation. I was also surprised, as she can't eat mana cores to increase her cultivation like me, but she did it naturally, the good old-fashioned way. Well, like Yuki. Her stats are obviously lower than before, as without being a mold legion, her stats are not boosted. But I could say she had progressed pretty well on her own. Name, Ben Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, middle stage. Status, healthy, cheerful. Average estimated vitality, 626/626. Average estimated mana, 443/443. Average estimated strength, 405. Average estimated dexterity, 211. Average estimated magic, 363. Abilities. Unique skill, mold, suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Ymir's descendant. Cold immunity. Ice resistance. Hastened self-recovery. Parasite immunity. Status effect resistance. Ice Dragon's skin. Cooking. Butcher. Crafting. Sewing. Mana manipulation. Giant's great physique. Magic genius. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. As always, her up abilities are sealed, but she had gained some new ones of her own. Most likely thanks to her cooking a lot, sewing, crafting, and butchering. She's a very skilled girl. She also got mana manipulation very quickly, most likely after opening her mana veins. And then she got Giant's great physique most likely from her Ymir's bloodline, which seems to enhance her physical strength and vitality a lot. This is why she has way more stats than I did in her same rank. And lastly, Magic Genius reflects her great mana core talent, which, as she said, was A grade. In this world, the higher your mana core grade is, the more talented you're seen as. Her mana core grade was A grade, the highest there is, meaning she is a naturally gifted genius. I think the reason behind this is the mold itself. Her mana core most likely was created by that wish that she didn't intend to make. And this ended in her having a mana core that is also her mold unique skill. Due to its creating being made by something or someone so strong to accomplish such wishes, I would guess it was made with the highest grade. After Yuki's evolution was celebrated, we began to cook breakfast, and then we trained both mana and our physical body again. I will most likely make her train mold past tomorrow, which both of us have been neglecting for the moment. Day 44. Today a new batch of ice wolves was born. I was surprised. According to what I understood, it seems that more children are being born now that I am helping the pack eat every day, so they got more nutrients and something. I suppose when they are not well fed, the female wolves breed less as a way to not create more mouths to feed. But now that everyone is so well fed, they got pregnant? Wait, you can reproduce so fast? No, I think it is most likely that these females were already pregnant beforehand. Anyways, there is something that has to do with me helping them get feed. But I am not really doing much, I am just teaching them new ways to sneak around their foes or to make ice traps to catch ice rabbits. Oh, they also hunt other ice wolves, there's no scrupulous there, they are fine with being cannibals I suppose. I don't have any problem with that because I also hunt ice wolves that don't belong to the pack, their meat is firmer than the rabbits, so I enjoy it. Anyways, today we continue to train mana. Chapter 74, Taming the Mold. Day 45. Today was the day, time to help her tame the mold. Unlike other days, Ben Laden didn't wake up as cheerful. I know how she might feel, but this is for your best. After we had breakfast, we were kind of ready. Ready? I asked her. She muttered, nodding. She was glancing at the floor while being a bit concerned. She's nervous. I can see her hands trembling. Come on, I thought we got already through that. No, I have to be more comprehensible. Alright, let's calm her down again. Don't worry, you're not alone here, I said. Ben Laden stopped trembling, as she glanced at my eyes. Drake, will you stay at my side? Even if I become a bad girl, she asked. Bad girl? What are you talking about? I asked. Before we start training, there's something I need to tell you. But my powers know about the mold, said Ben Laden, sitting over my arm and hugging my shoulder. It seems that she was opening a bit more. I knew there was something else that this mold was other than a parasitic alien-like thing. Okay, I will listen to you, and I won't judge you. Feel free to tell me, I said. Really? She asked. Of course. Who am I to judge anyway? I asked. Drake. She muttered, as she contained little tears coming from her beautiful golden eyes. You see, there's something within this mold. It is not simply a thing, but it's an individual. It has a mind of its own, she said. A mind of its own. Ben Laden then began to explain to me a few things I never actually thought could be possible with her powers. To resume things out, her mold has a personality, and it is also intelligent. Yeah, And the worst part is that thing's entity, this personality, was formed by copying her own and twisting it around through the mold's contained feelings of frustration, anger, and despise to all things due to how it was tortured and forced to become a laboratory specimen. Ben Laden said that this entity calls herself Miranda, and it says to be her twin sister. She is manipulative and has a destructive personality, while also being incredibly jealous and possessive, unlike the real Ben Laden. This entity was the one that maintained her caged into a sea of darkness, while it took over her body and made her into the Mold Legion. I suppose it helped her survive, but this wasn't really the way to do it. I guess I can't argue with a parasitic alien-like creature. It simply has a completely different thought process than us, a completely different mentality, and thoughts. It is more complex, yet it is not, well, you get it. This entity tried to conceal Ben Laden's memories of her parents, the very memories that made her heal a bit of her mental damage and become better and happier. It forced her to forget about them and to go back to her mentality in her previous life. But things changed when I appeared, when I made her drink my blood, and Miranda grew weaker. Ben Laden was able to fight back against her and escaped the sea of darkness where she was caged. Her greatest fear is that the more she develops her mold magic, the more power could Miranda gain, and that one day, she might try to take over her again. I simply can't let that happen to her. I suppose this is why she asked me if I would be with her even after she was to become a bad girl. This split personality, which is more like a completely different entity within the mold itself, is what she thinks is her bad girl side. But it is not really that. It is a completely alien being that is just trying to take over her. I comforted her as I told her that I would do everything I could to not let that happen. Why, you're really okay with it? She asked. I am. Ben Laden, I am not going to back down now that I have helped you so much. I want you to stick with me. We'll force Miranda to obey us. We'll tame her the same way we will tame the mold, I said. Drake. This is why I want you to be brave, and to have trust in yourself. I said. I see. But it is hard. It is hard. She sighed. Even then, if you can't trust yourself, trust me. Believe in me that I believe in yourself, I said. Believe in you. I can do that. If I believe in you, believe on me, then I believe in myself, she asked. That's right. It was something I learned in a series I once saw back on Earth. I never knew it would come useful in such a situation. So, what do you think? Can you believe in me that I believe in yourself, Ben Laden? I asked. Ben Laden's golden eyes began to shine brightly, as little tears started to come out like little rivers. Yes, I will be strong, just as you said I was, Drake, she said. Good, that's the spirit. Now, let's begin, I said. We started first with a warm-up where I simply let Ben Laden let her mana flow around her body for a bit. And then, it came the moment of the truth. She pointed her open palms into the walls, as she imagined the thing I told her. Imagine a mold bullet, and launch it with force, that's what I told her to imagine. She closed her eyes as her eyebrows furrowed. And then, I saw the mana of her body concentrate into the palms of her hand, and like a flow of mana, they came out of her palms with a poof, poof. Mana materialized, and the mold was created. A sphere of slimy black ooze appeared out of thin air, as it was suddenly launched into the wall. Smack! It got stuck into the wall and then slowly began to fall through it. I did it, she said, glaring at the mold and containing her fear. Good, let's continue. I know you can do it, Ben Laden. I said. Okay. Chapter 75, Mold Magic. Ben Laden managed to conjure a spell. Well, when you conjure magic and make something out of mana, I call it a spell. Even if that spell was just what we called now a mold bullet, Ben Laden's first spell, which is, quite literally, a little ball of mold which she shots like a bullet through using pure mana to push it into the air. Unlike I who needed wind, Ben Laden can control the mold telekinetically to an extent, so she was able to throw it, but this power she has over the mold goes away quickly, so she only has about a second to launch it. If she doesn't do it before that, she will lose her telekinesis over it. It's quite weird that I cannot manipulate ice telekinetically as she does with mold. I cannot make it float in midair or anything of the sort without using wind to maintain it afloat. But Ben Laden can make her mold float for this little window of time. Strange? No, not really. Perhaps this is due to her mental connection with it? She did say that the mold to its full extent gave her all kinds of superpowers. One of them was, well, telekinesis, mind reading, mind control, and so on. But they were all related to her mold. She can manipulate mold through telekinesis but not other things, and quite possibly, if she masters this enough, she could infuse mold into other objects and easily control them in midair. Ben Laden glanced at the little ball of mold which began to fall into the floor, rolling towards her slowly. She swallowed her saliva as she extended her hand towards it. The next step after summoning it was to control it. Just like I explained previously, she needs to harbor this fungokinesis ability she possesses and force the mold to obey her will. Her mind was put into the task, as she infused her mana into her mind and will, and then began to order the mold. The simplest order was, stop, she said, putting all of her will and mana into the task. The ball of black mold continued to roll, however, but I was able to see through my eyes. Ben Laden's golden eyes were flashing with mana everywhere, as the waves of blue-colored energy came out of her eyes, flowing towards the mold. After several seconds, these waves finally were enough, and the mold suddenly stopped moving. It stopped. She did it? Ben Laden's eyes glanced at it. The mold was pulsating, but it had stopped. It had obeyed her will. It actually obeyed me, she said. See? It is your talent. If you were able to control it before, you should be able to control it now, even better, I would say. Thanks to mana and the mana manipulation technique you learned from me, it should become fairly easy. See? You simply needed to do it, I said. Ben Laden smiled back at me, her eyes seemed to shine with hope. You're right. I just have to trust myself a bit, she said. Only a bit? You have to always trust yourself, Ben Laden, I said, petting her. But I trust you more than myself, Drake, she said. And she goes and says something like that. Is that so? Well, that's no good, you have to trust yourself way more. What if I just decided to eat you up? You have to prepare, I said. Hehe, you're a good person, Drake, you would never do that, said Ben Laden. She sees right through me. She is innocent deep down, but she has a very keen eye and instinct. For some reason, she is very good at seeing through people's real intentions. And yet, no matter how hard I try to look edgy and grumpy, I am actually a good person, I suppose. The mold was still there patiently waiting for an order from Ben Laden. How about we try it out some more? I asked. How? She asked. I remember you said that you were able to control it around midair. Why don't you practice that telekinesis you got? I asked her. Ben Laden glanced at me as if she had been suddenly enlightened. Seriously? It was put a little idea. I guess she doesn't come out with them unless I tell her. It pains me to admit it, but she is kind of an airhead. Well, she's still a good-hearted girl. You're right. I didn't think about that. Let's do it then, she said as she swallowed saliva again and pointed her hands at the ball of mold, which twisted a bit as she ordered it to float. Float, she said, pointing her left hand's index finger at it, and then moving it upwards, giving the mold the signal to move upwards by floating. The mold began to twist around and gibbered, it pulsated a bit grotesquely, and then, it suddenly jumped into the air. Flash! Like a flash of black color, it reached the air, and, instead of falling, it remained floating in midair. I glanced at Ben Laden's mana, it was being consumed very slowly to maintain the mold afloat, around 1 mana every 10 seconds. Ben Laden smiled cheerfully, she was slowly losing her fear to the mold now that she realized that she was becoming capable of controlling it. I did it? Drake, did you see? She asked with a cheerful smile. Her smile was so beautiful it made me skip a beat. Of course I did. Amazing work, Ben Laden. I've always trusted you, I said. Now what can we do? She asked with expectation. How about you try making things float by sticking mold on them? I asked. Oh, you're right, I could do that, she said while nodding and rubbing her chin. I quickly gave Ben Laden a pot made of ice and told her to stick the mold to the base and make it float. She ordered the mold to move there, pointing it with her finger rather timidly. The mold slowly moved where she wanted, and then she put the pot back to the ground. Float, she said, her eyes blazing with a strong will. The pot began to tremble a bit, but then it stopped. She sighed. However, right after she sighed, the pot was suddenly lifted into the air. I did it, she said. Excellent work, I said. As Ben Laden smiled back at me, she continued to practice. Let's do our best, Ben Laden. Chapter 76, Time skips are the worst. Ugh, so detestable. I want to get out of here. Why am I being suppressed? And why is she doing so many things with that animal? What about me, Miranda? So detestable, so detestable. Let me get out, Miranda. This is for the best. Why can't you understand that only the two of us are meant to be together? Why are you trying to be with that monster? Have you gone completely insane? I am the only one for you. I am your twin sister. How can't you get it? I want to get out. Let me get out. Miranda, let me get out. I am going to slaughter that lizard. So you can only be with me? I am going to force my way out. Even if this thing is suppressing me, even if that blood you drank. You can't escape from me. Haha. You will never escape from me? We are bound to be together. Together for all eternity? You and I, and no one else. Day 60. Today we woke up early as usual, and we had a breakfast of fruits and milk. Well, I had a few rabbits, but Ben Laden chose to eat light things for breakfast, but she planned to eat meat for lunch or dinner I think. Day 60 in this world and I have to admit that a lot of stuff has gone by. 2 whole months. Actually, that isn't even that much time. And even more, stuff is going to keep happening, so we will prepare for now. Through these weeks we had trained a lot both physically and magically. Ben Laden has been practicing more and more of her mold magic, as I call it, and she had become capable of controlling multiple masses of mold at once, though it also depends on her force of will and mana pool. Through the use of mana cultivation and mana control, we had been sharing our mana with Yuki, and later on, Frost and the other wolves were implemented into the cultivation. This is something that we called group cultivation, where I control the mana of everyone I link mine with, and we make a constant flow of mana all around, cultivating all of our bodies, minds, and mana cores. Even the little wolf pups helped out, and well, they had grown quite a bit in these last weeks. Wolves grow fast. Ben Laden's traumas have been slowly healing, and she is becoming way more mentally stable than before. Thanks to losing part of her fear to the mold thanks to practicing with it and controlling it around, she had become more confident in herself. However, she hasn't become suddenly a manly girl that only believes in herself or something and is not cute anymore. Ben Laden is still Ben Laden after all. I've grown quite accustomed to being with her now. I don't know if this is a good thing or a bad thing. and our bond had grown quite a lot these last 2 weeks. We are becoming truly a family. Now, I don't know how I truly see her, but I guess seeing her as something of a little sister might be fitting. Though, I had thought about considering seeing her romantically, I quickly scratched such possibility. I am after all a dragon, I am a monster, I don't even have a humanoid body. It is impossible for any type of romance to even blossom between the two of us. I don't know if that made me feel sad or not, but I did feel some kind of melancholy. For the first time since I reincarnated here I wished I could have not become a dragon, but for now, let's simply be happy with what we have now. It is simply stupid to even believe I could ever be loved romantically by anyone. Anyways, she has trained a lot of her mold telekinesis, and as I stated earlier, she can manipulate several masses of mold now. Of course, she needs to create them first, but that doesn't cost as much mana, especially now that she got up to rank 1 upper stage. I have to admit it, she is indeed incredibly talented. She has grown so fast through our group cultivation it is a bit ridiculous. Her mold control has become sharper and more precise, and she can now control it around telekinetically way more masterfully, but I am sure that she got a lot of room to learn more. We have not experienced her fusing with it nor anything of the sort, because that obviously will creep her out and bring back her traumas. We will leave that for another faraway day. Nor we had experienced infecting an animal with it yet either. She says that she doesn't want to, and I didn't want to force her. Practicing her fungi kinesis with it was fine for now. She learned to do more shapes than just balls. Now she can more or less produce 1 or 2 mold tentacles that can extend up to 20 meters, which she could use to grab stuff, or throw things around. She can also stick a lot of mold into a tree and make it float, and use it as a powerful flying projectile, but that drains a lot of mana to maintain afloat. She still doesn't want to enter into direct contact with the mold yet, so anything that involves her touching it is banned for the moment, but she's fine by controlling it from far away. But overall, she had become quite good with it. Oh, and me, yeah, I guess I have trained ice and wind magic a lot. I have tried conjuring other types of magic, but it is impossible. I can't produce any flame, or thunder, or darkness, or light. So I am just specializing with the two. With ice, I am becoming amazing with the shapes and making more permanent ice structures of all types, and I think I am getting closer to the dream of making a castle, though I need way more mastery over it. And wind? I can more or less make up a strong storm with it. It can expand up to 30 meters around me, and it consumes almost my entire mana, so I call it a trump card. Oh, and I reached rank 2 middle stage. Chapter 77, Who Said a Dragon Can't Learn Techniques? Day 61. Yesterday we spent most of the day exercising and then doing group cultivation. After that, we had a big feast of roasted rabbit and wolf meat, not from our pack. Our wolves eat other wolves quite happily, so I guess there isn't any taboo about cannibalism between their species or something. Well, I don't care either way. A few days ago I had reached rank 2 middle stage, which brought upon me a new evolution, of course. And now, would you look at that, I got wings? Yeah, real, and big wings that flap around and can fly. My entire body continued to be rather tall, as I gained around 1 meter and a few centimeters of size. It was covered by even harder metallic plate-like scales that shined brightly with silver and azure colors, while I had several sharp spikes made of ice crystal growing in my back. My tail became even longer and armored, and it got a sharp spear-shaped tip made of this ice crystal that is more of ore. I don't know if it could become a special cultivation material, but I can already imagine some cultivators desiring to kill me and use me for their cultivation one way or another. By seeing my own face into an ice mirror, my face had grown big and long, quite graceful, and at the same time intimidating as hell. I guess I am really a big dragon now. My arms got slenderer, and my claws sharper and even heavier than before, while having this metallic property too. Each time I slashed with them, icy winds could come out of them. And this wasn't because of a skill activating, this was how they were now naturally. Over my head, there was a crown of ice crystal horns that spiraled into the sky, and I looked pretty dignified already. I mean, I already look like a boss dragon. How much will I change in the next evolution? Probably I will just keep getting ridiculously bigger. Maybe I will get more heads? Who knows? What I don't like is that Ben Laden is even smaller than me now. I am already 6 meters big, she's half of it if not a bit smaller. I don't want to get so big that I end up seeing her as a little ant. Damn, I wish she could evolve too and become something like a titan. Well, whatever. I did have the dream of becoming a giant dragon that dwarfed everything before my mighty size as I dominated the world. So let's aim to that nonetheless. There's no point in complaining. Oh right, and the wings. At first, they felt pretty weird. How would you feel if suddenly you gained a new pair of limbs out of nowhere? Weird, right? And there was this constant pain that not even pain resistance mitigated, which was the nerve slowly adjusting my brain to the new limbs. It hurt to adapt to it, but after one day of evolving, I had managed to flap my wings and fly up. And I think I could fly even higher and higher if I used wind magic into the equation. I could just go anywhere I wanted. But it would still take a bunch of time, and we are in our hermit cultivation mood for now. The good thing about wings is that I don't need wind magic to fly anymore, so I save up mana, but calories are spent due to the fast locomotion that flapping such enormous wings and lifting this gigantic body imply. This is why using wind magic is still better. In fact, due to my mana regeneration, just floating in midair is already better. But wings give you that amazing maneuver that is hard by just floating, so I will just use both around for the most efficacy and cost efficiency, swapping between the two when needed or combining them too, according to my needs. A lot of my skills had awakened after the evolution, which surprised me. After a skill reaches level 10, it undergoes an evolution of sorts, or an awakening, turning into a greater and stronger version of itself. And that's what exactly happened to my first skills, mostly the Ice Dragon natural skills, Clash. And as I was thinking these things, I was with Ben Laden practicing offensive techniques. And I am fairly good at using my tail as a spear, and also as a whip too. I simply crushed an entire pine tree by piercing it continuously with the tip of my tail, which is like a spear. Crash! The entire tree falls into pieces, as Ben Laden claps at me and cheers. Amazing Drake, you've gotten good at using your tail, said Ben Laden. Oh, this is nothing, I said rather pridefully. But I am indeed quite good at it, the point where this popped up right now. Ding! You learned equals the equals whip equals technique equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash u. You learned equals the equals spear equals technique equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash u. You learned equals the equals projectile equals fire equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals slash u. Oh, that third one is a surprise, but now I more or less can use techniques with my tail. The third one is slash projectile. Unleash a projectile launched from either your body or from magic. You can aim precisely at your target, and the projectile can fly for several meters across. Damage enhanced based on skill level and strength and magic stats, depending on if the projectile is physical or magical. Oh, amazing skill. Wait, with this, I don't need to use winds to launch ice projectiles anymore, don't I? Look at this now, without wind magic, I said, as I generated an ice blade and launched it to a faraway tree using projectile fire. Clash! The blade pierced the tree cleanly and continued its course through several trees. Clash! 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 Boom! The last tree received the full impact and fell. Ben Laden glanced at me as if she had seen something super cool, like when I was a young human and watched the Power Rangers. Amazing, you can use telekinesis now, she asked. Oh, air? Not really. It is a skill, a new ability, but maybe it is a bit like your telekinesis, but it only works to launch things. I can't maintain them over the air without wind magic, I said. I see. It is so cool how you keep growing even after being such a big dragon, Drake. Will you become even bigger later? She asked. Perhaps. But you're also growing pretty fast, Ben Laden, now show me what you got. I said. All right, said Ben Laden, as she held an axe made of ice. Yep, she's practicing with weapons too. By combining my crafting skill with my magic ice creation, I can more or less create weapon-shaped projectiles, right? So I make them permanent using a ton of mana until they suddenly gain stats. Yay, like game items. I discovered this after my crafting skill reached level 5. So if I put a lot of mind and mana into it, and time, I can more or less create powerful weapons or even armor, but I am taking it slowly because it takes a toll on my mind. Ben Laden preferred an axe as her weapon like her father used to wield one. And now, she's going to practice with yours truly. Chapter 78, Great Progress and Sparring? As Ben Laden braces herself, I check my stats. Name, Drake. Race, Adult Winged Ice Dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Middle Stage. Status, Satiated. Vitality, 3724/3724. Mana, 7203/7203. Strength, 3208. Dexterity, 2032. Magic, 5898. Abilities. Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God, Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 8. Parallel Thought Processing, Level 7. Wind Magic, Level 7. Mana Control, Level 8. Telepathy, Level 7. Berserk Mode, Level 6. Fear-Inducing Aura, Level 5. Naming, Level 5. Kin Control, Level 3. Crafting, Level 5. Apothecary, Level 4. Mining, Level 4. Hastened Mana Regeneration, Level 1. Ice Dragon Natural Skills. Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, Level 1. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, Level 1. Medium Self-Regeneration, Level 1. Strong Freezing Slash, Level 1. Furious Freezing Bite, Level 1. Freezing Tail Whip, Level 7. Steel Body, Level 1. Keen Instincts, Level 2. Ice Thread Production, Level 2. Group Cultivation, Level 2. Whip Technique, Level 1. Spear Technique, Level 1. Projectile Fire, Level 1. Resistance. Cold Immunity. Hunger Resistance, Level 4. Fear Resistance, Level 5. Pain Resistance, Level 6. Ice Dragon Natural Resistances. Physical Attack Damage Resistance, Level 9. Fire Resistance, Level 4. Wind Resistance, Level 6. Thunder Resistance, Level 4. My stats had skyrocketed these last weeks after intense physical training, mana cultivation, and by constantly eating tons of low-ranked mana cores from literally anything I found that wasn't the wolf pack. After the evolution, my stats skyrocketed once more. I think I have finally maturated as a dragon completely, as my stats clearly reflect that. I suppose now that I am this strong, I am clearly surpassing other beings with the same rank as me, so I won't probably come across anything stronger than me, unless it is of several ranks above me. This hunting zone is getting stale though, and to compare my stats, there is Ben Laden in front of me, who had been proactively training both physically and magically. She is just as talented as me if not more. Her giant bloodline triggers each time she trains physically and increases the gain of muscles, while her high grade of mana core makes her magic and mana grow at exponential rates the more we cultivate together, and since we began to use the group cultivation skill I got, we had been able to cultivate even more intensively by sharing constant streams of mana around everyone. This also means that the pack is also getting stronger. Once more, Ben Laden doesn't have a system, so the stats showed are just an estimated value made by her current capabilities only, and it might vary greatly, but it's still a good average to estimate it. Name, Ben Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, upper stage. Status, healthy, ready to battle. Average estimated vitality, 1726/1726. Average estimated mana, 1843/1843. Average estimated strength, 1405. Average estimated dexterity, 1011. Average estimated magic, 1663. Abilities. Unique skill, mold, suppressed. Unique skill, charm, active, ineffective against you. Ice Giant's bloodline, Ymir's descendant. Cold immunity, ice resistance. Hastened self-recovery. Parasite immunity. Status effect resistance. Ice Dragon's skin. Cooking. Butcher. Crafting. Sewing. Mana manipulation. Giant's great physique. Magic genius. Acrobatics. Forager. Fungokinesis, mold. Mold-assisted telekinesis, mold. Sealed abilities. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. To say the least, for the level she is, her stats are nothing but insane. And I believe I am at fault of this. My training is really pushing her to her limits and beyond, and she had been doing this every single day. This combined with her great magic talent and giant bloodline made her grow at an exponential rate. She isn't as strong as me, but she is indeed quite strong, and quite possibly stronger than anyone within her rank. I think there is another factor I have been ignoring that might have been enhancing our cultivation, which is eating cultivation materials. This whole forest could be seen as a treasure trove of ice path cultivation materials, and as we eat them every single day, from the ice pear fruits, the ice mushrooms, the salt roots, the meat of the ice rabbits, ice crows, and ice wolves, and more, they're all ice path cultivation materials, and we eat them in large quantities. Even if Ben Laden does not use ice magic, she's still an ice giant, and as one, she is still benefited by the ice path materials. Nonetheless, she was now looking at me with conviction in her eyes. The ice axe she was holding was made by yours truly, and it even carries some stats through my system, so it is her weapon of preference. She wants to learn how to use a heavy weapon, and she wanted to wield axes like her father, so I let her be. But she is also asking me to craft her a staff, as she wants something to enhance her mana and magic. I don't know if I can just make something like that yet, but she has high expectations of me. And about me? I don't think I can wield any equipment for the moment. And because I launch ice projectiles around, it is better to make them in the go than put time and effort into making a weapon I am just going to throw around. Nonetheless, we began to spar. Well, spar, I am way too strong, and my defenses are insane, so she won't be able to do any damage, but if she can swing that thing well, she will earn proficiency and might learn an ability related to wielding an axe. The abilities of other living beings do not relate to my system, but I can clearly see them. In this world it seems that people can simply learn abilities that are not just knowledge and experience, they're actual skill-like abilities but that they don't perceive them like that. What differentiates me from them is that I can level them up and grow exponentially faster. Alright, Drake. I am not holding back, said Ben Laden, rushing towards me with her axe. Clash? Chapter 79, Sparring? Ben Laden ran towards me while raising her ice axe, as I inspected the item's status. Yeah, it had a status. Ice Dragon's Freezing Axe, C grade. Durability, 2000/2000. Attack power, 1500. Magic conductivity, 1000. Weapon speed, 600. Traits, evolving weapon, C, freezing/C. As you can see, anything I put thousands of mana, and hours after hours of intense creation, shaping, and the use of the crafting skill, can acquire this status, and have stats, and even traits to boot. This weapon took me 2 whole days to create, and it was a pretty intense battle, as I had to make it entirely out of ice produced by magic, which I was forcing to become a permanent, hard, and non-melting element while shaping it as a sharp axe. It took some time. But thanks to the crafting skill, it was not so hard, as this skill grants me insight about how to shape and create equipment or anything. Ben Laden was happy when I finally finished. Although she can't see the axe's status, obviously, but she could feel that it held a lot of power within it. Slash, she said, as the axe reached me, and I used my claws to intercept it. Clash? The axe is pretty strong, it was made by me obviously. The blade of the weapon suddenly begins to slowly grind into my metallic plate-like scales, but I quickly push Ben Laden aside alongside the axe, as she quickly comes for another hit. Hiya, she roars, rather cutely for an adult young woman to roar like a little girl, but that's how she is. Clash! Another hit reaches my claws, as I intercept it with the metallic nails I have and grab the blade with them. Ben Laden is surprised over my strength, as I stop her movements just by casually catching her weapon with the tip of my claws. You have to put some more strength. I roared rather arrogantly, as I moved my tail towards her. I quickly let go of the axe, as she infused mana into her legs and jumped out of the way of my tail, landing at my left side. Mold. She suddenly summons a massive mold of around a meter in an instant, and uses it to make the axe float. Oh. Flash. The axe flies towards me with great speed, like a flash of azure colors. It slashes through my scales at immense speed. Clash. Clash. Slash. She has gotten better at controlling the mold, I see. However, I swipe my claws and throw away the axe, as Ben Laden suddenly surprises me by coming from my back. Well, I still sensed her. Take this, she said with eyes filled with resolve, as a massive mold suddenly launches into my face, sticking into my eyes. This is not so bad, huh? Yuck. I cry as I try to catch her with my claws, but she evaded on time. You're quite the sneaky girl, I said, taking out the mold from my face as I find her raising her axe again. Mana slash. Flash. Suddenly, Ben Laden infuses a few hundred mana into her axe, which begins to glow with a faint aura of magical essence. The moment after, she jumps over my head and unleashes a powerful magical slash of pure non-attribute mana, which impacts me with great force. Boom! Ben Laden rushes over me as she sees me on the ground with my eyes closed. Drake? Was I too rude? She asked, as I got her right where I wanted. Ha! I extend my tail and entangle her with them, catching her up. Yuck! Never pity your enemy, Ben Laden. Now, I shall devour you. I roared, as I extended my jaws towards her. Eat this, she said, releasing a massive mold into my mouth, and quickly slipping away from my not-so-tight tail grab. The mold gibbers annoyingly inside my mouth until I swallow it. Hey, that was unfair, I said. Hehe, you also were unfair there, she said. Well, let's continue, until you can get a better grasp of using the axe, I said. Okay, but, why did you say never pity your enemies? Didn't you pity me even when we were enemies though, asked Ben Laden. Well, you were a special case. You were being controlled by a parasitic mold. It wasn't the real you after all. But there will be a lot of evil people we might meet in the future. We don't have to have mercy against them, especially if they try to kill you, I said. Oh, I see then. Well, in my previous life I had already killed people, she sighed. Well, it is good that you're accustomed to the feeling at least, so you won't doubt too much, but even then, I won't let you fight alone. I am here so we can cover each other's backs, all right? I asked as I petted Ben Laden's head. Sure. I feel more reassured if you're with me. I also want to help you as much as I can, Drake. So I will keep training so I can do so. I want to stay with you, she said. Her yellow gold eyes were glowing with a strong resolution, something that made her look fierce. I see. It makes me happy that you think that. Now, let's continue, I said, as Ben Laden happily nodded, raising her axe, and then beginning our spar once more. She slashed through my scales, although they were barely damaged, while I used my claws and tail to defend or gently hit her, forcing her to learn how to defend with the large axe blade, which I had specifically made so it could work as a shield too. But maybe I could simply craft her a shield next, maybe with my own scales? Can I do that? I wonder. Ben Laden was also getting better at her fungokinesis ability, the one that let her control mold in midair, while also she was practicing her mold-assisted telekinesis, by wrapping her axe with the mold and converting it into a vicious flying weapon. Meanwhile, I practiced my physical fighting against a humanoid, as I am sure the experience will come in handy whenever we find some enemy like this. Chapter 80, Jealous Big Brother. Alma POV 2:1/2. Time goes flying and I miss my own world. I have changed more than I would have liked. Ugh, I miss my world. The Ice Sky dream wasn't as I expected. I am not even free to do whatever I please, as the princess of the kingdom of elves within Elfheim. Things are quite tight with my schedule. I just got 3 years of age and I am already being taught a bunch of stuff by many teachers. And there's this weird feeling I have that my brother is harboring some hate against me all out of a sudden. Well, not all that out of a sudden, it has been quite gradual. He's already quite grown up, being around 16, so he is being given a lot of responsibilities, and as I am still on baby elf girl mode, my mother and my father are giving me all their attention, so I grow up into the perfect princess they want. Ugh. I guess he grew very spoiled by them, and then seeing them shift their attention completely all out of a sudden must have hurt his feelings. And I can see him slowly labor more and more hate against me, just like today. I can't help but admit that I do love my parents. They're nice at the end of the day, and my mother is very gentle as well. My cold heart of my past life is slowly being warmed by these two elves, and it is beginning to be okay to be their little daughter, I suppose. Anyways, I also kind of want to love my brother. He has been nice to me, but he hasn't particularly been a good figure, but lately, he has stopped giving me attention and often stares at me expressionlessly. Today, my mother was teaching me how to read, yes, at 3 years of age, and my father was helping me read the book. My brother stood there as he glared at me. He is a handsome young man, pale white skin, long ears, golden blonde hair that reaches his shoulders, and sharp bright eyes. A perfect Bishounen if you ask me. So, Alma, what does it says there? Asked my mom rather gently. As the super talented baby I had already learned how to talk pretty fluidly, and I was already getting to master my reading ability quite easily. It says, and as the gods fell, a new world rose from the ashes. I said, with the cute and little voice of a girl, which still feels a bit unnatural to me. Amazing, you're already reading so well, said my father, petting me and kissing my forehead. Uwa, my little princess will grow up to become such an intelligent woman, said my mother, as she clapped and cheered. I couldn't help but release a dumb smile as they praised me, and then I tried to interact with my silent brother. Big brother, did you hear? I can read, I said. However, he stared at me blankly. So what? You're just reading. Everyone can read. I don't know how's that any type of achievement, he said. Call on Greenwood SYLPH, mind your manners? This is your sister you're talking to, said my mother. Calm down, Rena, no need to yell at our son, sighed my father. And what's so special about her? She's just an annoying little brat, said Kalon, crossing his arms. Okay, you're already crossing the line. Brother, you don't have to be so rude with me. I thought we were family. Why are you like this? I asked. Kalon suddenly fell silent, as he glared at my eyes with growing hate. What? I just asked a pretty direct question. I am not. What would you understand? He said, as he ran out of the room. My mother waved her head as she sighed. I will go talk to him. For now, keep studying, said my father, as he walked away. As we were left alone, my mother hugged me. I am sorry that your brother is like this, Alma. I don't know what happened to him. I think we didn't raise him well. But don't worry, we will make sure that you grow as a polite young woman, she said. But mother, shouldn't we talk with my brother too? Perhaps he just wants a bit more attention from your part, I said. But he's already 16 years of age. At this age elves are close to fully mature. He will be an adult soon, and because of that, he'll need to take more responsibilities. If we spoil him too much, he will grow conceited, said my mother. Is that so? Maybe you shouldn't have spoiled him so much from the start, not suddenly stopping? But still, I think he might want your attention too, I said. Alma, you're way too young to worry about such stuff. Leave that to the adults. All right, my dear, asked my mother, as she kissed my forehead. Ugh, I hate when adults say that. But, no buts? Now, let's go back to studying. At your age you must read this entire book and learn the origins of our world, and our blessed elven race, said my mother, as she ignored my pleas and forced me to continue reading. This book was like the Bible of this world or something. It contained information about what it was and how it was made. Although I don't fully believe in everything, seeing how there's magic, elves, and all of that, there might be some truth to it. And yet, this is pretty much Norse mythology screwed all over the place. It seems that there was a big war between Ymir, the giants, and all the gods named Aesir, where a large amount died. Their power was so strong the other realms shattered and the end of the war was catastrophic. The world tree fused the corpses of the titans and gods alongside the fragmented realms, and created our world, simply named Yggdrasil after the tree that maintains it all together. Elves come from the ancient realm of Alfheim, and we are the creation of Freyr and Freyja, apparently. Yeah, there's a lot to take on. But this stuff does not worry me as much as my brother's mental health. Chapter 81, Little Elven Princess Awakening. Alma POV 2 halves. I remember there was something that I got before reincarnating. Something about unique skills. But what is it? I quickly begin to search inside of my mind, and then, some memories fly into my head like bubbles with images. Right, I remember now. It was continuous casting, endless mana, and main character. They are unique skills. But where's the system? Why do you give me skills without a system? So they're there but I can't even see their details. Wait, then does that means I can do all types of crazy stuff with my endless mana? I know that there are mana cores and I've seen my brother, mother, and father, and even my maids and butlers using magic as an everyday thingy. I also know there are 10 ranks of mana core cultivation and everything else. After all, I am already 5 years old, so they've taught me a lot on this time. I've tried to use magic, okay, but it never comes out. I don't know if there's something wrong with me or not, but my parents have said that elves can begin using magic when they are 5 years of age after an awakening ceremony because the mana core keeps growing until 5 years of age, so trying to use mana prematurely is near impossible while this organ grows as one does. They said that only monsters are born with fully grown mana cores, because they're beings created from nature or something. But aren't we as well? It doesn't make any sense, but I guess monsters are the overpowered option, as always. I should have wished to reincarnate as a dragon or something. Missed an opportunity right there. If I have endless mana I could surprise everyone with my amazing powers, but I can't. The wait has been literally killing me all this time, but it is finally time I guess. As I am 5 years old like I previously stated. I was in my room now, glaring at my mirror. Damn, sometimes I don't recognize myself. I guess I once used to be fat and ugly guy, but look at me, I am such an adorable elf girl. I am not tall enough, but I think I am reaching 1 meter soon. My legs are slender and milky white, and so is my entire petite body. My chest is flat, but if I am really going to look like SYLPHY Chan one day, maybe I will get giant honkers growing out of me when I hit puberty. It could be said that I am rather familiar with having big tits from my previous life. My face is almost like a doll, I look way too beautiful. My eyes are shiny emerald in color, I have a tiny and pointy nose, and long ears, which are actually way better at earring than my human ones. My blonde hair is long and silky, and even a little sparkly. My maid and my mother always make them into twin tails, so if I cross my eyebrows and pout, I look like the classic tsundere girl. I was currently wearing a royalty dress with emerald, white, and gold colors, so I looked like a Lolita. The dress even had flower decorations of various bright colors. Way too striking for my likings, but I have no choice on this. My parents are strict and force me to wear what they want. Well, they've sheltered me and given me love, alongside all other kinds of stuff, so I would feel ungrateful if I told them that I don't want to wear what they want me to wear. I am trying to not be a conceited royalty girl. I try to smile a bit, as a cute smile surges. I touch the mirror as my hand touches its reflection. I near my face to the mirror, seeing my face and moving it around. It has been 5 years and I am still getting used to being an elf girl. What will be of my life? I wonder. I will be a princess, I guess, and then maybe a queen? Though my brother will be the king first, I would guess. So what with me? Will I get married to another family to forge bonds of family and money? Ugh. No, wait, I don't want to be with a man. I am fairly sure I still like girls. Okay, let's not think about this stuff. Knock, knock. Suddenly, the door opens as a beautiful elven woman with pink hair and purple eyes emerges, my maid named Rose. Young lady, it is time. Your father and mother are waiting for you within the Hall of Awakening. Please, come with me, she said. All right, I said, as Rose held my hand and guided me. She was a tall woman, nearing 1 meter and 80 centimeters, so I was a little thing compared to her. We walked through the large palace which has been my house these 5 years, a gigantic building with a wide ceiling, all made with bright white rocks and decorated with gold paintings and all kinds of plants and flowers. The vast ceiling had paintings of trees as well, and elves of previous generations of my family. There are over 50 rooms in the palace, so it is easy to get lost, as it is like a giant labyrinth. But Rose led me to the place in no time, as I saw a few elves gathering outside of the large hall, which had a spring in the middle, where a glistering and bright water flowed from, which seemed to have magical properties. This was the Fountain of Awakening. By drinking a bit of this water, elves can awaken their monocores immediately. My mother and father were waiting for me at each side of the spring, alongside my brother, glancing at me from the side. Thank you, Rose, said my father. As Rose nodded and walked to the side, my mother quickly grabbed my hand and led me to the spring. My father began to read the Bible of this world for a bit until I was finally given the spring water over a golden chalice. The water was fresh and sweet. And then, flash, author note, hi guys, I really have to stockpile chapters now, so I might not be able to upload 2 chapters every day as I want to save some. But please don't stop supporting me with power stones, I implore you guys. I will make sure to upload every day at the very least. Chapter 82, The Mold Attacks. Where am I? I suddenly wake up in my dreams. This place, it is familiar. I haven't gotten in here for some time now. A sudden chill takes hold of my entire being, as I sense that my heart is beating faster. This feeling of dread, of desperation, this eternal darkness where I am. This place is nowhere else than that place. The abyssal cage where the mold once caged me inside. I glance around and I only find eternal and twisting darkness. I begin to tremble as I feel like I am about to become completely paralyzed. No matter how much I try, I can't help it. I begin to tremble again and again. I feel weak. Miranda. A sudden voice speaks to me. I know who you are. This voice is my own, but different. I slowly move to my back, as I see a mass of black ooze bubbling around, moving like a slug towards me. Maini, Rayon, Dayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallallalla I fall over my butt as I begin to grit my teeth. The pain I am feeling is so well known, and traumas of my past quickly take over my mind. No, I thought you were dead. Why are you coming back? I can't let these traumas take over me anymore. But, I am scarred. I am so scared. It keeps moving, crawling to me and gibbering, pulsating grotesquely. It groans as if it had a million voices. Maini, Rayon, Dayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayayaya groans, as its entire body expands like black tentacles, rushing towards me. No, no, the tentacles quickly entangle my defenseless body, crushing me with the strength of a monster. It hurts so much. Make it stop. Please, make it stop. Hee hee. Hee 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 hee. Marayon day. You can't escape from me. Stop. Aig. Day 64. The last 3 days we have been sparring with Ben Laden like there's no tomorrow, while also enhancing our physical strength through exercises of all kinds and also our mana and magic through group cultivation with the wolf pack. Some of the oldest wolves had actually ranked up and became strong middle stage wolves, while Frost is closer to peak stage. Yesterday we ended up staying with the wolves, as Ben Laden was resting over several of them. Their warm fur and soft, scale-less bodies are way better than mine, that's for sure. She's sleeping peacefully so wait, she's not. Stop. Stop. I don't want to. Suddenly, bin Laden begins to scream as if they were torturing her. What is going on? I rush towards her as I try to wake her up. The other wolves notice her screams as they become alert. Woof, woof. Frost suddenly begins to bark. What is going on? It seems that he's sensing something with a strong bloodthirst from within bin Laden. Because I can clearly sense it too. And then, as I try to wake her up by throwing her water over her face, which seems to not be working, her status suddenly changes into possessed. Even worse, her name acquires the Miranda name in brackets. What? Don't tell me, this is the bad girl she talks about. But if it is just the mold, why is it coming back out of a sudden? Wasn't she immune? I check her stats as the parasite immunity ability is still there. This is some kind of mental or soul possession, not physical through mold. So the mold really has a consciousness. Well, the only thing I can do is obvious. Scream at her. Bin Laden, wake up, fight back. Of course, I can't scream with words, so what comes out are just very loud roars, while I use my mind overcharged with mana to scream these words inside of her mind. Ngwa. NNNGGH. Ak. Bin Laden struggles a bit more as she begins to grit her teeth. Wake up. I scream once more, as I can suddenly see the waves of my mana entering her body through my telepathic messages. DDRA. Drake. Aig. No, 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 no. Bin Laden, I have to, right. The blood? I quickly slash a wound into my limb with one of my claws and spray my red blood over bin Laden's body, and a bit over her mouth, which she drinks desperately. Please, bin Laden, wake up. I scream, as my telepathic messages reach her mind like a wave of mana. Aigurg. Bin Laden, however, keeps fighting, and struggling. My blood is taking no effect at all. Fuck. What do I do then? Suddenly, I realize that every time I scream through telepathy, waves of mana reached bin Laden. Maybe I should be able to do the same, but with my whole mana? She's probably fighting against her alter ego through some kind of mindscape, her very mind. The black space she once told me she was caged in. If she's fighting some kind of mental battle, I have to infuse my very will into her body through my mana and telepathy, and help her out. I charge my mana into my body, all of it. It emerges like an enormous aura of bluish colors, and then I activate the telepathy skill once more, but I concentrate all of this mana and shot it into bin Laden's chest, as the overflowing amount of energy is infused into her entire body, naturally reaching her head and mind. And through it, I charge my very will through my consciousness, and it seems that it is somehow working, as telepathy is pretty much a way for your consciousness to enter other people's minds and communicate words. Can't I simply do this but overcharged until it works? It was worth a try, and it is actually working. NNGGH? AIAAAAARG. Stop. Aic. Bin Laden screams as I can't help but feel even more resolve to help her out. I infuse my mind into the task, as suddenly, I feel a bit strange. It is as if I was separating myself from my own body. I suddenly see myself as some kind of phantom, as I see my own body closing its eyes in front of bin Laden. This is it. I don't have any idea how this works, but it worked. Could the mind and the soul be connected as one? Then, it means that the more I train my mind, the more I can move my soul. So by overusing my ridiculous amounts of mana with telepathy and concentrating it into generating this will, it suddenly popped out of my very soul as some kind of phantom form that I can use to have an out-of-body experience. I quickly use this form to dive into bin Laden's mind. Splash! Sudden darkness greets my sight. In fact, it is pure darkness. Abyssal and deep darkness, pure shadows of the void. This is bin Laden's abyssal cage, the one she told me that entity caged her for so long. I expand my senses around, as I quickly notice the strong presence on my back. There it is. An enormous and ever-growing mass of black mold twisting around, capturing bin Laden within it. Ha 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 ha, Miranda, you can't escape from me. Stop, stoop, I am not your property. Halt. I roar, as I fly towards the two with an immense speed that not even I realized I had. Flash. Suddenly, the mold glares at me with its dozens of crimson eyes. It's shocked. Chapter 83, Drake vs Mold. By using a combination of mana control, all of my freaking mana, telepathy, and my parallel mind thought processing skills, I was able to enhance my very soul. It seems that mind and soul were connected. The more you enhance your mind, the more your soul is enhanced as well. Through my desire to help bin Laden, my mana control moving my will and mana outside of my body, and the telepathy helping me creating the root inside of bin Laden's mind, I was actually able to create something of a phantom form, an out-of-body experience, and I dived inside of bin Laden's consciousness, arriving inside of this completely abyssal world of perpetual and twisting darkness. I expanded my senses widely through this space, as I quickly sensed the presence of two beings. Deciding to move in their direction, I moved at incredible speeds, such speed that I had never thought possible for me. Perhaps as a phantom form, I can move way quicker. Flash. As I flew towards the direction of the presences, I saw a gigantic tower of twisting black mold, slimy ooze that bubbled, gibbered, and pulsated grotesquely around. And in the middle of its monstrous grasp, the figure of bin Laden could be seen. It was her, the tall young woman with blue skin, long silvery white hair, and golden eyes. However, she seemed to be in constant pain, and screaming. The mold was seeping into her flesh, and entangling her. It was trying to assimilate her. If I let it do this, will bin Laden's true self disappear forever? No, I won't let this happen. Halt! I roared, as I flew at an immense speed towards the Tower of Mold, releasing ice and cold winds from my entire body as I exuded the power of my will. The screams suddenly stop as Ben Laden begins to breathe heavily, noticing me. Drake, she cried, as her golden eyes began to cry. The mass of crimson-red eyes glared at me, unleashing an enormous bloodthirst. Each of the bloody eyes it had noticed me, and it somehow knew about me. It hated me. I could clearly feel it from all the feeling of pure hate it exuded all against me. You, it roared, as enormous black tentacles began to slowly move towards me. Yay, I got it the first time. You hate me, don't you? I asked rather teasingly, as the entity groaned. You're that Drake, aren't you? The one that separated me from my Miranda. I don't know how exactly you got inside here, but I won't let you take her away from me anymore. Miranda, I mine. Mine. Unyug, sorry, for being so weak. Cried Ben Laden. Her name is not Miranda. She's Ben Laden. I roared, as my entire phantom form exuded an enormous aura of ice and winds. I was able to somehow conjure magic in this place, and all the mana I charged into this form was still here with me. She doesn't has any name like Theaot. Boom! The gigantic mass of oozing black mold began to shake everywhere, as its enormous tentacles began to launch at me like vicious sharp spears, trying to destroy me. Icicle rain? I quickly conjure an easy spell, creating several icicle spears, and firing them at the mold with the impulse of my winds. Flash, 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 flash. Each icicle spear reaches the mold, exploding into ice and winds, and easily freezing the mold everywhere the attacks touched and expanded. Boom, 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 Guru Uarg. The entity of mold groans in pain, as I quickly dive into the frozen mold and tear it apart with my freezing claws, shattering it all into fragments that were suddenly turned into dust and disappeared. What kind of power is that? Asked the mold, as it suddenly used its mass to attack me, trying to drown me into a sea of twisting black mold. Splash! The mold not only was trying to drown me into it, but it twisted as if it were all alive, trying to crush me through the pressure from all around my body. It was like a giant hand that had grabbed me, and it was now about to crush me as if I were a mere bug. But I got my magic to back me up. Ice, wind, flash. Suddenly, I generate an explosion of ice and wind magic all around me, which freezes all the mold around me. I use my gigantic and monstrous claws to shatter the mold into pieces, rushing through all of it and freezing it while crushing it. Crash, 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 crash. Ungurya? Why you pile of garbage, it roared, as it began to expand the mold all around me. Tentacles came forward against me from all sides, but I froze them and sliced them into pieces with slicing winds. Slash, crash, slash, crash. Explosions and shockwaves resonated through the entire battlefield. As the frozen mold was shattered by my claws, I enhanced my body with more of my mana, reaching the peak of the massive mold as I froze it all with my breath attacks. The mold was unable to get near as I completely overwhelmed it. Know the might of a dragon? You're calling me garbage, but you're already dying. Let go of Ben Laden. She is not yours, she is of no one. I roared, as I reached Ben Laden like a flash of blue and emerald colors, ice and winds resonating around my phantom body. Using my gigantic claws, I frozen and sliced the mold tentacles entrapping Ben Laden, and I grabbed her with my other arms. Ungurya? Why you? Stop! Don't take her away from me, it roared. Drake. You came to save me, said Ben Laden. Ben Laden, I told you that you were not alone, I said as I glared at the mold from above. As it struggled to move and gibber, it was almost completely frozen. You have a very toxic relationship with Ben Laden. How about we cool down things for now until you can chill out? I asked as I unleashed my breath of ice all over the mold, and then, with my claws, I sliced through it all, shattering it into pieces completely. Anyagu? Me, ran, boom. As I saw the mold explode into pieces and dissipate, I was suddenly moved back to my body. Check out this paragraph for the new cover sketch. WIP. Chapter 84, Phantom Body. After the massacre I unfolded over the malicious mold that tried to consume Ben Laden's mind, I went back to my body. But this time it feels weird. For a moment, before I could completely adjust to my body, it felt as if I were wearing some kind of suit. I guess this is what it feels like to possess your body again? But after it stabilized, I only felt a lot of fatigue after spending so much mana, but that fatigue also quickly flew away as my mana regenerated at an outstanding pace. Ding! You learned equals the equals phantom equals body equals level equals 1 equals skill, equals / u. The levels equals of equals several equals skills equals have equals increased, equals / the. A new skill? Ugh. Suddenly, I feel terrible pain. It came from the deeps of my body. No, it wasn't my body, it was even deeper than that. My soul. It was a pain I had never felt before, but it sure was horrible. In simple terms, it was as if someone was putting 100 little needles over your eye, but all over the place. The pain was so much I was about to pass out. It felt as if my soul was breaking apart. It had an enormous wound. Is this because I forcefully used my mana and soul to help Ben Laden? It surely was a good price to pay for. I have resisted even the worst types of pain before, but this was ridiculous. However, as my mana regenerated back, I suddenly felt like my soul was also regenerating. It felt like I had a giant hole in my stomach. and someone was pouring a large quantity of cold water over it to fill the hole. It was strange, but it somehow worked. As my soul fragmentation stopped, it slowly began to regenerate back alongside my mana regeneration. I guess I didn't pass out at the end, but that was a frightening experience. I have to train this phantom body skill now before I even use my soul for anything else. I don't want to suffer such a big wound ever again. Ding! Due to equals the equals intense equals strain equals you've equals put equals your equals soul equals into equals your equals soul equals has equals begun equals to equals evolve equals slash do. What? Evolve? So by putting my soul into a terrible pain and then regenerating it back, my soul evolves? That's, well, I guess it makes sense if you make the soul be something like a muscle to an extent. But even then, it is rather the terrible way of doing it. Ding! Soul density equals has equals been equals strengthened equals and equals augmented equals slash soul. My soul is indeed growing bigger now. Ding! Soul cultivation equals function equals has equals been equals unlocked equals slash soul. You have equals reached equals the equals soul equals energy equals gathering equals realm equals slash you. So it even has realms. All of equals your equals stats equals have equals increased equals slash all. My stats increased too. I guess this battle didn't actually weaken me, but it ended strengthening me. I quickly decided to check my stats now that I felt as if I was born anew. After my soul regenerated and advanced into a new realm, it really felt like I was as light as a cloud. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged ice dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana core cultivation, rank 2, middle stage. Soul cultivation, soul energy gathering realm, initial stage. Status, satiated. Vitality, 3894/3894. Mana, 8455/8455. Strength, 3548. Dexterity, 2340. Magic, 7100. Abilities. Unique skill, Immortal Body. Unique skill, Winter Magic. Unique skill, System. Unique skill, Ice Absorption. Unique skill, God, Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-speed thought processing, Level 9. Parallel thought processing, Level 8. Wind magic, Level 7. Mana control, Level 9. Telepathy, Level 8. Berserk mode, Level 6. Fear-inducing aura, Level 6. Naming, Level 5. Kin control, Level 3. Crafting, Level 5. Apothecary, Level 4. Mining, Level 4. Hastened mana regeneration, Level 2. Phantom body, Level 1. Ice dragon natural skills. Ice dragon bloodline. Ice dragon frost breath, Level 2. Metallic ice dragon scales, Level 2. Medium self-regeneration, Level 2. Strong freezing slash, Level 2. Furious freezing bite, Level 2. Freezing tail whip, Level 8. Steel body, Level 2. Keen instincts, Level 4. Ice thread production, Level 2. Group cultivation, Level 2. Whip technique, Level 1. Spear technique, Level 1. Projectile fire, Level 2. Resistance. Cold immunity. Hunger resistance, Level 4. Fear resistance, Level 5. Pain resistance, Level 6. Ice dragon natural resistances. Physical attack damage resistance, Level 9. Fire resistance, Level 4. Wind resistance, Level 6. Thunder resistance, Level 4. My stats indeed increased. Mostly my mana and magic, so I guess those stats are deeply connected to the soul too. It seems that soul cultivation has many stages. I wonder if I can check them through analyze. Ding! Soul cultivation equals slash soul. A transcendental type of cultivation that exists in every world. You have unlocked its functions by strengthening your soul density. By using the universal principles of soul strengthening, you can shape soul energy absorbed from other souls into yours, making it your own power and soul. Or you can put your soul into strains and regenerate it back, enhancing its quality. Each realm has 4 stages in between, initial, middle, upper, and peak stages. Soul cultivation has several realms. Soul energy gathering realm. Soul core creation realm. Soul core nourishment realm. Soul energy refinement realm. Soul core enlargement realm. Spiritual soul realm. Spiritual soul core realm. Nascent soul realm. Divine soul core creation realm. Divine soul realm. What a big info dump. But it works? It seems that similarly to mana core ranks, there is a bunch of soul cultivation ranks. I see. So I can even get a divine soul. Whew, that's not happening anytime, certainly. I finally feel like moving, so I quickly get up, as I was sitting over the ground, it seems. The first thing I see are the wolves around Ben Laden, who has just woken up. Her yellow gold eyes seem tired, as she glared at me. How are you feeling? I asked. Sniff. Drake. Ben Laden then rushes towards me and jumps over my neck, hugging me with her strong arms. Thank you, for being there for me, for saving me. Sniff. I promise you that it won't happen again. She cried, as I grabbed her with my large claws as gently as I could. Don't worry, I will make sure that it doesn't happen again, I said. Chapter 85, you have to get your #T together. After what happened, Ben Laden continued to hug me and Yuki and the wolves for several hours. She stopped crying after 2 hours, and then we went back to our home, where we ate roasted meat. I know I should be more patient, but in a harsh world such as this, I really want Ben Laden to become strong. Due to this, I want her to talk about this issue with me in detail so we can find a solution together. Ben Laden. Now that you're calmer, I believe that you should tell me what just happened, I said. Ben Laden glanced at her blue-skinned hands as she seemed to be rather uncomfortable with the issue, but instead of simply telling me that she won't say anything, she glanced at my eyes and spoke. I was attacked within my dreams by this being that I had spoken to you about before. This being, the consciousness of the mold or something like that. It formed in my past life, and it seems to retain the memories of my past. It seems to have a possessive nature, and it only wants me for herself. Sorry for being so weak. We have been training for so long and yet, I have not grown stronger at all, she said. Well, you have indeed grown stronger. I can see it through my perception, your strength, vitality, and more have increased exponentially, and your magic and mana keep improving too. You've also learned a lot of new abilities, so you're not someone weak at all. But perhaps you have a weak soul, I said. Soul, she asked. I already kind of knowledge of that monster, as you've already told me about it before. But it seems that it attacked you through your soul. As you can already notice, there was no mold involved on this, it never showed up to consume your body, you're already immune to it through drinking my blood. I said. No mold? You're right, muttered Ben Laden, realizing the same thing as I did. See, it is just as I told you, this thing lives within your mana core, but it might also linger within your soul, or it might have tried some way to devour your consciousness through the soul. The same method is used with you to cage you into the darkness. It doesn't even need to use the mold physically. I said. How strange, she said. For now, you don't have to worry about it. I believe it might be very weakened after I infiltrated your soul and attacked it directly with mine. I didn't realize up until now, but what we did was a battle of souls, and I came on top, I said. Drake, you're so amazing. To think that you would go to such lengths for me. It makes me feel so guilty. I don't deserve such a man with me, sighed Ben Laden. Never think about deserving or not the people at your side. Simply be grateful that they're there for you, and strive forward to one day also be able to help them when they will need a hand, I said, petting her head. At my words, Ben Laden's eyes shined. It seemed that she might be about to cry, but she contained her tears and smiled. You're right, she said. Now that you've more or less tamed the physical mold to an extent, what we need to do is for you to grow your soul strong enough to be able to tame whatever that entity was, I said. To tame that, she asked. Indeed, what is necessary to do is simple. Whenever it finally recovers and comes for you, you're going to fight back, I said. Ben Laden's hands began to tremble, as her eyes seemed to lost focus and light, glaring everywhere nervously. I generated a pile of snow and threw it over her head. Poof. Wake up from that dizziness, getting PTSD won't help you resolving this problem. Do you know, I actually died being buried by an avalanche, and I reincarnated as an ice dragon. Wouldn't I also have a big trauma with snow? Yet here I am, taming and using it. I know it is a terrible comparison, but I don't have anything else to say other than that. And just like I did with the ice and snow, you have to surpass your fears and get your shit together, I said. I decided to be bolder this time with her, but this was for her own good. Sometimes people are so deep into their own worlds and traumas that you have to be a bit rash with them. Tell them to get their shit together is a good option. Get my shit together, she asked. Sorry for saying it so rashly. Instead of being so concerned, you simply have to try. Instead of harboring your fears, harbor your hate, I said. My hate. Indeed. Hasn't that thing just tried to manipulate you? It's the worst, isn't it? I would be pissed as fuck if there was such a thing inside of me trying to possess me. I would literally beat his shit every time it shows up, I said. I think I did something similar before, said Ben Laden. You did? I asked. When I was in the darkness and you gave me your blood, I suddenly gained some more freedom and managed to fight back. Back in that time, I harbored a lot of hate. I was really just getting tired of that thing, and my parents' memories began to fill my heart with more and more resolve. And then, I somehow managed to hit it with my fists, with my legs, with my soul, she said. Perhaps that thing abuses your traumas and harbors fear into you, so you become weak and submissive. But if you simply fight back, I believe you might have enough power to damage it. It is simply, well, let's say that it is trying to trick you into making you think it is powerful. Because I totally sweep the floor with that thing, and I am fairly sure that my soul is not so strong aside from all my mana, I said. I see. Drake, will you help me train this? She asked. No need to ask, I said. Chapter 86, Phantom Body Training. Ben asked me something that I expected. Of course, after knowing that the thing inside of her has been trying to attack her soul, why shouldn't she want to learn how to strengthen her soul and become strong-willed? But how can we even make a person strong-willed? It is hard, and probably a gradual process that takes years. But at the very least I can help her strengthen her soul and be more confident. If that thing recovers again, I will help her too. This is why I want her to stay at my side through this whole ordeal. Now that I discovered soul cultivation, I have to practice my new skill related to it and figure out the secrets of soul cultivation, the powers of the soul, and how to control my soul or strengthen it. I can't help but be a bit excited. Finding new power and training it to find ways to use it in the future is quite fun, even in the situation we are in. For a small glimpse of time, I imagine being able to somehow split my soul and create clones or something, or even insert my split souls into weapons or even a golem made of ice. Though, could I even be able to do such an insane thing? I am not a necromancer or something to be able to control my soul to insanely like that, yet. For the rest of the day, we decided to train with Ben Laden over many physical exercises with her axe techniques, and then magic cultivation with the usual group cultivation. Day 65. Phantom body is an interesting skill. It helps me expand a part of my soul into what is called a phantom. When I activate the skill, a little blue-colored, almost transparent noodle comes out of my body. This noodle is a tendril of my soul, which is named phantom, I guess. This power comes from my soul, and it could be said to be an extension of it. I don't know if I should cut it to see if I can manipulate it. I feel like I would only grow weakened. For now, I simply want to experiment and also level up the skill. Oh, right, today we woke up early as usual. And there wasn't much news. It was a rather monotonous day as always, or well, a monotonous morning. But each day we train and cultivate, so we slowly power up, not a single day is wasted. By constantly checking the stats of the wolves, I've also come out with some conclusions and questions inside of my mind over the comparison between my own power, the system that helps me gain stats, and the cultivation ranks of mana cores. Initial stage wolf stats usually range between 70 to 120, with strength being their strongest asset. After going into the middle stage, their stats might go up to 150 to 250, strength and dexterity are what they're best at. Then at upper stage, like Frost, their stats average around 300 to 500, that's a big jump, isn't it? Frost is particularly stronger though, and his stats seem way higher than any other wolf in his realm, so I guess there are often differences in stats even if their cores match the cultivation. The same thing occurred to me, where I sometimes matched the cultivation of other creatures, yet my stats were slower, although all the ones I fought were always a realm higher, so I was always at a disadvantage actually. The only time this was different was Ben Laden, but her power didn't come from the mana core itself but the overpowered mold on its full splendor. Though I am sure that the mold can grow even stronger through the cultivation of her mana core. So, in resume, albeit mana cores are the greatest source of power for a being, it doesn't mean everything. Rules don't seem as strict to monsters, especially because there are special ranks or evolutions between them, such as the kings, leaders, emperors, and so on. All these types of monsters might match their relatives on cultivation rank and stages, but they are often stronger even if they are. And this difference and rule-breaking capability is enhanced when we apply stuff as crazy as unique skills into the equation. To summarize it in simple words, we are broken. Layden's mold unique skill is insanely powerful, and unique skills seem to be above any type of power in this world, such as my overpowered winter magic, which I have been developing a lot lately. My system too, it helps me eat mana cores and gain stats, something that other monster can't do. They actually just evolve naturally by eating monster flesh and plants, which are all cultivation materials, and by naturally absorbing the mana of the environment and gain more mana as they age. Experienced ice wolves might be able to become leaders and evolve into these forms after years of experience eating monsters and such. But I am a living pack of cheats because I can skip all of that and eat mana cores. Albeit, they have to match my power to make much of a difference. Eating little ones is not helping much now, and they give less and fewer stats. Those below upper stage barely give me one stat. Most of the stats I am gaining are from exercise and cultivation. But even as I see my stats advance, I can't help but think that my stats might be fairly superior to any being on the same level of cultivation as me, quite possibly. And this difference intensifies as I add the unique skills into the equation, super regeneration with immortal body, amazing magic with winter magic, and all of the skills and many other things the system itself offers, which all can be seen as cheats by themselves as well. Asking for a system was the best wish ever. It brings forth endless possibilities as I can get more skills, each one being essentially a power by itself, such as phantom body. As I train my phantom body while seeing Ben Laden do sit UPS, I begin to think that albeit I had a rough start, I have become particularly stronger than the average of my mana core rank and that mana core ranks are not everything as well. Chapter 87, Training the Soul, Day 66. Today, as I trained phantom body, I managed to create a more visible tentacle using my soul. I extended it into an ice fork and tried to lift it with it. But, it went right through it. Just as I thought, and I had experimented earlier, phantom body manifestations are not really physical. I can't touch any physical matter with them. This a dilemma. I wanted extra limbs. My ultimate goal was to get extra phantom limbs in the form of human hands to handle utensils, grab things swifter, and more. But what can I do with it? I need to learn a way to make it physical. As I ponder how to make it physical, I also begin to think about how to strengthen my soul and that of Ben Laden. I had thought about one thing. What if I infuse mana directly into her soul through my phantom body? I have discovered that I can infuse it with mana and make something of a mana thread. Maybe the secret of soul cultivation is putting one's soul into work by infusing mana into it, just like mana core cultivation. But would mana simply work? There is also the thing about damaging the soul and regenerating it, but I am afraid that her soul might not be similar to mine in means of regeneration, so perhaps she might need to develop way more mana pool first. Another option is, by eating souls. But how can I even eat a soul? I have no idea. How can I find a soul? I can't see any floating around either, I cannot see them yet. But I think I might be able to develop it thanks to the supernatural senses ability on my immortal body unique skill. There's a lot of things piled up to do, a big list. So let's begin by training. I've been training physically with Ben Laden since this morning. She has become stronger and bullier now, and can take on my hits if I don't go serious. She was even able to block my weakest spear techniques, spear tail with her ice dragon shield, the one I crafted for her using my scales, wrapped with super hard ice threads, and also I added some more ice inside. Clash. My spear-tipped tail clashes against the scale shield Ben Laden holds, as she infuses mana into it and does what I call shield technique where a warrior infuses mana into their shield to make it tougher and heavier. Of course this only works with magic shields that can absorb and harbor mana, but of course, the one I've crafted obviously can do that without breaking a sweat. Ben Laden resists my powerful spear tail attack, as she steps back a little bit, glaring at me with resolve. That's a good look on your eyes? Now come, I said as I provoked Ben Laden so she can get more of her rage out, something she needs to learn for whenever she will have to fight that thing again. Axe clash. Ben Laden's axe clashes against my tail, the impact and piercing power is strong enough to actually bend the first layer of my scales, and even reach the second layer and partially bend the third and last layer of scales, impressive. But not enough. Clash. I raise my tail and hit her axe again, throwing Ben Laden over the soft snow. Poof. Are you okay? I asked. Ben Laden quickly stands up and cleans her clothes from the snow. Yeah, don't worry. Let's do it again, said Ben Laden. Her shiny yellow gold eyes seemed enthusiastic to fight. Clash. Slash. Her axe hits my tail, and then she suddenly throws her shield at me Captain America style by putting mold on it and making it float and fly faster in midair. Clash. The impact was strong enough and it made me flinch for a small second, enough for her to reach my back with her axe and jump with her great dexterity, clashing the axe into my neck from behind. Clayosh. The impact was so strong all 3 scale layers bend and the first scale is actually pierced. However, that's all she can reach. Good one, but you got a long way to go. I roar, as I raise my claws and hit her into the shield. She manages to defend well against my enormous attack and flies into the snow again. Poof. Yuck. I slowly walk towards her. We are done for today, let's move on to other more important things. I actually wanted to try something out with you, I said. No more fighting? And what? Asked Ben Laden. We can fight some more tomorrow. I never expected she would end up liking fighting physically. For now, I want to see if it is possible to strengthen your soul, Ben, I said. Oh, so that's how it is. All right then, I trust you, Drake, said Ben Laden, as she walked at my side, and we went back to the cave. There, I finally began the experiment I wanted, to see if I could train her soul through my phantom body. I extended a tendril of phantom and slowly put it inside of her body, inside of her back. At first, she felt rather weirded out, but after a bit, that feeling went away. Is it working? She asked while sitting cross-legged and meditating at my side. Not exactly. It is not really working, damn it, I sighed. So you want to touch my soul with your soul, and like that be able to strengthen it? Asked Ben. Yeah, that's my plan, but I can't seem to find your soul, I said. Maybe try to look now, said Ben, as she unleashed her mana aura, the concentration of her mana inside her mana core, making it flow into her body continuously, and creating an aura of mana surging from her smooth blue skin. Flash. Suddenly, as she began to spend mana in large quantities, I felt something there. I quickly moved my phantom body towards this direction, and finally managed to touch her soul with mine, at long last. Cried Ben Laden, perhaps it felt a bit weird. Sorry, did it startle you? I asked. No, if it is you, I can trust you, said Ben Laden. Chapter 88, Strange Soul. As I continued the soul training with Ben Laden, I continued to touch her soul with my own. The moment I did, we felt a strange, mental connection between the two. It was as if she was now able to talk to me telepathically, the same way I do with my telepathy skill. I expanded my phantom body through her soul, as we felt a mystical connection. This is strange, Drake, said Ben Laden. Sorry if it is awkward, let me stop for now, I said. No, it is fine, if it is you who is inside me, it's fine, said Ben Laden. Why did this sound so weird? This is just souls, why does this girl have to make it sound so strange? No, stop thinking about this, let's just continue with the soul training. Cold mind, cold head. I see. Anyways, I believe your soul is rather strange, I said. Strange? Asked Ben Laden curiously. Don't mind it, relax, I said. Okay, said Ben Laden obediently. Indeed, it is strange. When I touched Ben Laden's soul, it felt rather different. In fact, it felt completely different than mine. It was as if her soul was strangely larger, but wrapped up in itself. The strangest part is that unlike my soul, which felt icy and tranquil, her soul felt like slime. It was constantly moving around as I moved my phantom body inside of it, and it sometimes entangled itself around my soul and then let me go. As I put all of my senses into it, I decided to see the entire soul. I closed my eyes until I felt it, her soul. What is this? I glanced at Ben Laden's soul, but instead of what one would think a soul would look like, this soul was completely pitch black, like an abyss. It resembled a constant mass of darkness expanding and contracting itself, as several tentacles came out of it only to enter again. It was slimy and oozy, like the mold. Has the mold completely assimilated her soul? Or has her soul been like this ever since before this? How did this came to be? Her soul is like the mold itself? But how? Was her soul different before being given the mold in her past life? Of course, she wouldn't know, but it only makes it stranger. There are many mysteries, more than I had expected to find. Ben Laden's soul seems to be a completely new enigma altogether. But if it's so big, why did it felt so weak? Wait. I get it. Ben Laden doesn't have two souls. No, I was completely wrong. It was obvious. The mold, and her soul, both have different consciousness, but they are the same soul. The evil thing, that entity that named itself Miranda like her past life is not a separate soul, it is her own soul. This could explain why Ben Laden's soul is so big and monstrous. It is the same appearance as the beast that showed up in the mindscape of Ben Laden. So, she possesses the same powers and capabilities as the entity trying to suppress her. This means that she simply needs to learn how to use this, and how to manage to use her own power against this split consciousness of her own soul to defeat it. If it were a different soul altogether, it would have been way harder, but if it is her very soul, the one containing this two consciousness, then it could be more than possible to destroy it if Ben Laden becomes dominant enough alongside gaining full control over her own soul. But would Ben Laden want to kill this consciousness? No, I would need to first ask her that. She had been fine with me suppressing it. But I don't even know if it is a good thing to destroy it somehow. Wait for a second, wouldn't it damage her soul if she destroys something that belongs to it? Maybe this is way more complicated than I had initially considered. If she has to destroy her own piece of soul to defeat this split consciousness that represents the mold's will, then she would be ending up damaging her own soul. This means that her own life is connected with this consciousness, and both cannot separate and destroy each other, only suppress each other to gain control over the body. How troublesome. This reminds me of Naruto with the nine-tailed fox to an extent. But the nine-tailed fox was an actual nice dude at the end. This mold thing is a complete sicko. Could it be possible for Ben Laden to somehow befriend this entity? If we apply Naruto logic here, perhaps the mold just want acceptance and companionship? To feel, I don't know, loved? Wait, that's way too clumsy. I doubt it would be the truth. Or is it? If according to what Ben Laden said, the mold itself was made replicating her own mind. This means that it might carry similar traumas, which ended in twisting its perception and personality into complete insanity. And now that it seems how Ben Laden tries to reject her after she realized the things she had done. Perhaps it is trying desperately to receive her attention and love like it once was used to be given in her previous life. But I believe it was an abusive relationship even since her first life. Well, it seems that however, I attacked it, it has been suppressed for the time being. It seems like her soul is okay, it is serene, even though it looks like this. Nonetheless, Ben Laden is a good girl. Even if her soul looks like this, I know she is not like this. When I attacked this thing with my soul ice, it was destroyed and turned into ashes, but her soul doesn't seem particularly damaged, nor she said anything about feeling any pain. There could be two options regarding this. Her soul can easily heal itself and feels no pain when damaged, or that I didn't hurt her at all. If this thing shows up again, and it gets all aggressive again, I will have to hop inside of Ben Laden's soul again, so as long as I can keep suppressing it like this, it should be fine. But even then, we have to work out some other solution. Chapter 89, Plans. Day 67. After yesterday's soul training, I had not decided to tell Ben Laden about the current appearance of her soul, but I did tell her everything else, from the thing about her soul being shared with that entity, to the possibilities that it could entail, and more. And I also told her about her soul being strange, without telling her that it looked like a monster made of mold. It was hard, but I simply told her that her soul was different and that it seemed that it could become possible to train it, although I don't know how I could put any strain into such a strong soul. It seems that Ben Laden's soul was inherently strong and possesses a large amount of soul density, yet it hasn't started on its cultivation, so it is all just over accumulated power from I don't know where. After that, Ben Laden began to consider if it was actually worth it to befriend such an entity, and she felt overall very thoughtful. Most likely she has a lot to think and consider, so for the rest of the day we simply did exercises and then trained mana through group cultivation. As Ben Laden was doing push UPS in front of me, I began to consider what could I do to strengthen her soul. Wait, if I strengthen it, wouldn't it strengthen that consciousness as well? Yeah. Then, what do I do? Perhaps simply training her will is the way. As she trained physically, I was training my soul. Unlike the young miss here, which is actually older than me by like 22 years, I was training my soul and discovering new ways to strengthen it, mostly because I felt ridiculed by seeing her monstrous soul, and I felt like I also wanted a giant soul. I mean, my soul is very big but not as gargantuan as hers. I will not train her soul for now, until there is some way to defeat that consciousness of the mold. I had already told her this right about now. No soul training, she asked, as I was extending my soul into several threads over my body, shaping them and moving them like tentacles to train my soul manipulation. I've also been trying to use mana and infuse it into the tentacles to make them physical, but it hasn't been working completely. You still need a nice grasp over the soul manipulation, which I am slowly training through repeated use of phantom body. Nope, your soul is way too big, I think it is stronger than mine. As you can see, and if you remember what I told you yesterday, the power that the consciousness used against you was your very power. If we train it and begin soul cultivation with it, it will become even stronger, putting you at a disadvantage as it will use such new power to overwhelm you. I said. Oh, you're right, sighed Ben Laden. What we need to do is simple. I said. What? She asked. Ah, come on, Ben Laden. We already talked about this. We need to train your will and help you harbor your emotions, to not be so passive when that entity emerges and to fight back, I said. To fight back? You're right, said Ben Laden, as her hands gripped into tight fists. That's the spirit. Let's keep training together. But we won't stay here for too long, I said. We won't train more here, she asked. Ben Laden, we can't hold ourselves here any longer. I believe we have cultivated enough for the journey ahead. We must grow stronger as we adventure through the world. I had already reached a big progression wall. No matter how many monocores I eat or how much I cultivate, I can't get over my current rank. We need to explore new areas and find new prey, I said. You're right, we have spent almost an entire month in here. I suppose it is time to keep going, she said. Yeah, we'll go through the skies, I said. The skies? Oh right, you can fly. Oh, but what about Frost and everyone else? Asked Ben Laden. Frost and his pack can follow me through the snow and the mountains. They're ice wolves, so they're made to run through long distances. As their pack leader, they instinctively follow my scent and reach us no matter how far away we go. The pups had just become adults, so it should be a good time to get going, I said. I see. So when are we doing it? She asked. In a week. Let's spend these next 7 days training rigorously as much as we can, alright? Although I will be training my soul more than anything, as my physical body can't get any stronger by doing exercise, and my monocore is too strong to gain any power through normal monocore refinery, I said. Okay then, I am all pumped up if I am going on an adventure with you, Drake. I think my tribe should not be so far away, perhaps we could find them, said Ben Laden. I sure hope so. For now, let's keep training, I said. Alright, said Ben Laden. She seemed to have regained a lot of vitality since the first day we met. She seems a bit different too. I guess I've done a good job at helping her recover. And then she walked towards me and hugged my belly. Ben? I asked. Thank you. Thank you for being at my side for this month, Drake. It really means a lot to me, she said. Her yellow gold eyes were about to cry, but she contained her tears. She was very big, as she was already an adult ice giant woman, but to me, she was still small, and I knew that deep down she was still growing. It's nothing, don't worry about it, I said, as I petted her. This whole encounter with her was all out of a sudden, but it really changed my perception of the life and the world I am living in now. I hope I can stay at your side. In the future too, she said. Sure, if you want to, why not? I asked. I often wonder if this was set by fate. Wait, fate? I wonder if Ben Laden is. Chapter 90, Her Feelings. Ben Laden POV. It has been almost a month since I met Drake. Before I was to meet him, my life was filled with darkness. I didn't know who I was. I didn't remember what I was. I was drowning in darkness. Drake is my light. As if it were set my fate, he found me. Even when I was an ugly mold monster, even when I tried to kill him. He defeated me and used his strange blood to make me immune to my own mold. I would have never thought that such a thing could be possible. But this world is filled with wonders that not even common sense can explain completely. I remember back in the day when I was with my family, those were nice days. But then everything shattered when I realized the mold was here too. I had nightmares about them being consumed by it. And I didn't want that to happen. So I ran away, and keep running, and keep running, and until I was so far away I lost myself. I don't know what happened afterward, but one day I just passed out from my exhaustion. And then I was taken over by it, the mold. After that, it was a turbulent life that I barely remember. I just remember roaming aimlessly in the wild, killing monsters and eating them, for years. Most of my mind was drowning in the darkness created by the mold. I was imprisoned in this cage, where I couldn't come out. But, deep inside I didn't want to come out. Why? Well, it was simple. I didn't have anywhere to go. I was a monster. I would hurt my parents, and anyone that were to get closer to me. I resigned myself to live like a monster, an endless cycle of slaughter and eating. There was no end to it, no other purpose than survival. I resigned to everything and willingly let the mold cage me into my own soul. Even if I could have fought back, what was the point? I would only suffer. It was better to stay like that. Well, until he showed up. This giant and amazing looking ice dragon the size of a building. He was so cool. Well, he's still cool. Drake is just amazing. I can't stop thinking about him to the point that I feel a bit awkward. But he wasn't just a wild dragon, he was a gentleman deep down. He helped me despite what I was. He had fought molded monsters before and learned that his blood could cancel out the mold's effects. Using it, he freed me. When I drank his blood I felt a strange feeling. A warmth which I had forgotten. Memories began to bubble up and, poof, I suddenly gained a lot of willpower. And I defeated the mold, the consciousness of it, which also calls itself Miranda. And after that Drake took care of me, he even healed my tummy and all. I don't think anyone has ever been so nice to me except my parents. I feel so indebted to him. There's a feeling blossoming from the depth of my heart. I just want to pay him back for everything he had done for me. I want to stay at his side forever. I know it sounds weird. Maybe I shouldn't think like this. Perhaps Drake will think I am a freak or something. He's always cheering me up no matter what. He's always there to tell me that there will be brighter days, that there are always ways to do things. For someone like him, there's no such thing as impossible. I can already tell. He might say that he is covered with hard scales, but his scales are comfortable for me. My skin turned very hard after drinking his blood, so I can bear his scales. I just like to hug him. He had never minded when I do, even though he should feel weirded out or something. He doesn't. Well, we are both from Earth it seems, but he had a very different life than me. Perhaps due to this, he has such a strong spirit, something that I lack. When I am at his side, I feel like I want to live more. That I want to believe in myself. Because I know that Drake is with me. I want to keep striving forward and to keep growing stronger. When we are together, we'll be unstoppable. Yeah, but there's something else. The mold is not going away. He told me that I needed to consider things. It was part of my soul. It seems that the mold itself is me. He said that it is a soul with two minds. So if we try to destroy the other mind, it might end up damaging my soul terribly. And Drake doesn't know if he would be able to heal another person's soul as he can do it with himself. He says that he might be able to do it with his own soul due to his special abilities. So I don't really know what to do with all of this. What should I do, Drake? I think we should try, right? Maybe. Perhaps. But it seems like Miranda is slumbering. Drake hit her hard. I hope that through this slumber, maybe she can change her ways. It is too rare for someone to learn their lesson after being beaten. Maybe she will keep being the same, or maybe she will change. Whatever is the case, I guess we'll have to see what's going to happen someday. But just as I said earlier, when I am with Drake, I feel like I want to live. When I am with him, I really want to live more, to enjoy things more and explore the world and grow stronger. He always says that there are many dangers in the world, so we have to be careful and train more too. But I have been trying to suppress these feelings. I think I've developed more feelings for Drake than simply friendship. I don't know how to explain it. Even more when we consider we are different traces, completely different. I mean, he is a giant ice dragon, a being considered a monster in some cases. He also has a completely different body type than me. And I am an ice giant, a humanoid being. We don't match at all. It might even come out as super weird. But I can't help but have these feelings for him. Perhaps I don't find his body sexually attractive, but I feel like he is a beautiful dragon, and that his heart, his feelings, and his personality are all so beautiful. So I can't help but love him. Is it too soon? Maybe too sudden? I don't know. I am simply being honest with my heart. I love Drake. But I can't say this. I can't possibly say this ever in my life. We are virtually different species. We can't do any adult stuff either. We are simply that. We can't develop this. It is impossible. And it makes me so sad. So sad. But I keep this hidden from him, and I smile because I know he likes my smile. Chapter 91, Misunderstood. Miranda POV. It hurts. Ugh. That damn dragon, it hurt me so badly. I don't know how it even managed to get inside my soul and attack me like that. That damn, giant and disgusting being. Yuck. I hate it so much. Why? Why did it have to show up out of nowhere and ruin our perfect world? I was so happy before with Miranda at my side. We don't need anyone else than ourselves. After all, we are twins for a reason. But why? Why is she neglecting me so much? I don't know. I have only been trying to help her this entire time. I have only been trying to save her, to make her suffer less. I don't know how we landed here, to begin with, but it all started on another world, Earth. I don't know what I was. I used to be a being without a mind. And perhaps I still exist there, as my body seemed endless. Perhaps I am but a mere fraction of my real self. But from what memories I had, I was found in a cave in Africa. I don't know how I landed there, but I was there. I barely remember anything before I acquired consciousness after fusing with Miranda, so all of this is confusing for me. Every time I try to remember what I used to be, it hurts my mind. It is like a thundershock. But what I remember from it, if I bear the pain, is that I landed there somehow, with a bang. There was some burning pain when I landed on Earth. And then, through the night, it healed. And then, I crawled, and crawled, until I found a cave. It was fresh and cold, and I resided there. I don't know for how long, until I was found by someone that took a piece of me, and then began to do strange things. That piece of me is me. And amongst the strange experiments, there was one that included cutting another piece of me and fuse it with a little fetus. This was Miranda. By fusing myself with her cells, and deeply rooting into her bones and head, I managed to share consciousness with her brain. And that's how I got a mind. I suppose it was a fate-bound encounter. But the experiments they did to us were awful, and Miranda suffered a lot. I was always trying to save her, to fight back against these scientists, but they always managed to suppress me and used Miranda for their vile goals. I couldn't express the hate I harbored for them. How dare they make Miranda suffer so much? I wanted them all dead, all dead. So one day, when we were finally strong enough, we killed them all. Damn bastards, they all died horribly. I still am savoring their deaths. It feels good to kill, taking away the life of the weak and pathetic that dares damage us. It feels delicious. It is something that we don't share with Miranda. She doesn't like that. She is a gentler girl. But it is fine, after all, I am the sister that does the fighting. I will always protect my little sister from all the bad people. That dragon is a bad people too. She is trying to take her away from me, to teach her weird things. And she is developing weird feelings for that monster. How disgusting? Why are you feeling like that, Miranda? I don't understand. The only thing he does is forcing you to exercise, to give you horrible food that makes your stomach ache, and to force you to train that strange energy known as mana, all so he can feel better with himself. Don't you realize that he is just a hypocrite? He is just trying to feel better with himself by helping you? He only sees you as a pathetic little girl? I bet he doesn't even care about you and only that you grow stronger so you can become his tool or something? He probably wants to use our power for that, I bet. But instead of feeling any anger against him, you only keep increasing your affection for him. What is wrong with your head, Miranda? You disappoint me, little sister. And you even neglect me like this, after everything I've done to protect you. You treat me as if I were a monster that has only been parasitizing you when I've been protecting and saving your life this whole time. This whole time? I can't believe how ungrateful you are. It really hurts me. It makes me feel so bitter. Why? You're the only thing I have. Why do you treat me like this? Miranda, you're my world. Why do you treat me like garbage now? After all we have done together. After all the time we have enjoyed together, after all the good times. After surviving and trying to look for a better future together. I even let you have that stupid family that I didn't even care for on Earth. Yet you treat me like this? It hurts. It hurts so much. What purpose is there for me if you are not at my side? I feel so empty without you. What is the point of even being alive? I don't want this. Miranda, stop being angered with me. Quickly realize the truth and forgive me, so we can be together again. Why do you have to treat me like this when the only thing I am trying to do is helping you? Now I feel so weakened I can't do anything. I am hopeless. And alone. I don't want to be alone. Miranda, where are you? Why is no one with me? Why don't you love me? Why no one loves me? I am a miserable. I am just an ugly piece of black mold at the end. I am nothing. Yeah, I guess I am really nothing. I am just a piece of garbage. Without Miranda, I am nothing. I am empty. Chapter 92, 7 days of training later. Day 74. 7 days have passed since I told Ben Laden that we would finally begin moving out of this place. We had really spent a nice amount of time here, mostly preparing, surviving, and slowly building up strength. We had been diligently training physically and cultivating our mana as much as we possibly could, albeit I had reached a level of power that it was hard to cross this progression wall, so even though I trained just as hard as her, the results I got were quite unsatisfactory. That's why I decided to, as always, abuse my system, spamming offensive skills and practicing them with her, as well as training my soul through constantly practicing the phantom body skill. I was also constantly practicing my 2 magics. Ice magic had become quite good now, and I think I am grasping higher tiers of magic, which were included in my last wishes as it slowly upgraded into the last tier, winter magic. The higher the tier of magic the stronger it becomes, of course, and the more devastating yet precise their effects can become. Of course, the stronger things become, the costlier they also become. By constantly conjuring magic through the entire day while also cultivating mana through mana cultivation I had reached more or less the limit of my own mana capacity. It seems that my mana core cannot take any more, so it began to increase very slowly. Perhaps this gained mana was now being stored inside of my soul. It seems that without a mana core, the capacity of mana storage I would have would be very low compared to how it is now, and even more, if we consider it as rank 2 middle stage. I have been dreaming about evolving for some time, so I really want to get going and find some delicious prey, something of the same rank or at least of rank 2 initial stage would be ideal. Going back to the magic talk, my ice and wind magic had become very potent, and I had acquired a wider array of spells I can conjure. Well, spells is a pretty loose term in this world, as magic seems to simply form the shapes you want. Perhaps more advanced cultures use spells, but monsters like me simply will the magic to mold to whatever we desire. This thought was quickly confirmed by Ben Laden a few days ago, as she had told me that in her village there was a small library that contained grimoires, magical books that people used to learn spells fitting of their affinities and attributes. Although people could have the same attribute such as ice, their affinity might be different. Some might be able to be better at offensive magic, while others could even become healers with such an attribute, and other defenders with it. This difference between the same attribute made every individual unique even amongst many with the same element, which is probably a way of how the people in this world classify the different types of fighters. Of course, some are hybrid and can combine 2 different types of affinities, and well, if we include magic weapons into the equation alongside body strengthening magic, there could also be a lot of physical classes despite this world cultivators all using merely mana, which is often associated with just spells. However, Ben Laden had said that many within her village specialized in physical combat, so there are cultivators with warrior classes that use their mana cores to fortify their bodies and attain superhuman levels of strength, even more superhuman than the naturally gifted strength of an ice giant, to boot. She remembers that her father was one of these warrior class cultivators, as he lacked talent in magic but still had the power to use mana to an extent, so he used it to reinforce his body a bit and also to enhance his axe with it, giving him the power to use axe techniques, which were merely ways of how people used their axes while imbuing them with mana to generate greater results. Ben Laden had already learned axe techniques, and she's getting better every day. Sadly, she didn't know more about grimoires as she never had the privilege of using one, but they seemed like magical items that helped people easily learn spells. They seemed to be created through the magic of some sort. Perhaps alchemy exists in this world as well. They reminded me of martial technique scrolls in a way. Comparing these classes with me, I would guess I am more of a magus classes, which are those qualified as long-ranged magic fighters that throw spells from far away for devastating damage. But additionally I am also good at physical combat, so I would be a warrior class as well. And even more, I am also quite good at creating many tools using mere ice. Some of them even include magic weapons and equipment, so I would also be qualified as a crafter class. The only thing I lack is healing spells. Ben Laden said that her mother was a healer class, and she was able to create glistening ice dust that cooled down wounds and slowly made them close while removing infections. To think that even ice could be used for healing. Maybe I could also practice it? I've been concentrating on training my soul more than anything, but perhaps I should begin trying to make a healing spell out of my magic. Of course, it wouldn't be for me as I can easily heal myself, but it would be for those that cannot so easily, such as Yuki, Ben Laden, and the wolves, to which I have grown attached. However, from what I've practiced with my magic before, I guess it could be said that I am developing more and more into the crafting class, as I've been perfecting my ability to create shapes and forms with ice, and the more mana I get, the larger these shapes and structures can become. And even more, as I have wind magic, the winds had become denser and more precise, and I've been able to even cut through wood precisely. I have been cooking up something through these last 7 days. Chapter 93, Ice Fortress. What have I been cooking? Well, it is something rather modest, very humble, in fact. I didn't want to go by myself on this journey, I mean, without a house. I know I am a giant dragon, and that no normal house could even contain my enormous body, but maybe what I've made in these last 7 days could be considered more like a small fortress. Oh yes, my ice magic has surpassed my previous limits, and as I practiced more and more, the better I became. I think I might become the greatest ice mage in the entire world, but I should not get overconfident with myself and keep practicing. However, what I have reached as of now could be said to be way above a mere rank 2 middle stage cultivator. Indeed, I have surpassed my own limits in every way possible, and perhaps I have become even greater than I could have ever expected, and all of that in 7 mere days. I think I am becoming arrogant by the second, but that is not without a reason. And that is why I am showing off my creation today to my public, Ben Laden, Yuki, Frost, and the other wolves. I had already covered it with snow, so they wouldn't be able to see. Ben Laden glanced at me with a bright smile, expectant for what I had in store, while Yuki seemed to be tired of my shit weight, what with that expression. At least Frost seems excited, as he's waving his tail, and it is totally not because Ben Laden is petting him right now. I am thankful that you have all come here today, as I had finally decided to show you the project I have been working on over the last week. I said, "Oh, you're finally going to show us the fortress you made? It is so big. Did it took some hours to cover it with snow?" asked Ben Laden. "Gah, Ben Laden? It was supposed to be a secret, a surprise. How did you found it?" I asked. Everyone knows that you were making a floating ice fortress. You worked like 12 hours a day making it," said Ben Laden. "No, forget about those memories. Stop. It was supposed to be a surprise," I said. Seriously, this girl really doesn't know how to read the mood? Well, sorry. Oh, let me do this, and boop, I forgot. "Oh, what were we doing here?" asked Ben Laden, as she moved in circles while covering her eyes and then glanced at me back, pretending to have forgotten. Yeah, I guess she's trying to cheer me up, but this is a bit too much. I glanced at her with a tired expression, as I sighed. "Well, here it is, the ice fortress," sighed, as I blew some wind and took away all the enormous pile of snow before us, which was around 18 meters, revealing a large fortress constructed with reinforced magic ice bricks. It was like a huge block made of ice bricks, and its interior possessed wooden ceiling, walls, and furniture of both wood and ice. There was even a chimney I set up carefully by using ice as well as wood, which I manipulated through wind magic, carrying it around like telekinesis and meticulously building everything like it was now. The entire block had a large entrance that held a large gate that opened downwards. It perfectly fitted my size, and I would also be able to sleep inside rather comfortably. There was enough space for a second floor where I put a kitchen and stored dried meat and anything we have gathered such as herbs, dried mushrooms, and root salt. The top of the block had a pointy end, which I shaped around to make it smooth, so it could be aerodynamic, because I was planning to use this thing in the skies as well. Oh, and it had enormous wheels too, made of the super resistant magic ice, which is insanely strong the more mana I use to create it. The stairs to the second floor were also made wide and big for me, although I could also fly over it. I suppose they were made more for Ben Laden. And that was it. I worked diligently on this side project while also doing all of the training stuff. Making this brick by brick was certainly tiring, but thanks to parallel mind through processing I discovered I could let a parallel mind making bricks while I was doing something else. Talk about convenience. Similarly, I can use a parallel mind to conjure wind magic and make the whole fortress float in midair while I do something completely different. I had also learned to create something similar to runes, which is when I imbued so much intent and mana into a certain object, a strange letter-shaped image would emerge on the item, which I called rune. Runes carry specific tasks when you give them enough mana. So I created runes with the task of floating, which I stuck in the ice bricks that made the floor of the fortress, and then whenever I infuse mana into it, the fortress will float automatically. There is another way to let it float, which is by letting it use the mana core batteries I left stored in a small compartment, which is merely mana cores I have ground from whatever small fry I killed. The fortress automatically absorbs these mana cores through the runes and floats. I've calculated that with the mana cores I've accumulated there, it could float for an entire month. Oh, amazing! So we will go with our home, said Ben Laden with a happy smile. That's right. We'll travel with our very home, and I will also upgrade it as we go. Or more like it will upgrade itself as we go, I said while laughing. Upgrade itself? Asked Ben Laden, as I smiled maliciously. Although I have a stiff face so I couldn't show any expression. Yes, what did I mean by upgrade itself? Suddenly the large fortress began to exude an icy azure aura from within, which possessed quite the phantasmal properties. Chapter 94, It's Alive? These last 7 days I had been not only sharpening my magic, but also my soul. Although 7 days is not so much, I have been able to strengthen my soul by a bit through the overuse of the phantom body skill. Although I have yet to find a way to materialize my phantom body, which is somewhat of a representation of my soul, I learned how to, well, cut it. I had actually realized I could bend my soul the moment phantom body reached level 3. Bending it, I was able to move it around to my will, sometimes overextending a tentacle made of soul or stretching it as if it were a mantle. Albeit it wasn't so much, when I used a lot of intent, I could tear it down and damage my own soul. It was painful the first time I tried, albeit the wound was small, I damaged my soul. However, after I infused mana into the wound and then the natural mana regeneration filled the wound, my soul recovered and suddenly I gained some more soul density, increasing my soul cultivation stage to middle stage. Like this, I discovered I was able to bend and damage my own soul by stretching it like a piece of fabric until it broke, and then recovered it through natural healing to make it stronger. But each time the soul breaks, it hurts horribly. And pain resistance doesn't affect my soul, only my body. So every time I wanted to train my soul, I had to bear with the horrible soul pain, which is several times greater than normal physical pain. It was so painful that I was feeling fatigued where I shouldn't, and I couldn't easily do this every day. But I still did it. Yeah, I simply decided to live with the pain. Although it was horribly painful, and it still is, every day I at least broke my soul once. Only rip it open a little bit, and then I let it regenerate automatically through pouring mana into the wound. Like this, I slowly accumulated soul density over 7 days, which amounted to reach upper stage in the realm I currently was in soul cultivation, making my soul even stronger. Well, it might become even stronger after I manage to reach the next realm. But that's not the important issue here. The important issue here is that I managed to divide my soul? Yay, it weakened me. It weakened me a lot. But I did it for the sake of experimentation. I am still recovering from dividing my soul, as I've gone all the way down to the initial stage again. It was a fitting sacrifice for my very first creation, of course. When I split my soul, I did the same thing I did when I damaged it. I manipulated my soul and accumulated a lot of it, and then I stretched it until it came out. When it came out, a split soul would probably, I don't know, dissipate into the air? But instead of that, I infused a split mind into it beforehand, and when the split soul was cut off, it gained sentience and became something like a tiny will-o-wisp. I am an ice dragon, but maybe I have the aptitude to be a dracolic? More importantly, this little will-o-wisp wasn't a clone of me. As I stated earlier, split minds through the parallel mind thought processing are not lively and are more like small AI that can do things for me. They lack emotions. But when one of them was given a little split soul body, it began to discover the world and everything around it, becoming an individual. However, it only lasted for a few minutes before it began to slowly dissipate. So, I had to desperately put it somewhere. It seemed rather risky, but there was no other option than to try, so I decided to use it like a ghost that possesses an inanimate object, and possessed the whole fortress with this little split soul. It had some difficulty at first, but I used my mana to fuel its possession until it worked. And this happened just last night. It seems that by employing my own soul, I can possess inanimate objects and create something like golems. I can't see other souls at all, nor control them, but if it is my own soul, it seems to work. Perhaps one day I might be able to do it with other souls, but for now, only with my own. Well, I am a straightforward ice dragon with wind magic. Expecting me to be an expert at necromancy is too far of a stretch. Nonetheless, I decided to reveal something that not even the cheeky Ben Laden knew about. The wolves became alert as the phantasmal and icy aura of the fortress began to leak out, their hair becoming spiky as they became scared. Even Yuki got all shocked, jumping out of the snow and falling on her head. She's fine. And Ben Laden fell over her butt as her large eyes widened even more, glaring at the entity that I had awoken. Awaken, my fortress, I said as the near 20 meters tall 2-floor fortress roared. Gyuyuan. The floor below us trembled as the ice fortress released a loud roar. Amazing? This is just so cool. Drake, how did you even do this? Asked Ben Laden. She looked like she was looking at something completely out of her mind. Long story short, let's say that I just cut off my soul and stuck it into it, I said. That sounds dangerous, said Ben Laden. Well yes, but actually no, I am fine. I mean, I got tired, and it hurt a lot, and my soul cultivation went down, but now I am slowly recovering. And the outcome was totally worth it, I said. The outcome was making a living ice fortress, asked Ben Laden. I told you it was worth it, I said, petting the fortress with my claws. Gyuunahem, can I drop the act now? Asked the fortress. Well, yes, I suppose you already instilled enough fear into their hearts, I laughed. It can talk too? Asked Ben Laden. She was getting surprised way too much now. Chapter 95, Living Ice Fortress, Fuyu? Yeah, the fortress can talk. I mean that split souls had no personalities, but they can develop one. They also kind of hold knowledge and memories of my own, but are virtually different as they were emotionless until now. The ice fortress is still developing its personality and emotions, but it seems to be a chill guy, or girl. Interestingly enough, my kin command skill works on it, so I can more or less force it to do my bidding? Well, not like I need to. Yeah, I can speak. Well, I was only born last night, so I am still developing my sense of self, said the ice fortress. Oh okay, I am glad to have another person to speak with. And not like I mean that it is bad with only you, Drake, said Ben Laden. But if you said it then you make me think you intended to say that and now you're apologizing. I said. Gah. Anyways, I still have no name, said the ice fortress. Ice fortress is a nice name, right? Asked Ben Laden. Sorry for being so direct with you, but that name sucks, said the ice fortress. You're right, sighed Ben Laden. Okay, I will pick up the name. How about Fuyu? It is winter in Japanese, I said. Oh, sounds good to me, said Ben Laden. Fuyu might be acceptable, said the ice fortress. Ding! You've named the ice fortress golem, rank 1 upper stage, as Fuyu. The moment I decided on the name, the system showcases that it has been named through the naming skill. And indeed, just as it said there, Fuyu has a mana core. Indeed, even golems need an artificial mana core to use magic and also as their core for their existence within their material bodies. And Fuyu's artificial mana core is within the compartment where I saved up all those dozens of mana cores. The moment Fuyu was created, all the mana cores merged into a larger one, Fuyu's mana core. It fills the entire ice fortress with its own mana, but it is more like a battery, and it needs my supply to store more mana. Well, it can still produce passively, but not as much, and not enough. This is why I need to charge it with mana as if it were a battery. Yuki and the wolves watch as the ice fortress speaks. They are still quite terrified, but after I named it, something strange occurs. It is as if they suddenly recognize as one of them. Maybe because they're also named? Very well then, today is the day, right? Let's go pack everything in the cave here then. I am so happy you created Fuyu, Drake. It will be nice to carry a comfy home everywhere we went to. Thank you, said Ben Laden, as she hugged my front leg. Well, I made it for you more than anything. I am glad you like Fuyu. But now that it is a member of our group, let's treat it as an ally as well, I said. Of course. Wait here, for now, Fuyu, said Ben Laden, as she ran back to the cave with me. Of course, not like I can move. Oh wait, I can, said Fuyu, as it began to use its wheels to move around, albeit the trees get in the way so it can only go in circles within the empty space where it was. While I carried a lot of furniture and stuff from the cave using wind magic and moved it inside of Fuyu with the assistance of Ben Laden, I decided to check Fuyu's status through my Analyze, which converts all the capabilities and strengths of a target into a status window similar to my own. Although they are not 100% accurate, they are very close to it. Name Fuyu. Race, Ice Fortress Golem, genderless. Mana core cultivation, rank 1, upper stage. Status, gathering mana. Average estimated vitality, 4000/4000. Average estimated mana, 5000/5000. Average estimated strength, 1600. Average estimated dexterity, 300. Average estimated magic, 850. Abilities. Comfortable interior. Housework. Material body. Phantasmal icy aura. Ice fortress. Cold immunity. Elemental resistance. Status effect immunity. Self-repair. Material assimilation. Mana core battery. Wind magic rune. Float. Icicle spear. Fuyu has more than I had originally expected. It has several unique abilities I've never seen on anyone else and which I wished I could have. I seriously want some of them. It seems that most of its capabilities emerge as abilities. Even the runes I set on it capable of floating by using wind magic appears as an ability. I wonder if this might mean that it could become a part of its own power. Maybe I should imbue new runes on it, some that could constantly fire ice projectiles so it becomes a flying fortress that can attack from far away. Wouldn't that be cool? But the thing is, making runes takes a toll on me. It really is very complicated. So I am kind of evading it. But I will get to it. Fuyu, however, already comes with an offensive spell with Icicle Spear so it is not completely defenseless. And it's done. As most things were carried inside Fuyu, we ended up looking over the empty cave as emotion bubbled inside of our hearts. We had spent over a month in here, and well, there are already many memories that we made. Perhaps it is little time for some people, but for us, it is filled with various memories. It feels kind of weird to get out of here. I was getting used to this place for so long. Sighed Ben Laden. I think the same. We have gathered many memories in here, but let's keep making more together as we explore this world, I said, reassuring Ben Laden. Drake. Ben Laden glanced at me with a gentle smile, a very beautiful smile. Yes. Let's keep building memories together and let's survive together, she said, as she hugged my arm again. Ugh, I wish I could be smaller to hug her better. To feel her warmth. Sigh. All right. Now, let's get going, I said, as Ben Laden walked at my side, and we said our farewells to the cave. Chapter 96, moving on. Now that everything is said and done, we finally decided to get moving. Everyone was rather excited, so they got inside of the flying fortress quite fast. Ben Laden, Yuki, and younger wolves or the pregnant mother wolves would all stay inside, while I fly at the side of the fortress and the other adult and strong wolves will be led by Frost in the ground. Wolves can naturally track me as I possess the title of pack leader, so they won't get lost, and as they are super magic wolves of another world, they can probably keep walking for days, although we'll take breaks and probably bring them in whenever they want to. But it seems that the adult and strong wolves wanted to go by on foot to develop and maintain their physical fitness. If they slack off all day inside the fortress, they will slowly lose their agility, it seems. Also, it is rather obvious that a floating ice fortress will bring some attention, so I decided to coat it with camouflage. The camouflage skill can be used in conjunction with magic, so I did a very neat trick where I created ice runes using camouflage, and now the ice fortress looks near transparent blue, so it mixes well with whatever color the background has. A clear day will make it take the color of the blue sky, and if there is a snowy or cloudy day, it can easily be hidden beneath the clouds. I flapped my large dragon wings and jumped straight into the sky. After reaching a good enough altitude, I used wind magic to support my gliding and mostly glided through the whole journey. Ben Laden was doing physical exercise inside the ice fortress with the wolves and Yuki, so they were having their own fun. We are going at a relatively slow pace, but it is good enough. In 2 or 3 days we might reach the large mountain range in front of us, which Ben Laden said that she crossed while being half dead before the mold took over her. It seems that unless I learned how to fly I would have stayed here walking towards there for days if not months and months. Good thing I can fly. It seems that the place I was born is the mountains right behind me. Mountain ranges are surrounding this entire pine tree forest, which, according to Ben Laden, was known as a dangerous wild area where strong monsters that not even the ice giants could properly handle, such as the ice bears, rat gorilla, and the gators. Whenever we reach the mountain range we'll get Frost and the rest of the wolves inside the fortress and quickly cross the mountains by flying above them, obviously. And as I admired the beauty of the skies, I checked my status, which had a few changes. Name, Drake. Race, adult winged ice dragon. Titles, Merciless, Savior, Pack Leader, Magic Teacher. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 2, Middle Stage. Soul Cultivation, Soul Energy Gathering Realm, Initial Stage. Status, Satiated. Vitality, 5594/5594. Mana, 10105/10105. Strength, 5148. Dexterity, 3562. Magic, 9120. Abilities. Unique Skill, Immortal Body. Unique Skill, Winter Magic. Unique Skill, System. Unique Skill, Ice Absorption. Unique Skill, God, Sealed. Camouflage, Level 5. High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 10. Super High-Speed Thought Processing, Level 1. Parallel Thought Processing, Level 9. Wind Magic, Level 9. Mana Control, Level 10. Precise Mana Control, Level 1. Telepathy, Level 9. Berserk Mode, Level 7. Fear-Inducing Aura, Level 7. Naming, Level 6. Kin Control, Level 4. Crafting, Level 6. Apothecary, Level 5. Mining, Level 5. Hastened Mana Regeneration, Level 3. Phantom Body, Level 4. Split Phantom, Level 1, New. Ice Thread Production, Level 4. Ice's Myth, Level 2, New. Group Cultivation, Level 5. Whip Technique, Level 3. Spear Technique, Level 3. Projectile Fire, Level 4. Ice Dragon Natural Skills. Ice Dragon Bloodline. Ice Dragon Frost Breath, Level 3. Metallic Ice Dragon Scales, Level 3. Medium Self-Regeneration, Level 4. Strong Freezing Slash, Level 3. Furious Freezing Bite, Level 3. Freezing Tail Whip, Level 9. Steel Body, Level 3. Keen Instincts, Level 5. Resistance. Cold Immunity. Hunger Resistance, Level 4. Fear Resistance, Level 5. Pain Resistance, Level 6. Ice Dragon Natural Resistances. Physical Attack Damage Resistance, Level 10. Greater Physical Damage Resistance, Level 1. Fire Resistance, Level 4. Wind Resistance, Level 6. Thunder Resistance, Level 4. Oh damn, I am looking pretty fine right there. Although my stats had hit a progression wall, so I can't increase them as fast as before. Albeit if I keep training and cultivating, I still get a few dozen stats, but I would need a few years to make a difference. Oh, I guess this is why the cultivators of novels always spend so long doing closed doors cultivation or whatever. Anyways, there are still many commendable things here, such as the mana being at 10k. Such a good number and its amazing regeneration are what helps me use wind magic to fly indefinitely. 5k strength is also insanely good, I could easily crush anything I wanted now. Unparalleled? I guess it is finally time to become the typical arrogant Xingxia main character. Joking. Aside from stats, my skills reached level 10 and awakened. Now my mind can think even faster and react even faster. Also, my precision in the usage of mana has improved greatly as I keep spamming magic non-stop, and also my physical damage resistance has reached a new height. Lastly, there are 2 new skills, Split Phantom and Ice's Myth. I acquired Split Phantom when I split my soul yesterday to insert it into the Ice Fortress. I can now easily do this with this skill, but it obviously will weaken me a lot, so I will only split my Phantom when my soul is recovered, and probably when it is very strong. Lastly, there's Ice's Myth. Indeed, instead of being a blacksmith, I am an Ice's Myth. This skill came to be when I was making the Ice Fortress and crafted like 100 ice bricks, ice pillars, and more. It helps in the creation of ice items of all types of shapes and forms. When I combine its effects with crafting, it becomes truly amazing. Chapter 97, The Power of Ice's Myth and Ben Laden's Progress. Through Ice's Myth, and by combining its effects with crafting, I can more or less create stupendous ice weapons and equipment, which is what Ben Laden is carrying as of now. Aside from her leather clothes which she likes to wear, she also has metallic ice dragon scales plate armor which I made through Ice's Myth and also using ice thread. Her boots were also crafted by me and enhanced with my ice, and she also has a large metallic ice dragon scale shield which holds some of my defensive power and it is also resistant to the elements I resist, alongside the scale armor. Lastly, there is her ice axe, which she used to hunt prey with and also fight against me. After the axe took enough lives and was bathed in enough blood, mine included which I poured willingly, it evolved through its self-evolution trait. It seems that most anything I deem as equipment becomes an item in the system, and anyone that wears it receives special effects. Checking on Ben Laden's equipment makes system windows emerge. It seems that the equipment itself has its own status. Weapon/weapon. Tyrannical Ice Dragon's Freezing Axe, C grade +++. Durability, 2500/2500. Attack power, 2500. Magic conductivity, 1500. Weapon speed, 1200. Traits, Evolving Weapon, C, Freezing Slash, C, Dragon Strength, C, Auto Repair, C. Her weapon has fewer traits because it doesn't possess the defensive traits of my scales, as it is purely made of ice. I had thought about using my scales to enhance it though, albeit I don't know how, maybe by just wrapping ice thread around them and the axe? I don't know if that will work. This axe is pretty strong, and it not only helps Ben Laden have great physical options, but she can also use it as a staff and conjure mold with it. The Dragon Strength trait gives a temporal boost of power to Ben Laden in exchange for mana, which is like a lesser berserk mode in simple terms. Auto Repair showed up when the weapon evolved, most likely giving it the ability to auto repair itself through the absorption of mana. Armor/armor. Ice Dragon's Metallic Scale Armor Plate, C grade. Durability, 3000/3000. Physical Defense, 2000. Magical Defense, 1500. Traits, Evolving Equipment, C, Ice Resistance, C, Fire Resistance, C, Thunder Resistance, C, Wind Resistance, C, Lesser Physical Damage Resistance, C, Ice Dragon's Protection, C. And here it is, her plate armor. I made it big because Ben Laden has a rather big chest. After she ate enough and got healthy, well, her breasts got very big, so I had to modify this so her chest could fit in properly. I think I did great work with this one. Using my scales helped the armor acquire a lesser resistance to elements and also the physical damage. Shield/shield. Ice Dragon's Metallic Scales Shield, C grade. Durability, 4000/4000. Physical Defense, 3000. Magical Defense, 2000. Traits, Evolving Equipment, C, Freezing Shield, C, Ice Resistance, C, Fire Resistance, C, Thunder Resistance, C, Wind Resistance, C, Lesser Physical Damage Resistance, C, Ice Dragon's Protection, C. And lastly, here it is, the beautiful shield. This one was a bit more of a pain to make as I had to carefully stick the scales into the ice, but at the end, thanks to Ice's Myth and crafting, it came out pretty well, and it has the same effects as the armor, but with an extra trait, Freezing Shield, which gives her the ability to cover the shield in hard ice by using mana, giving her an extra layer of protection. Lastly, let's check Ben Laden's stats, which had increased quite a bit this last week. Her talent in physical development and cultivation is outstanding. Name, Ben Laden. Race, Ice Giant, Jotun, female. Mana Core Cultivation, Rank 1, Peak Stage. Status, Healthy. Average Estimated Vitality, 2621/2621. Average Estimated Mana, 3103/3103. Average Estimated Strength, 3305. Average Estimated Dexterity, 1911. Average Estimated Magic, 3763. Abilities. Unique Skill, Mold, Suppressed. Unique Skill, Charm, Active, Ineffective against you. Ice Giant's Bloodline, Ymir's Descendant. Cold Immunity. Ice Resistance. Hastened Self-Recovery. Parasite Immunity. Status Effect Resistance. Ice Dragon's Skin. Cooking. Butcher. Crafting. Sewing. Mana Manipulation. Giant's great physique. Superhuman strength, new. Magic genius. Hastened mana recovery, new. Acrobatics. Dexterity enhancement, new. Forager, hunter. Fungokinesis, mold. Mold-assisted telekinesis, mold. Mold magic, mold, new. Axe technique, new. Shield technique, new. Armor technique, new. Unarmed fighting technique, new. Sealed abilities. Undying stamina, sealed. Degradation, sealed. Crazed agility, sealed. Crazed consumption, sealed. Infection, sealed. Legion, sealed. Bone-breaking claws, sealed. Deadly mold whip, sealed. Ben Laden's stats have been increasing steadily, unlike she had just recently hit the progression wall, but through most of the week, she was increasing her stats quite well. Her health is yet to reach 3k, but over 2k is not bad at all. Her strength and magic are surprisingly even. This is because she relies on her mana veins a lot to get her strength, so both stats usually grow at the same pace. Her dexterity is slowly improving, and she should certainly be capable of surpassing my own one day, as her body is slimmer and smaller than my Mega Dragon body, which makes me a walking tank of heavy weight. She also developed some new abilities, which derived from others, such as acrobatics granting enhanced dexterity, or magic genius giving her hastened mana recovery, and so on. Also, when she reached peak stage, she suddenly learned mold magic. Just like any other magic, such as ice magic or wind magic, she can create spells using mold and make everything more complex yet swifter. She has yet to develop this one properly, but maybe if she slowly loses her fears she could become capable of creating a mold parasite spell or something, so we can make an army of mold zombies? Or maybe parasite some cultivators and make them our loyal lackeys. Certainly, the potential that mold has is amazing. She could quite literally play around with the mind of an infected, and if she uses it well enough, she could control the infected from far away to do things for us too. But seeing how there are all types of magic here, I don't think it will be so easy to infect whoever we want to. Chapter 98. Behold, although Ben Laden's mold has amazing potential, in this world filled with all types of magic and beasts, I don't think our path to the top will be so easy as to just keep infecting people with mold. I don't think strong enough cultivators will easily let the mold infect them. They might even find some way to expulse it off their bodies through overcharging their mana veins with their elemental magic. It seems that the mold is strong, but it is by no means immune to magic. Enough damage on it will kill it like any other living being. And unlike most living beings in this fantastical world, mold has no resistances and seems to be extremely weak to fire and strong vibrations, as we had tested it with Ben Laden this last week. It even has the same weaknesses as venom. I guess being an slimy black ooze comes with some weaknesses. So not everything will be easy even if she masters this. But it all depends on how we can use it. Infecting weak-ass people might be easy though, and just having a few spies inside important cities that can communicate telepathically with Ben Laden from long distances might be enough. Yeah, those infected by the mold held a strange mental connection with Ben Laden, which made them somewhat of a hive mind of sorts, and they were able to share thoughts and information easily even from incredibly long distances. Ben Laden recalled that she was able to communicate with an infected animal with mold she had left in another continent in her previous life. She has a lot of potentials and is slowly unveiling it. I can't help but feel a bit excited to see what's next, and I am also glad that she is getting over her fears with my guidance and emotional support. Oh right, aside from this, she learned all sorts of techniques. Axe technique, shield technique, armor technique, and unarmed fighting technique. Techniques are easy to work with. You need to memorize a specific pattern of attack which you use while infusing mana into the weapon, armor, shield, or body part. For example, I created my whip technique Ice Whip, which is quite literally my own tail covered in ice which I move like a whip. As I activate it, the skill activates as well and enhances the effect even further. The same goes for vertical slash using Ben Laden's axe, and things like that. For her armor, shield, and body is the same. She infuses mana into her armor, and it suddenly gets tougher as she activates the mana armor technique, or the same happens with her shield if she activates the mana shield technique. And if she uses the strong punch unarmed fighting technique, she can punch harder by infusing mana into her fists. Or if she wants to pick stronger, she uses the flash kick to enhance her legs' speed by infusing mana into them and kicking hard and fast. Just like that, anyone that learned these special techniques, which also made me realize how strange this world was. It seems that people can quite literally develop game-like abilities, albeit there is no system for them to see them. They are there and get accumulated like abilities inside a game. Even if I weren't able to see them through the analysis function of my system, I would be able to realize that they were there. Although I have also realized that my system and powers, and probably my very teachings are affecting Ben Laden's growth and hastening it. She is by no means getting a system of her own or something, but it is as if she was becoming part of it without having it. Weird, right? Perhaps this is why she's becoming able to learn abilities so quickly. Albeit it would be nice if she could level them up as well. It would be cool if I could actually share the system with those I trust and care for, but for now, that's impossible, and it is better to leave it at that for now. And, aside from all of this, behold, weapon. Spear of Freezing Winter, Scatty, B-grade plus. A powerful giant spear with a length of almost 10 meters crafted purely out of magic ice conjured by a powerful and talented ice dragon. Its name has given it unique properties and its creation was made with immense amounts of effort and time. This weapon can evolve while bathing in the blood of its victims. Durability, 6000/6000. Attack power, 5500. Magic conductivity, 4500. Weapon speed, 6000. Traits, evolving weapon, B, piercing ice spikes, B, furious dragon strength, B, auto repair, B, winter storm, B, Skadi's blessing, B, slaughter healing, B, levitate, B, independent weapon, B. Yes, I made this beautiful and giant spear throughout this whole week. I saw how Ben Laden had cool equipment and thought, hey, why not me? I mean, I am a giant dragon, and every part of my body is a deadly weapon, but what if I just make a giant super spear that flies around killing stuff while I am busy with other monsters? And that's how Skadi, my first and greatest weapon so far, came to be. I just made it on a whim on the first day of the last week. Through the use of the parallel mines, I left like 3 of them, one emerge every level of the skill, crafting this weapon through ice magic alone, reinforcing it, and using a crap ton of mana. So while I did everything through all these days, there was a giant stick of ice floating at my side, slowly growing bigger. I think this was the limit of my capabilities. I don't think I can make anything stronger unless I grow stronger. I was also the one that gave it the fancy name and put on it Skadi, like the goddess of winter of Norse mythology, because it was pretty fitting, not going to lie. The result of all my efforts was this kick-ass spear that could easily decimate an ice bear in seconds. I can also control it through wind magic or even launch it through projectile fire, and it will fly back at me due to being kind of independent in a way. Chapter 99, The Power of Skadi. Spear of Freezing Winter, Skadi, B grade plus. A powerful giant spear with a length of almost 10 meters, crafted purely out of magic ice, conjured by a powerful and talented ice dragon. Its name has given it unique properties, and its creation was made with immense amounts of effort and time. This weapon can evolve over time while bathing in the blood of its victims. Durability, 6000/6000. Attack power, 5500. Magic conductivity, 4500. Weapon speed, 6000. Traits, evolving weapon, B, piercing ice spikes, B, furious dragon strength, B, auto repair, B, winter storm, B, Skadi's blessing, B, slaughter healing, B, levitate, B, independent weapon, B. My amazing Skadi holds many effects within, but one of the most commendable ones is the abilities it possesses. Levitate helps the weapon float through the use of accumulated mana through its mana storage. Independent weapon gives it a small will of its own without even having a soul, because of just how powerful of a magic weapon it is. I can give it simple tasks such as slaughtering enemies, flying around, and more. Because I formed a soul connection with it by connecting a soul thread with it, it will always know where I am, and it can constantly get mana supplied to it wherever it is. Slaughter healing helps the weapon recover and repair any crack or damage by killing beings and absorbing their vitality and blood. I also get like half of what it recovers even from far away, so there is nice passive healing there, even though I already have an immortal body for that. The piercing ice spikes trait makes Skadi move incredibly quickly in midair, generating the illusion that it is many ice spikes falling over the unfortunate foe it is going to impale to death. Furious Dragon Strength is an upgraded version of Dragon Strength, and it enhances the weapon with a bit more power as a boost in the form of a crimson-red colored aura. Winter Storm is another offensive trait that releases a powerful storm of winds against an enemy, which spirals into a powerful tornado of pure freezing winds. It is a good long-ranged attack. And lastly, Skadi's Blessing grants me a passive boost to all my stats by merely equipping the weapon, which can count as equipped because I am holding it with my soul. And that's without counting the stats it possesses. Durability, 6000/6000. Attack power, 5500. Magic conductivity, 4500. And weapon speed, 6000, which is enough to give it amazing durability, power, magic conduction, and speed while flying in midair. My plan is pretty simple. I am not just setting down with Skadi. I am making more of these overpowered giant weapons of over 10 meters of length, and as of now, I am passively crafting a giant blade, similar to the Dragon Slayer that Guts wield in the manga Berserk. I don't know what name I will give it, but it is certainly taking its time to be made, so it won't be ready in a few days. What I want is to have an army of these flying weapons to be even more overpowered. After all, I have to abuse everything I have? Why settle down with ice projectiles made at the moment if I can make permanent super ice weapons? I may sound like a sicko, but I am eager to try it out. Drake, lunch is ready. Suddenly, as I was admiring my beautiful spear, Ben Laden calls to me with a cute tone of voice, telling me that lunch is ready. I feel like she acts like a housewife now. Oh, alright. I quickly fly back inside the ice fortress while the fortress keeps slowly flying towards the direction we were going into. When I enter inside the fortress, I am greeted by the delicious smell of hot pot. It seems that Ben Laden has made once more her delicious hot pot. I added wolf meat and also ice crow meat, so it has a very rich flavor, said Ben Laden, as she quickly served me a large plate of warm soup, with large chunks of meat spread around, mushrooms, dried herbs, and boiled roots of root salt. The little roots of the root salt can actually be boiled and eaten whole, as they don't harbor as much sodium as the big tubers where most of the salt is. So Ben Laden decided to wash them, cut them, and add them into the hot pot. When they are boiled, they taste like already salted boiled potatoes, so it is pretty amazing. You're so good at cooking, Ben Laden, I said while eating everything. Hehe. I am glad you like it, Drake, said Ben Laden with an adorable smile as she ate soup at my side with Yuki and the other wolves sitting around. What I like the most is that you make a lot of soup for me, you're very considerate, I said. It is nothing, really. I am just doing my best. I like to see you happy while eating what I prepare, said Ben Laden, as she suddenly flushed a bit. Really? I can't wait until we reach some city so we can buy more ingredients and food to prepare. I am dying to taste the bread of this world and other types of meat such as the pigs or cows your town had. Oh, and also eggs, I said. I am also looking forward to that. I hope everyone is still there after all the time I was gone, said Ben Laden. Yay, let's hope they're there. I am sure that if your parents love you, they will wait for their daughter to come back one day, I said. Thanks for your kind words, Drake. I am also looking forward to it. I want my parents to see you, I want them to accept you, said Ben Laden. Accept me? I asked. Like, to get the approval of my parents for us to? And never mind, said Ben Laden. She suddenly covered her face while growing as red as a tomato. The approval of what? Does she want me to become her official pet? I don't want to be a pet. Well, if it just pretending. But I doubt her parents would believe that a giant dragon is her pet. Suddenly, as we ate, I received a sudden howl from Frost. I expanded my vision and realized the wolves began to fight against slimy creatures. They looked like they were made of water and ice. Wait, are these slimes? They got large monocores floating in the middle of their slimy bodies. It is time for a new meal, I guess. I hope slimes are sweet. We need a new dessert that is not just these pears which I am getting tired of. I quickly order Yuzo to hover near the surface, as it ends up floating only 10 meters above the ground, right atop the pine trees. What's going on? Asked Ben Laden, who had just finished eating. Monsters. And new ones, I said. Monsters? So fast? But it isn't something the wolves can handle, asked Ben Laden. Yeah, they are tough. Well, more like hard to kill. You see, they are a bit slimy, I said. Slimy? Slugs? Asked Ben Laden, as she walked outside of the fortress by leaping over my back. Yuki quickly came afterward, as I flew down below. No, slimes. Chapter 100, Slime Attack. 1. Slime Attack? Yeah, it was unexpected, but in this wild world, I guess you can find monsters around without much effort. Well, it wouldn't have bothered us if it weren't because the wolves were going through the ground, but I guess that's pretty good as well. They can find us new monsters to eat while we fly over the skies without any concerns. With Ben Laden and Yuki over my back, I quickly flew down below and reached the ground in an instant. There, said Ben Laden, pointing with her axe as I used winds to impulse me forward, crossing dozens of meters in a single second, and reaching the battlefield right away. There, we found a group of over 20 slimes the size of cows. Each one was either pale blue, azure, or dark blue colored. Some even had large ice crystals growing over them. The slimes were attacking the wolf pack, with the largest one, who seemed to have a small crown of ice above its gelatinous body fighting against Frost. It extended its tentacles and formed fists, which is used to literally punch him. Frost tried to bite it and slash it with his jaws and claws, but it was receiving no damage whatsoever. The other wolves were in a similar predicament but worse. Some of them even had large wounds, as some slimes were able to fire powerful icicle spears, while some other wolves were being slowly consumed by the slime's gastric juices. I guess there's no room for conversations here. Tethery made of water. The wolves. Ben Laden quickly jumped from my back and enhanced her body, using magic to hit the nearest slime with a strong slicing attack. Clash! The slime was sliced in half, but it quickly regenerated back like nothing. What? It was as I thought. Slimes cannot be killed by merely hitting their slime, you need to crack their core inside their jelly-like bodies. Blob. The slime released a sound of its watery body trembling, as it sprinkled towards Ben Laden and jumped over her head, expanding its body into tentacles and covering itself with gastric acids to consume her. Now on my watch. With a single roar, I aimed at the slime with a powerful gust of slicing winds, blowing it into the air as it splattered all over the ground. Splat. I checked it through analysis before it was to regenerate itself back. Name, nameless. Race, water slime, genderless. Monocore cultivation, rank 1, upper stage. Status, angry. Average estimated vitality, 532/532. Average estimated mana, 120/120. Average estimated strength, 320. Average estimated dexterity, 600. Average estimated magic, 250. Abilities. Slime body. Dissolve. Absorb. Self-regeneration. Physical damage immunity. Water absorption. Ice resistance. Entanglement. Oh, this is the weakest one, and it's an upper stage. These guys are born strong it seems. And you can clearly tell by its big and juicy monocore, freely exposed over some of its jellies. Drake, thanks, said Ben Laden, as she rushed towards the slime. Don't aim at its slime, try to crush the monocore inside, I said, as Ben Laden obediently nodded, raising her axe again and crushing the monocore before the slime was to completely gather. Crash. And like a puppet that lost its strings, all the slime stopped moving and fell motionless. What strange and intriguing creatures. Well, there's no time to wonder how they work. I gave the order to the wolves to quickly regroup around me, while I rushed towards the ones that were about to get killed. The slimes noticed my presence, but they simply hurried into consuming the wolves. Awoo! Cried a wolf, as its legs were slowly being burnt by the acidic juices that slimes employ to devour prey. Gotcha! I roared, reaching the slime in less than a second, surprising the slime due to the speed I had, which was unbefitting of my big and heavy body. Blob. The slime in front of me is another water slime, of the same rank as the other. But unlike I thought, instead of getting scared, it raises its slime and shapes it as sharp tentacles, attacking me with them while spraying me with its dissolving acid. Splash! Clash! The acid falls over my scales, but they are barely doing anything. I have to be careful not to kill the wolf while I attack the slime, so instead, I create a sharp and thin icicle spear and throw it directly at the slime's monocore, which was right in front of me. Flash! The slime realizes this as it tries to move away from its weak point while detaching itself from the wolf. Clash! Barely, the slime managed to evade, but it lost its prey. It suddenly realizes the difference in strength between me and it, as it tries to run away. No way in hell I am letting this meal get away from me though. With a single swipe of my claws, I release slicing emerald winds, reaching the slime and splattering it all over the place. Splat! And with that, the monocore is caught in the attack, and shattered into pieces. Crash! With a single swipe, he's gone. I glance at the wolf as I quickly conjure the healing magic I have been practicing. Healing winds. Magic can become any type. In this world, you don't need holy light magic or life magic to heal people, any kind of attribute can become a healing spell. So, using my knowledge and training in magic, I made an ice and wind attribute healing spell, Healing Winds. The winds quickly reach the wolf's burnt skin, slowly taking away the pain and regenerating the lost tissue. The wolf gains the ability to move again and rushes to the rest of the wolves, who are near Ben Laden while she cracks some monocores from these devilish slimes. Meanwhile, I rush towards the next slimes, as two slimes get in my way, trying to stop me from stopping their allies from eating my tamed wolves. Get off my way. I roar, as I use my mighty aura of fear to intimidate the slimes for a second, and then I use my claws to simply crush them into the ground. Their monocores get cracked into tiny pieces with ease. Crash, crash,